digs and making silly comments at this point in time. Secondly, you were talking about the character of the army chief in 2019 and the Pakistan army chief now. While I might agree to some extent that Bajwa and Asim Munir are two separate people, clearly they are. Look, I might want to do whatever I might want to do with the Pakistanis. But at the end of the day, I also have to see what my capabilities are. My intentions could be anything, but what is my capability? Do I have that capacity to carry out a conflict with India for very long? Can I sustain that conflict? Maybe yes, a short, sharp kind of a thing, yes. Maybe 2-3 days, a couple of runs up the ladder. But beyond that, do I have that wherewithal to do it? Can I really depend upon countries like Turkey and other countries to come? And this is not two small countries fighting. So I think that calculation will have to be made. So that let's not lose sight of it. And finally, I think it is important to understand that the Israelis, for example, have been beating up, and retaliating against terror attacks. But the terror attacks haven't stopped. So we have to start internalizing it. That we'll have to keep at it. And finally, on the main question, after this long detour, what do I expect from the press conference? I would imagine that a certain amount of information will be shared, much more than what is coming unofficially or what has already been released. Something more, not just virtue signaling that we didn't want to do this, we don't want an escalation. Don't keep mentioning we don't want an escalation, you've already mentioned it.
Harsh Shingla is with us. Harsh Shingla is with us, but we also have Mr. Rajesh Narwal joining us at this point. Mr. Narwal, namaste.
Namaskar.
Sir, your reaction based on Operation Sindoor?
Yes.
क्या कहेंगे आप?
इसके बारे में मैं स्पष्ट रूप से एक बात कहना चाहता हूं कि जिस दिन 22 अप्रैल की वो दुर्घटना हुई, मेरे जहन से एक बात आ रही थी कि ये कभी भी बख्शे नहीं जाएंगे, कभी नहीं बख्शे जाएंगे, क्योंकि हमारी सरकार बहुत ही सेंसिटिव है इन मामलों में और वो अपना काम, मैं कई बार मुझसे पूछा भी गया कि सरकार से क्या चाहते हो, मैंने यही कहा कि हमारी सरकार अच्छे से वो काम कर रही है और मुझे पूरी तरह से इस सरकार पर भरोसा है अपने लोगों पर कि वो ऐसा होगा कि कभी इस चीज की पुनरावृत्ति करने की भी कोई सोचेगा नहीं
जी।
और वो हमारी सेना ने, हमारे जवानों ने, मेरी सरकार ने, मोदी सरकार ने वो करके दिखाया और मुझे ये पूर्णतः भरोसा था इस बात का, मुझे विश्वास था मुझे
जी। राजेश जी, हर्षल हैं एक और जिन संजय लेले के पुत्र हैं, सुपुत्र, उन्होंने एक बात कही है, मैं आपसे आपके विचार जानना चाहूंगा। उनका कहना है कि अगर हमें ये सब पूरी तरह खत्म करना है तो ऐसे सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक कंटिन्यू होने चाहिए। पहले भी हमने स्ट्राइक किया है पर वो सुधरे नहीं है, ये पाकिस्तानी सुधरने वाले नहीं है, ये उनका कहना है। आप क्या कहते हैं, इतना करके हमें रुक जाना चाहिए?
मैं कहना चाहता हूं, देखो हमारी जो सरकार है और हमारी सेनाएं हैं और उसके जो विंग्स हैं, जो इसके एजेंसीज हैं, वो इन पर हमेशा नजर रखती हैं और कभी ऐसा जरूरत पड़ती है तो उन्होंने किया भी है और भविष्य में भी वो इसको करेंगे। करते रहने का मकसद तो कुछ और हो जाता है फिर, ठीक है। हाँ, इससे उनकी ये जब तक आतंकवाद खत्म ना हो, इस तरह की घटनाएं खत्म ना हो, तब तक मात्र मैं नहीं कहूंगा कि भाई भारत सरकार पूरे वर्ल्ड को ही इसके अगेंस्ट खड़ा होकर के और इनको नेस्ता नाबूद कर देना चाहिए। आतंकवाद की समस्या को समूल नष्ट करना चाहिए, जड़ से पेड़ को ही उखाड़ दो। आतंकवाद नाम का जो पेड़ है, जड़ उसको उखाड़ देना चाहिए। और बिल्कुल सही प्रिसाइज से एक स्ट्राइक किया है कि टारगेटेड टारगेटेड सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक किया है। यस, तो चोर को मत मारो, चोर की मां को मारो। बेसिकली हमें वो स्कूल, वो इंस्टीट्यूट जहां पर ये तैयार होती है आइडियोलॉजी जी, और इस तरह से ब्रेन वॉश किया जाता है, इस तरह की बीज बोए जाते हैं, हमें उसको ही समूल नष्ट करना चाहिए। हमें मीन्स पूरे वर्ल्ड को चाहिए, विनय तो शांति से रह सकते हैं।
विनय तो वापस नहीं आएंगे,
देते रहेंगे,
विनय तो वापस नहीं आएंगे। लेकिन ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, इस ऑपरेशन को नाम दिया है, इस पर आपकी प्रतिक्रिया, आपको लगता है ये सही नाम था, सही नाम चुना है? एक
नाम इससे अप्रोप्रिएट नाम नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि मेरी बहनें, मेरी बेटियां, इस देश की बेटियां, बहनें, माताएं, उनके सामने इतनी निर्ममता से उनके सिंदूर की हत्या की गई, उनके सुहाग की हत्या की गई पूछ पूछ करके। इससे घिनौना कृत्य नहीं हो सकता दुनिया में कि निहत्थों पर तुम वार कर रहे हो।
जी
उनकी बीवी के सामने, वाइफ के सामने, बच्चे के सामने आप क्या कैसे कर सकते हो? एक आम इंसान नहीं कर सकता, जिसमें जरा सा भी इंसानियत नाम की चीज है, वो कभी नहीं कर सकता ऐसा। तो उन्होंने जो किया है उसका जवाब देना ही बनता है। और जब तक आतंकवाद नामक पेड़ को जड़ से उखाड़ करके उसकी जल समाधि, अग्नि समाधि ना बना दें, तब तक हमें पूरे वर्ल्ड को ही नहीं बैठना चाहिए।
जी नरवाल जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आई ऑल्सो वांट टू गो अक्रॉस टू फॉर्मर फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी हर्षप्रीत श्रृंगला, फॉर्मर इंडियन एम्बेसडर टू द यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स। मिस्टर श्रृंगला, थैंक यू very much for joining us. Your first thoughts in the immediate aftermath of Operation Sindoor, the first set of conversations that have happened between the National Security Advisor and the US Secretary of State and now acting NSA, Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio has also tweeted and he said he's spoken to his Pakistani counterpart as well. They want to try and resolve this quickly and peacefully. What are the kind of conversations that are happening right now? We believe that your colleagues in the MEA have spoken already with government representatives from Saudi Arabia, from UAE, US, of course. What are the nature of the conversations you think are likely happening right now, and what is the priority and the focus for everyone?
So first of all, I think congratulations and thanks are due to Prime Minister Modi and the brave members of armed forces who really delivered, a response to the Pahalgam attacks with a calibrated and precise sort of strike, targeting terrorists and terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan and Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir. At the same time, I think, I was very touched by what Lieutenant Narwal's father just said, that whatever we do, the pain of that, the terrorist attack on 22nd April can never be fully erased. But we have to do what is very, very much in our karma, and I think we have done what is necessary. And yes, we have reached out very quickly and immediately following the strikes to some of our main partners, the United States, UK, Russia, but also Saudi Arabia, UAE, and conversations have been held at different levels. And I think it's important to immediately brief your partners at the global arena about exactly the nature of your strikes, the intentions behind it,
assessment,
and what could be.
Mr. Shringla, your assessment of some of the responses that we've been getting from the United States, the UAE, and some of our other partners, Israel, do you believe that the world is going to lean on Pakistan now to perhaps pull back, restrain itself, and not go down the path that it has? India has only targeted terror infrastructure. So, first of all, the choice of targets diplomatically, what does that convey? And secondly, how the international community has responded to India's outreach?
So I think in the first place, all our interlocutors have appreciated the fact that our, response was very calibrated and very precise, that we focused on non-state actors and terrorist infrastructure. And we did not in any way, want this to be an escalatory sort of situation. And I think our interlocutors do understand that they now need to lean very heavily on Pakistan. I don't think this is what we are saying, but this is coming from their side, that they don't want this to escalate. They don't want this to become another confrontation arena. That what had been necessary in response to terrorist attack has been undertaken, and that Pakistan needs to now get its own house in order rather than to escalate matters that for which we are also fully prepared and would be responsive. So this is something that I think at the global diplomatic level, phone lines will be working overtime. I think there will be a lot of calls being made at very high levels, and then certainly I think Pakistan would feel the pressure of some of its major international.
I also want to ask you, since you said Pakistan will feel the pressure, obviously the Americans have leverage over the Pakistanis, the Saudis do, the UAE, Emiratis do. What about China? Why are we not hearing about conversations with China? Because if there's any country that can bring pressure to bear on Pakistan, it would be China, right? Even in these last 2 weeks, I've not heard of any conversation between Foreign Minister and his counterpart in China. Why is that?
Well, China has to some extent been supportive of Pakistan following the Pahalgam attacks, and we've seen some levels of exchanges, some support in terms of equipment, etc. being supplied. Clearly, China was not willing to leave its so-called all-weather friend, when it comes to an actual confrontation with India. I don't know how much we can rely on them, but I think even China would understand that any escalation of this conflict is not in the best interests of its own best interests and anyone else's interests. So I'm sure quietly they're also doing their bit to ensure that this issue does not get beyond what it has already reached. But I don't think we as a country could count on China to act at our behest, or to act in a manner that would be in the interest of
Okay. And very quickly, a final word before we thank you. The IMF meeting, the bailout meeting, is happening in 2 days' time from now in Washington. Do you think that will be pressure enough on Pakistan not to climb the escalation ladder, not to retaliate?
That's very important, because I think Pakistan is very heavily relying on the IMF bailout. They've bailed off very large, 22 or 23 bailouts so far. And I think it's important that they continue getting that IMF support that they're looking for. I think our approach there will be calibrated by their actions, but clearly I don't think we are in a mood to allow them any more leeway in that area. And our representatives in the IMF, I think, will be acting under very strict instructions when it comes to their
Finally,
responses.
Mr. Shringla, look, the IMF at some level takes its cue also from DC. So, is the Indian government, has it been able to impress upon the Trump administration to leverage their muscle, their weight, their influence over the IMF? Because that's an important thing that we're looking at. Also, of course, the FATF grey list.
Yes, so I cannot say with any level of certainty, but I do recall that in similar instances when I was in DC, I had gone across, met the Assistant Treasury Secretary or the Deputy Treasury Secretary, the Minister of State for Finance, if you may call it the equivalent of that, and pressed upon the need for the US to take steps that would be in keeping with responsible actions and our own desires. And the US at that time was very responsive, because they saw Pakistan as a malign terrorist actor and certainly were supportive of our efforts, very supportive. So I have no doubt that they will be supportive even in this instance.
All right.
Shringla ji, I just have one question, your own personal opinion on this operation being named Operation Sindoor.
No, I think it's very fitting. I mean, nobody better than Lieutenant Nawaz's father can tell us, and I think and all of the others who've already responded, that this is a fitting title, considering that it is the women who were spared, but nonetheless who have to now face the agony of living their lives without their husbands and their dear ones and close ones. And I think Operation Sindoor is a very strong symbol of the country's rage and frustration that has led to the action that we saw in POK and Pakistan earlier this morning. So I think this is a very appropriate
Thank you, Harsh Shringla ji, for speaking with us. We got news coming through. The stock markets have started trading. The Sensex is down by 460 points. Nifty is down by 80 points. We try and go across to Sharon joining us with more on this. Yes, Sharon.
Yes, the Indian stock markets have opened, and it's good morning. This is a very sort of par for course kind of move as far as the markets are concerned. Clearly, the markets are not reflecting or indicating any kind of capitulation or panic moves at this point in time. So it is a very measured start as far as our markets are concerned. And I would also imagine that given the fact that there was an anticipation of a response, this had already in some form or fashion been factored in by market participants, and that is what we're seeing on the screens at this point in time. time. The Nifty now down just about 20 points, and similar story playing out for the Sensex. So it is a measured opening there as far as the markets are concerned. But, the markets will track what is going to happen in terms of a response. At the end of the day, as they say, capital is a coward. It moves to where it feels safe. But at this point in time, there are several other factors to contend with as well. In fact, overnight we had the big India-UK FTA go through. So if you look at the stock markets, a lot of those stocks are reacting positively. The apparel makers and so on and so forth are reacting positively. The defense stocks are, of course, reacting on account of the news of Operation Sindoor as well. A lot of moving parts. In terms of sectors that are likely to see an immediate impact, travel, flight disruptions already a thing that we will need to deal with. So, customers need to reach out to their airlines if they intend to travel. There are airport closures on account of the fact that you are seeing these Air Force exercises underway, as well as the drill preparedness underway across the country. So many airports, in fact, over a dozen or so airports are not open for civilian purposes at this point in time. So that's going to be a separate side of the story to watch out for. Advisories being issued at this point in time. The UK government issuing an advisory. We will have to watch and monitor how foreign governments react to this. And of course, the US, you were talking about the IMF, that crucial meeting is on the 9th. Will there be a change as far as the IMF's position on any further loans to Pakistan is concerned? That is going to be the big question. But at this point in time, Secretary Rubio and President Trump both asking for de-escalation. All of that will, of course, play out as far as market sentiment is concerned. And by the way, at this point in time, the Nifty has moved into positive territory. So as I said, it's a very measured reaction by the Indian stock market.
So Shireen, just very quickly, how much of this is because of the fact that markets had already sort of factored in some kind of kinetic response by India? And also, secondly, the announcement of the free trade agreement yesterday with the UK, I believe there was some announcement of some kind of deal with the US as well that came late night. Again, how do you see that playing out once the immediacy of this operation and possible retaliation by Pakistan, once that cloud passes, do you think the markets will continue on?
They're already in the green now, even as we speak. Yes, Shireen.
Yes, and that's what I was talking about, Zaka, that we've already seen the response from the markets moving into positive territory at this point in time, because nobody wants an escalation, and certainly the markets would not want an escalation. But was there going to be a response? I think that had already been factored in by the markets, and the hope now is that it will stop here. And you talked about several of the other developments, and I pointed that out as well. The India-UK FTA is a big deal because it does impact a lot of the labor-intensive sectors in India. So you're already seeing, for instance, apparel makers up and running today from a stock market point of view. Those stocks are moving higher. So all of these, of course, will be moving parts. The markets don't like uncertainty, and that is going to be something that we need to watch out for. But so far, as I pointed out, from the way that we've opened for trade today, the response very measured, and there is absolutely no sense of panic on the screens at all when we talk about the markets.
Well, thank you for that, Shireen. We also have Tilak Devasharji joining us. Tilakji, how do you read the situation? Sushant Sareen, General Iyer with us. Thank you for your patience, gents, but this is a long haul, so we all have to dig in our heels and perhaps wait on, because developments are going to happen thick and fast. In about 40 minutes, we should have the press briefing. Tilak Devasharji, Bharat's response, 9 targets on this side. Do we see Pakistan getting stretched if it tries to concentrate too much weight towards its eastern side?
Good morning, Anand, and morning to all the panelists. A lot has already been spoken, and I was certainly very impressed with the name Operation Sindoor. I think it captures, the anguish and the pain and the response of India extremely well. Whoever thought of this name requires real compliments.
We are given to understand the Prime Minister thought about this. It was suggested by the Prime Minister himself.
Yeah, so you can well imagine, he brings the weight of the civilization. He brings the weight of Bharat and culture into this one operational word, which signifies what India is trying to do. I think this has been a very, very impactful morning, because 9 targets, standoff aircraft not entering Pakistan's airspace, targeting terror camps, including the snake pits of Muridke and Bawalpur and other associated camps, is a very, very significant strike. And one thing which I want to mention, the kind of propaganda, and this is going to be a war of narratives also. The kind of narrative being pushed out by Pakistan is, in the list they have given, that only mosques were targeted. So in all places, for example, if I can just mention some, like whether it's Bawalpur, whether it's Murid Cave, or other places, they mentioned that mosques were targeted. Now this is being done deliberately. But the fact of the matter is that all these training camps have got either medical centers or mosques in front of where the training is taking place.
They are markers,
so like in the case,
hubs or centers like that. Yeah. Ji.
Yeah. So there it's very easy to then, for propaganda purposes, and the signal that they give that India is targeting mosques, it is trying to hurt the Muslims' places of religious worship. This is something that we have to guard against, and we have to demolish such a narrative that this is not there, that if you have a training center behind a mosque or inside a mosque, but what do you think is going to happen? India is not going to put darlings. So, this is something which is an important factor.
Tilakji, please hold your thoughts. We've just got updates coming through. Prime Minister Narendra Modi continuously monitoring this operation at 7 Lokalyan Marg. NSA Ajit Doval constantly giving information. There is a picture also of the Prime Minister watching the operations from the war room at that when this was happening. So PM continuously monitoring Operation Sindoor. The press conference or the press briefing has been delayed by half an hour. Perhaps some calibration or to ensure that Bharat is ready for a response, reprisal, and all those who are part of the operation are also back in base, safe and sound. The Prime Minister continuously monitoring the operation. That's the update that we have at this point. Going back to our guest, yes, Tilakji, please complete.
Yes. So, now Pakistan response. You see, Pakistan will respond within 24 to 36 hours. Make no bones about it, because it has to show its people that it has the capability and it has the capacity to respond. Now, this could be sheer bravado also, because they know that they cannot continue with it. But you can expect a reaction. The reaction will probably be like in the case of Balakot. It will be using by air assets. They could also use missiles. But a reaction from Pakistan will come. Then the question will become that what does India do? Does India stop at that level?
Okay.
Or you take it one notch higher? You see, my own sense is that you can stop at this level and that this crisis then draws down.
Blows over, yeah.
But what happens 2 years down the road when Pakistan indulges in terrorism again? The sense that you get from what the Prime Minister had to say in Bihar, what the Home Minister, what the Defence Minister have been saying, that you cannot allow Pakistan to continue with this bleeding India. Every now and then when an army chief feels he needs to burnish his image and to show how much of a macho guy he is, to launch another terrorist attack and innocent Indians get killed. So is it probably better to absorb pain once, now, go up the escalatory ladder, continue to maintain dominance, but make sure that the message that gets to Pakistan is so harsh that it will not dare do something like this again.
All right, Mr. Devisha, just give me 1 second. We're getting more breaking news and I want to go across to Payal, my colleague. So the Prime Minister is getting continuous briefings about what's going on, the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, how long it lasted, the targets, what the operational details are, the damage that's been left behind, and of course now he has to manage the diplomatic fallout of it as well. Payal, what more details do we have? Who all are there? Who all are briefing the Prime Minister on a minute-to-minute basis of what's going on there, both during the operation and now, of course, more importantly, the aftermath of the operation?
Dhaka, we aren't really sure if it's a physical briefing that the NSA is holding with the Prime Minister. It is probably communication that he's having with the Prime Minister, briefing him about what really transpired, what is the aftermath, how is the world reacting to it, how is, of course, Pakistan also reacting to it, because Ajit Doval is one person who knows a thing or two about Jammu and Kashmir and knows a lot of things about Pakistan as well. But this is going to be a very, very important briefing that the Prime Minister is getting ahead of the official briefing that the armed forces will be doing at about 10:30 this morning. Of course, the government wants to make sure that they have all the information and activity, and it will be important to see if the government also decides to go ahead and brief other constitutional authorities, whether it's the Vice President of India, the President of India, etc. as well. That call has to be taken, but as of now, what we are given to understand that Ajit Doval is briefing the Prime Minister by the second. And we also reported earlier this morning, Dhaka, that the Prime Minister was monitoring the details right through the night. And of course, the war room also had a small group of people who were monitoring the situation. So whether it's a physical briefing or not, we're not really sure. But we do understand that Ajit Doval is still briefing the Prime Minister. And that is going to be an important briefing ahead of the official briefing that takes place at the National Media Center at 10:30 this morning.
Well, I think there is a reason why this has been delayed. Sushant Sareen, Tilak Devashar with us. Sushant Sareen, do you agree, disagree with Tilak Devashar that this time around Bharat's posture is that we will take the losses at a on hand right now, bear with it, brace for perhaps a certain level of impact, but continue to push through so that there is a long-term breakaway or deterrence for Pakistan in terms of fomenting terror on Indian soil?
Look, number one, I am convinced there is no long-term deterrence. You will have to keep re-establishing the deterrence, and you will have to keep, building up your own defense sinews much more than what we have done over the last many years. Some days we have neglected it. But I think we will have to go up the escalation ladder. I have no doubt in my mind that we'll have to do it if the Pakistanis were to do something extremely provocative. If they were going to come and do something which, is water off a duck's back, then maybe yes, we can just let it slide. But other than that, I think we will have to go up the escalation ladder. That's a no-brainer. But look, here is the thing. How far are the Pakis also going to be willing to go? And I think that is a calculation that they will also have to make. Because they also know that there are very serious consequences that await them. All this bravado which they are showing, they can show. And let's also be very clear about one thing, Anand. Even in the past skirmishes and wars and conflicts that we've had with the Pakistanis, invariably what happens is that when this thing starts, they tend to pull a surprise or two over us. It has happened in Kargil, it has happened otherwise on a number of occasions. And then, our guys, they get their act together, they have their feet more firmly planted on the ground, and then they hit back with everything they've got. Now, the Pakis, if they want to go down that road, by all means, be my guest. But they will also have to factor in the consequences of what they will be getting into. So I think this is a calculation both sides will have to make. And my own sense is that we will have to go up, not because that is going to end this menace of terrorism. No, maybe it will give us some relief for a couple of years, and then, as Mr. Deveshwar says, there will be another army chief, if not in the next 3 years, 4 years, then in the next 10 years, maybe in the next 15 years. Asim Munir is not going to live forever, even though he's probably appointed himself army chief for life. But there will be a new army chief, right? And at that point of time, that guy will want to try something again. Or if Asim Munir's position becomes weak in the next 6 months, 1 year, he might be tempted to try it again. So I think the message which you have to deliver is, you try something like this, then there are these kind of consequences that are going to visit you. Which essentially means that we now have to be on a 24/7 kind of a vigil as far as Pakistan is concerned, and we need to increase our defense capabilities to a point where you don't even have to wait for 2 weeks anymore. You will retaliate within hours of any adventurism by the Pakistanis on the terrorism front or on any other front. And I think that is the direction in which we should move. But unfortunately, I think, we tend to be complacent after we do some things, and then we slide back into that element.
Is there a way to break out of that cycle? More importantly, are we willing to pay the cost to break out of that cycle, if at all there is a way to break out of that cycle? I'm also joined by Lieutenant General retired Subrat Saha, former member of the National Security Advisory Board and former GOC of the 15 Corps. General Saha, your first reaction to Operation Sindoor, and now what every guest has been saying to us since morning, that the Pakistanis will have to respond. They can't be seen as not responding. How does India then calibrate its response to a Pakistani response?
Thank you. Firstly, I think the operation has been named so aptly. The way the terrorists singled out the men and killed them in front of the women, and the significance of the Sindoor in India is so well understood. I think, as the ADGPI tweet puts it, justice has been served. I think the operation itself is named so well. And rightfully, as you ask, we have to be prepared for, retaliation. Even Shahbaz Sharif in his tweet has put it over there that they will retaliate. So I think the retaliate, we must be prepared across the spectrum from a very base level of terrorist activity and not necessarily restricted only to Kashmir, but across the country, because there are sleeper cells who are active all over the country, who will get activated all over the country, and of course, particularly in J&K. Apart from that, we are already seeing some excessive heating up of the line of control. As I speak to my friends over there, the firing has already been intensified, so expect it to be highly intense because that already has started. And at the next level, as we can see, and we should be prepared, is engaging of more military targets by the Pakistan armed forces in the next 24 to 48 hours, unless some good sense prevails in Pakistan, because India, as far as we are concerned, have hit at the lowest rung of the escalatory ladder. Because if Pakistan chooses to climb up the escalatory ladder, they do not know what the hell is going to hit them. Because we have not touched their military installations, we have not touched their economic targets, so the scope of targets is actually endless. So it is better that Pakistan be forewarned, Pakistan be better advised by their sane friends not to go down that path. If they choose to go down that path, that country which is so fragile is going to pay a much heavier price than what it can possibly imagine. So I will leave it.
You've spoken about multiple aspects there, but in terms of climbing up the escalation ladder, Tilak Devashar ji had a point. Ashok Malik is also with us. Good morning, Jai Hind. Major Manik Jolly also with us, defense expert. Jai Hind to you too. Thank you for joining us. This is continuous coverage. This is something which is historic, unprecedented. Bharat's military posture perhaps will be evaluated and reviewed by many across the world, given the kind of strikes that we have done and the precision with which we have executed this. But you heard General Saha, Major Manik Jolly. Do you agree, disagree with the fact that there could be a certain level of escalation by the Pakistanis, and there may be some elements, they may activate some of their proxies on our soil? Should Bharat immediately respond with perhaps a far more punitive calibration if there is anything that happens here? Any event that happens here, should we then move to a certain level of escalation?
Hi. I actually totally agree with what he was saying. There will be some action from Pakistan side. The action, it is just not about saving face in the local population, but also a military would like to, and since they are so bifurcated in that country, the decisions don't come as a calibrated and a cohesive decision between the military and the government. The military, Asymmetry especially, would like to take this on and go ahead with some action. So India, but I would, if you ask just my personal opinion, this is the time we hold on for a moment. I think rather than taking it as we are building up on what we did last night, we should hold on and see what they are trying to do and then maybe respond in a more stronger way. Because now we are anticipating, this is all speculation that we are talking, that they'll do this or that. So let's just see what they do. Because there's a slight chance they might not react. Let's say even if it is 1%. That gives a tendency to, or even a possibility of this actually calming down the whole scenario for both the nations. And that is something that the governments might be looking at. So this is the time we should actually wait rather than thinking on escalating it even more. We have given our message. Sindoor has been a fantastic success.
I think the statement that was put out by the army also makes it very clear that this is not escalatory in nature. We've not crossed the line of control. I've got Ashok Malik also joining us. So the nature of the conversations, the diplomatic fallout, Ashok, of this, conversations between the National Security Advisor and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, MAA officials have spoken to their counterparts in Saudi Arabia, UAE, etc. What is happening right now, you reckon, in South Bloc, and how does India manage the diplomatic fallout of Operation Sindoor?
I think the diplomatic fallout is fairly along expected lines and fairly measured. Apart from a few countries which remain Pakistan's steadfast allies, and I've seen the Turkish foreign minister's response. Apart from those countries and perhaps Beijing, the fact is most countries don't have patience for Pakistan's terror infrastructure and expected some Indian response. They don't want a full-fledged war. Nobody does. Nobody in India does either. But they do expect some sort of a response. And I think I believe this response will have a lot of support because it has been a measured response, a targeted response. The Prime Minister and the military have collectively chosen very specific targets. Attacking LET camps or the headquarters in Mudrike and the Jaish-e-Mohammed facility. These are not nursery schools.
All right,
I think we've just lost him for a bit there, but he's back. Yeah.
Back. So these are nurseries of terror, and people would expect that they would be targeted. These are legitimate targets. The bigger message India has sent, to my mind, is that after Uri in 2016, we moved into POK, Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir. Balakot was in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. This time we have gone into Punjab, Pakistani Punjab. Asim Munir, said a few days ago that Kashmir is Pakistan's jugular vein or the Pakistani Army's jugular vein. Quite honestly, the Pakistani Army's jugular vein is Punjab heartland. And we have, the Indian Army has, the Indian military has, the Indian government has, and India as a country has shown that Pakistan's Punjab is itself vulnerable. We can strike there. There is a long-term implication to that message, which Pakistan will have to absorb and ponder.
Ashok, one more question before we let you go. Who are the countries right now in the world who have the leverage with Pakistan, and particularly with the Pakistani Defence Forces, Asim Munir, because ultimately whatever action they choose to take or not choose to take will be Asim Munir's decision. The civilian government, I guess, will sign off on it. Who are the countries right now who have the leverage with him to force him not to climb the escalation ladder?
Well, I suppose the only countries that really matter for him are the two big powers, China, which is his in a sense Pakistan's patron, and the US. But the degree to which he'll be able to listen to them is something I really doubt, because he has to save face after all his braggadocio over the past few weeks, and I expect he will want to respond in some manner. And I don't believe what we are seeing today is the end of it, to be honest.
And do you reckon that the IMF meeting, which is in a couple of days from now, I think it's $1 billion package of the overall $7 billion package, that will have any pressure to bear on how the Pakistanis choose to respond or not respond?
Well, I still believe even they'll probably respond after the meeting, if they do at all. But they wouldn't want to sort of clear the optics for that meeting. But for domestic face, the Pakistani army would have to respond. Remember, this is not a strike on some far-off frontier province. This is a strike in Punjab, Pakistani Punjab. And do remember, the Pakistani army only took the 65 war and India's response seriously when the Indian army went into Pakistani Punjab.
Correct.
So Punjab is their jugular vein, Punjab is their heartland. They will take this more seriously than frankly they took 2019 or 2016.
All right, Ashok Malik, thank you so much for joining us and putting your thoughts into perspective for our viewers. I also want to go across to another piece of breaking news. I think Amit Shah is just leaving his residence. We're not sure where he's headed to. He could likely be headed to 7LKM, the Prime Minister's residence. He's also put out a tweet saying that the government has expressed its resolve that a befitting reply would be given to the perpetrators of Pahalgam, and that has now been achieved. Bharat firmly committed to eradicating terrorism. Operation Sindoor is a manifestation of that resolve. Let me go across to Payal Mehta, who has more details on this. Just walk us through what else the Home Minister has said in his tweet.
Well, of course, the Home Minister, as much as every citizen of the country, will be breathing a huge sigh of relief. Dhaka, multiple questions were asked, what will India do? When will India take revenge? In fact, just a couple of days ago, when he was speaking at a function in the national capital, the first time since the attack, he came out and said, don't worry, India will seek its revenge as well. So obviously, it's a big occasion, for everybody. Everybody's rejoicing at this right now, with the fact that Indian armed forces have been taking revenge, and the Home Minister putting out a tweet over there, acknowledging the contribution of the armed forces and of course the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And since you mentioned that he's left from his house, in all probability he'll be heading to the location where I'm standing at. He'll be coming to the 7 local and mark residence of the Prime Minister, given the fact that the cabinet is at 10 or something is what we're given to understand. But before that, CCS will take place, and CCS is where Amit Shah is also a member. So technically speaking, the Prime Minister will officially be briefed by various personnel in the CCS about what the activities really are. Multiple people have been briefing. Ajit Doval has been the key person who's been briefing him throughout. We of course do understand Dr. Jaishankar could also be working the phone lines. Ajit Doval himself has spoken to the US as well, and Mr. Jaishankar I'm sure has also spoken to multiple states. So where does this really stand? Where does the operation capability of India really stand over there? How to go about further, because it is nobody's guess that Pakistan will in fact strike back. At least the authorities and the armed forces are very well prepared for that as well.
All right. Payal, thanks for joining us. So lots of meetings happening right now. The Home Minister has just put out a tweet. This is his first reaction after Operation Sindoor. Remember, Home Minister was the first person to go to Pahalgam.
And Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has left his residence. So I think the CCS meeting is going to get underway. Anshul is getting us this ground report.
On your screens right now is of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh leaving from his residence. Remember, this is the first visuals of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who is leaving from his residence at this point in time after India had carried out attacks inside the territory of Pakistan, and now Rajnath Singh has finally left from his residence. What sources are telling us that first he will go towards the South Block and then eventually join the cabinet meeting, which is already scheduled for today. So the first visuals of Rajnath Singh on your screens right now, as Rajnath Singh has just left from his residence and will be going towards the South Block at this point in time. With video journalist Arpit Singh, this is Anshul Singh for CNN News 18.
Well, what we are seeing now, the LOC shelling is targeting civilians. Now, let's try and go across to our guests and understand how does targeting the LOC and keeping it hot, General Saha, help the Pakistani cause? Targeting civilian shelters, some of the artillery has actually landed. It has actually landed right next to the UN field station in Punch also. So this is not going to help the Pakistani cause. We got more news coming through. Attacking terror hubs is a strong message. Top intelligence sources are telling CNN News 18 that high-profile strikes like this will force terrorists to operate in survival and hiding mode and reduce their ability to plan large-scale attacks on Bharatiya soil. This is a serious dent for new recruitments. Pakistan-based camps will no longer be seen as safe. New recruits may hesitate to join, so this could be a long-term deterrent. Bharat strikes have also added pressure on the Pakistanis. Pakistan's ISI will control terror proxies or risk further escalation. So there are the following fallouts could happen. Either they continue to harbor these proxies but further deep into Pakistani territory, but we have shown that we can strike them wherever they are. Up to 100 kilometers beyond the international border, we've been able to strike them. Anywhere, anything more westward, if they move, they come within the radar of the Baloch, they come within the radar of some of the other troublemakers who are troubling them on their western side. Siddhant is joining us with more. Siddhant, so clearly Bharat believes that this Operation Sindoor will act as a long-term deterrent because none of their open camps deep in Pakistani territory also now are safe.
Well, that's right, Anand. In fact, top intelligence sources are telling this to Manoj Gupta that these terror groups rely on Hawala networks, NGOs and front companies to fund operations. In fact, after the 2019 Balakot strike, Jaish-e-Mohammed faced temporary funding shortages due to donor panic. In fact, high-profile strikes like this force militants to operate in survival and hiding mode, and they reduce their ability to plan large-scale attacks. This is a serious dent, Anand, for new recruitments, and they feel Pakistan-based camps are no longer seen as safe. New recruits may hesitate to join these groups, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. In fact, India's strikes pressure Pakistan's ISI to control terror proxies or risk further escalation. In fact, after Balakot, Pakistan temporarily detained Jaish-e-Mohammed leaders to placate global scrutiny. Any attack on camps is nothing but an evidence of destroyed camps. It strengthens India's case at forums like FATF, as India is going to perhaps give efforts to get Pakistan again inducted into the grey list of FATF. So there where also it's going to help India. This is making it harder for Pakistan to shield these groups. In fact, Pakistan's military and ISI faces international heat after strikes. Post-strike, surviving militants may adopt guerrilla tactics which are harder to execute and less impactful than coordinated strike. Perhaps India has given evidence of the 9 places, 9 terror camps which have been targeted, and this is a proof perhaps which India will put forth at the international organizations to expose Pakistan.
Right now, so we've got a calibration ready at various levels to answer why certain actions have been taken. We'll get into the depth of why these 9 targets and where they are actually located and what strategic importance it is for Bharat, from Bharat's interest, to target these 9 locations in Pakistan. But before that, Zaka Jacob with us, Tilak Devashar, and also Major Manik Jolly with us, and Sushant Sareen with us. China's reaction, Zaka, that Shailendra Wangu has just put this out, that China has opposed all forms of terrorism. China finds India's military operation early this morning regrettable. The Foreign Ministry spokesperson is what has now been put out of the PRC, FMPRC. The statement very clearly says, ongoing situation between India and Pakistan. China finds India's military operation early this morning regrettable. We are concerned about the ongoing situation. India and Pakistan are and will always be each other's neighbors. They are both China's neighbors as well. China opposes all forms of terrorism. We urge both sides to act in the larger interest of peace and stability, remain calm, exercise restraint, and refrain from taking actions that may further complicate the situation.
So, look, I think there are 2 parts to that statement. First, I think it is important that China has put out this statement because it is, as Ashok Malik was saying a moment ago, there's probably only 2 countries in the world right now which have some degree of leverage or influence in Islamabad. One is the United States, the other happens to be China. Yes, there will be consternation at the fact that China has used the word regrettable, that India's actions are regrettable. But look, those are mere words. It doesn't really matter. The question that we need to ask ourselves is China now going to sort of bring some pressure to bear, some influence to bear on Islamabad and specifically on General Asim Munir not to retaliate and, more importantly, not to climb the escalation ladder? We have to be very, very calibrated and clear here. India, if it goes into a full frontal war with Pakistan, has much more to lose than Pakistan. The size of our economy is 10 times that of Pakistan. India wanted to convey a calibrated but very definitive signal to Pakistan. It has done so with Operation Sindoor. I think this is what they have achieved today. Simultaneous strikes at 9 places is really uncharted territory as far as India's counterterrorism and insurgency operations are concerned. It has been a joint operation by the Army, Navy and the Air Force. These loitering munitions have been used, but at the same time, India has been very, very clear not to come across as escalatory. The statement said these are non-escalatory in nature, the LOC has not been crossed, and most importantly, no military targets have been hit. This was not mentioned after Balakot, this was not mentioned after Uri. So there's a reason why those sentences have been put in there. I think the signal to General Headquarters Rawalpindi is do not escalate, do not climb the escalation ladder. And Tilak Devashar is here as well. A, what do you make of the China statement? And B, is this all now going to sort of play on Asim Munir's calculus as to what next step he can possibly take, whether he has the elbow room and the option to climb the escalation ladder?
See, before coming to that, I wanted to complete the point I was trying to make earlier that I got interrupted. What targets does Pakistan have? Pakistan will react, but what targets does it have? If it hits civilians or if it hits military targets, it's going up escalation majorly. Last time in Balakot, if you remember, it reacted by dropping munitions in a forest. It didn't hit anything. Terrorist strikes in India will only prove that Pakistan is a terror sponsoring state. It will not satisfy the Pakistani public. So it will be a quandary for Pakistan. What exactly will they target? Right? Now, Asim Munir's position is going to become very delicate because it was his watch, it was his call to carry out the Pahalgam attacks. And now that India has hit back in this majorly way, first a non-kinetic action of holding the Indus Water Treaty, and now these 9 strikes, he is now on a very weak wicket and on the back foot. What does he do to retrieve his position? Forget Pakistan's position. What does he do to retrieve his position? So these are interesting dynamics that are going to play out in the next 24 to 36 hours. Coming to China's position, if you compare this with what Turkey had said, I think China's position, China's statement has been far more refined. Turkey came out so comprehensively in favor of Pakistan. I think Pakistan is going to be a bit disappointed, except for the use of word regrettable. Pakistan is going to be disappointed with China, I say. They were looking for far greater support, and China coming out far more openly for Pakistan than what it has actually done.
Yes, fair. You make a fair point there, because somewhere when you read after the first line is a little targeted towards India when it uses the word regrettable, like you said, Tilakji. But after that, it is actually telling Pakistan to back off. It is somewhere telling Pakistan, don't climb up the escalator ladder, don't respond right now, don't do this, we don't need any more anything else that needs to happen. So somewhere there is an acceptance that this response was happened. What has happened is regrettable, but it's happened. It is going to happen. Accept it and then stay put. Now we got more news coming through, exclusive input from government sources. Amitabh Sinha is on the phone with us on what's happened early this morning. Even ahead of the attack on the terrorist camps in Pakistan, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh met the three chiefs. NSA Ajit Doval had also visited the Raksha Mantri at his home to meet him. The meeting lasted for about an hour. Amitabh Sinha with us. Amitabh, पर तो क्या ये मीटिंग जो हुई थी ये प्रधानमंत्री और NSA की मीटिंग के बाद हुई थी कल देर शाम?
नहीं, उसके पहले ये पूरा उसका रनअप है आनंद, उसके बारे में बता दूं। लगातार सेना प्रमुख हर दिन रक्षा मंत्री को ब्रीफ कर रहे थे और रक्षा मंत्री प्रधानमंत्री से बात कर रहे थे। प्रधानमंत्री ने खुद तमाम रक्षा प्रमुखों से बात की थी और मुलाकात भी की थी, आपको याद होगा, डिफेंस सेक्रेटरी से भी। लेकिन कल रात के घटनाक्रम में जो सबसे पहला हुआ, ये अजीत डोवाल का रक्षा मंत्री से मिलना, रणनीति पे चर्चा, सेना कितनी तैयार है, तीनों अंग कितने तैयार हैं। सबसे खास बात जो आनंद ये इस बैठक की, कल रात में जब ऑपरेशन पूरा हो गया, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, उसके बाद राजनाथ सिंह रक्षा मंत्री ने तीनों सेनाध्यक्षों से फोन पर लंबी बात की कि अगर पाकिस्तान जो कभी मानता नहीं है और कभी सुधरने की कोशिश भी नहीं करता है, अगर वो कुछ पलटकर कुछ कार्रवाई करने की कोशिश करता है तो भारत की सेना कितनी तैयार है सीमाओं पर और वायु सेना कितनी तैयार है, इसके ऊपर पूरी तरह से उन्होंने रणनीति पर चर्चा की है। और वो अभी घर से निकले हैं, 11 बजे कैबिनेट है, मुझे लगता है सीसीएस भी होगी जिसमें ब्रीफ किया जाएगा। तो मुझे लगता है ये राजनाथ सिंह लगातार हर रणनीति में शामिल थे, ये बात यही दर्शा रही है।
जी धन्यवाद। तो यानी रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह was also kept abreast. He was involved soon after the operation. He spoken with the three service chiefs for nearly an hour to look at what will be our response or our defense mechanism, our posture and readiness if there is a reprisal or counter that comes in from the Pakistanis. So everybody has been involved. The intelligence has been right in the thick of it with the NSA Ajit Doval spearheading all of this. Sushant Sareen, clearly whole of government far more calibrated. JP Nadda, the BJP president, has also now tweeted. He's saying this is Bharat's message on Pahalgam. If you tease us, we won't let you go. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said those who attack the soul of India will be given severe punishment. India is both capable and determined to uproot terrorism from its roots. We will eradicate the scourge of terrorism. # Operation Sindoor. So everybody has spoken. Everybody has reacted. The Prime Minister perhaps still waiting. There is no comment on his Twitter handle. There is no word from him. Will there be a video message from the PM soon after the press briefing? We'll have to wait and watch. But Sushant Sareen, calibrated whole of government approach, largely driven by the NSA at the helm. He seems to have been spearheading while collaborating and keeping everybody in the loop. A select group of people.
I mean, all of that is okay, but from what your reporter just told us, I am wondering that if after having launched the attack on Pakistan, the Raksha Mantri is calling the defense chiefs to find out what we will do if Pakistan retaliates, then I have some serious questions about defense planning in this country. I mean, this was a pretty no-brainer that something is going to come from their side. So I think there's a gap in what your reporter is reporting. It can't be like that. Because I think the armed forces would have been primed up and would already be primed up about this fact that there will be something coming from the Pakistani side. See, and the rest of it is a lot of rhetoric, right? I think that rhetoric part is for now needs to be laid to rest, because now we've entered another zone altogether. We are out of that rhetoric zone of what happens that when each side is threatening the other side to janta nahi hai main kaun hu. I think we've transcended that and we've entered into a completely different zone where action reaction cycle is now going to be underway. And I think that is what we need to focus on. What do the Pakistanis target? Do they target places in Kashmir? Or do they target cities in rest of India? What are the cities they target in? What are the targets they pick? And if those are gravely provocative, then what is our response going to be? Is it going to be proportionate? Is it going to be more than proportionate? Is it going to be seriously punitive? So I think we are now in that zone, and that is what we should be talking about. Baki, all these statements will continue to be made. There'll be those typical third-rate fellows who will make, carping sounds and raise all kinds of issues and doubts. And there will be those guys who will keep doing chest thumping. And I would imagine that the better thing to do would be to move away from that rhetoric and focus on the substantive part.
Right. Pallavi Ghosh is also with us. Pallavi, what are we expecting? The press briefing has been delayed till 10:30.
Well, yes, that's right. It's now been postponed by half hour, but you can see the arrangements are completely in place. And there's going to be a PPT presentation also right over here. So what we are being told is it is just going to stick facts. There is not going to be any interactive session. That's certainly not been planned as of now. Representatives from the Air Force, the Armed Forces, as well as the MEA, all of them are going to be there over here, and all the details of Operation Sindoor will be given out. But of course, the security concerns will always be factored in. Apart from that, the PPT presentation which is going to be put up is going to give up the details of the operations, the impact of the operations. But the cardinal rule which is being followed over here is to ensure that it's a complete fact check. There are going to be a lot of lies which are now being peddled by the Pakistani government and Pakistan influencers. All of that is being fact checked. What repeatedly we are being told by the government is that we can understand the frustration of the Pakistanis and the Pakistani government, but we really need to stick to facts, and the facts are something which are going to be given out in a short while from now. And very quickly, preparations for this big operations have going on. We've been seeing how there has been a gherawing of Pakistan diplomatically, economically, the government making it very clear that they have the wherewithal, they have the finances, there's nothing to worry about. So it's been seen as a win-win situation. Yesterday, for example, the FTA, which was signed with UK, was a larger messaging to the world that India's stature globally is also something which is being recognized. And I think the kind of words which are coming in from the global leaders and the players, and of course back home over here, minor one or two, all of this endorses the fact that it was not a one which was unprovoked. It was something which was waiting to happen. It was a cry for justice. But more than that, if you look at the brief statement which was issued immediately after Operation Sindoor, it very categorically mentioned that we followed the rules. It was not unprovoked. It was not off the cuff. It was also something which followed the rules, and we have conducted it in a very coordinated, systematic manner.
Right. So Umar Abdullah, the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, is having a cabinet meeting. So there could be an emergency conversation there. Those are the pictures that are just coming in from Srinagar, where the Jammu and Kashmir cabinet is having a conversation. There are people who have joined via also joined online. So this is the Chief Minister having a conversation. Earlier, the LG had a conversation with the entire group of DCs in the districts along the LOC, the regions along the LOC, to move civilians to safety, to evacuate certain residences right on the line of control, because there's some heavy pounding that's happening, artillery firing that's coming in from the Pakistanis, some of those shells landing right next to the UN field station. Now, how and why is this going to help? Manik Jolly, quick word. This kind of firing along the LOC to try and keep it hot, how does it help the Pakistanis, or how does it help any cause, even in terms of retaliation or retribution?
So, it exactly used the right word, retribution and retaliation. This is what they are trying to prove, that you come inside, you strike inside, we will get back to you. And they know that if they start taking on the military, the retaliation from our side will be much stronger. So they go ahead and bombard the villages, the civilians, just to create the chaos. This has been a tactics earlier to, support the infiltration also. it could be a quite possibility that one of the plans that they are making, once you start the artillery, the infiltration starts. They want to maybe a quick reaction from their side would be, let's do a terrorist attack.
Right.
Let's send in more terrorists. So this could be a mix of everything and anything.
Right. Let's just, with Sushant Sareen and Manik Jolly, let's try and look at some of the 9 targets. The 9 targets, and let's try and break this down for our viewers if we can. And Manik Jolly, help me out here as we will, you turn around and we just talk about this. So, which are the targets? Let's try and understand, viewers, which are the targets, and understand the layout, the geographical layout of each of these targets, and why it is a critical installation that's been now brought down. So let's start with the biggest one, that is the Jaish's target in Bahawalpur. Can we go full frame to this? Can we zoom in on this, please? Yeah. So there you go. So this is the Markaz, Subhanallah. So I'm going to, one second. There you go. Let's get this right. Okay. So this is Markaz, Subhanallah. This is the first one. This is Bahawalpur in Punjab. Now, this is the Jaish's headquarter. This entire acreage, this entire region, this has now spread. The Jaish has actually grown bigger and bigger, from about 2 acres to about 14 to 15 acres of occupancy, this one that they have here. Let's try and see the lay of this place. They have now got behind this swimming pool, they have got a gym, they've got a training center. This is what has been targeted. The Jaish's hub, which can host at least 600 people. Yeah. How critical, important, and what kind of messaging is it that this structure now, this entire place now stands destroyed?
Let's say this is the corporate headquarters of terrorism. Once you take that out, the biggest message that goes is, we are not just hunting you in jungles, we can get you anywhere. That's the biggest message that goes. So yes, you can build a building again, but it's the messaging that counts, that you are nowhere safe. We will get you wherever you are.
So this is the Jaish HQ. So this one, now this has been completely destroyed. So this is destroyed. So this is one, and this is deep in Punjab. So about 90 kilometers from the Indian border. So 90 kilometers from IB. So this is one of the biggest ones that's been destroyed.
So it is critical to understand that when we are talking of this airstrike, maybe we didn't have to actually go beyond the IB. The missiles that Rafale has, especially the Scalp, right, it has fantastic range for this, low flying. It has a very small cross section. It is beyond, it can jump through it's one of those which has inertial navigation.
Correct.
Even if the jammers, they jam their GPS navigation, it can do it on its own, jump through the systems of air defense. And in the terminal phase is when you are about to hit. It picks on the target. It has a special capability, like when it is sent, a picture is given to the missile. This is how it looks. Like this we are seeing here.
Right.
And then it goes directly to it, you can't waver.
You can't waver. So that means the picture is identified, and that's why when they use a term loitering munition, there is a dynamic to it and there is an importance to it. Let's look at the next target that was now, look at. So this is Markaz-e-Taiba. So if we look at Markaz-e-Taiba is the headquarters of the Lashkar. So Markaz-Taiba is once again somewhere in the city in Muridke. This is the one that's been targeted. The significance of targeting the LET headquarters. This is not as big as the Jaish, but this is the second terror hydra.
But we have a lot of hisab kitab with LET. Right? So it is great that we took them out.
What is the, so this is the LET headquarters. This is Markaz-Taiba. This is LET headquarters. This is also in Pak, Punjab. So, and Muridke is just about 30 kilometers from Lahore?
More or less,
so, so if we have targeted this place which is 30 kilometers from Lahore, that means we can strike at will.
Not only that, we are striking in Punjab.
Deep into Pak.
In Punjab. That is their nerve center, right? They get very touchy if you are touching Punjab. In previous wars we've seen, a speaker was mentioning that earlier also, that if you can get into, now we are not limited to artillery shelling or a normal strike on a post on LC. We are going to deep into territory. This is, let's say, hometown of the royalty of their army.
Right.
So they take it very seriously. And the reason all these terrorist centers are in Punjab is because this is terrorism royalty and ISI royalty living hand in hand.
And yeah, so the ISI military installations also not so far away from this place. So let's look at the next target that has been brought down. This is the Sejar Tehra Kala. Now, Sarjal, we are given to understand, is a Jaish hub. It looks like a small medical center, but this is a huge training camp. They say at least 600 to 700 people are being trained at a given point in time. 600 cadre here. Now, so this is again a big training center, and the location of this place, Sarjal, not very far from the this one. Not very far from the LOC. This area, Sarjal, Terakala.
A great thing that gets resolved for everybody in this country asking questions about intelligence and this and that. It is not that we have found all these guys in 5 days or 2 weeks.
Correct.
We have been collating data, we have been gathering information, and it is their technique to hide, it is their tactics to hide in civilian areas because they thought they are safe. No air raid is ever going to come. So we use smartest of the ammunition.
Now, interestingly, it is called a health center or a government hospital. It is supposed to be. Okay, and government hospital on paper, but it is actually a terror camp. So, isse zyada what this is a very Hamas style thing that they are doing.
Exactly.
Very, very Hamas style, no? Their operations.
Yeah. And although since the Gaza and everything is a very small patch of land compared to what Pakistan is, let's say, but the tactics remain the same. Let's hide within the population. It makes transport very easy, coming and going out. It makes surveillance very complicated. It gives you a sense of security. Nobody is going to attack us. We are surrounded by civilians. All that. But what India did is like, fine, in this entire maze, you are sitting here. We'll send you the best of the ammunition that will hit you in that small house, and we'll take you down there only.
Take you down their road. So now let's move to the next one. Now this is again very, very critical. The next one is Mahmoona Joya. Now Mahmoona Joya brings in another jihadi tanzim. Now Mahmoona Joya, this region, Mahmoona Joya is actually HM. That is Hizbul. So this is the Hizbul camp. So, and this is Salahuddin.
So you see, this is a little different from that built-up area.
Again 200 to 300 cadre is what we are saying.
The difference between two would be, at one place the indoctrination happens, training happens. You are training their minds, you are making them radical. These are the places where physical trainings would be happening. They are making them run, fire, train on explosives, all that. That is the difference between these two camps. The previous ones, which we saw in the civil, surrounded by civilians, and this one. So this is definitely a training camp where the physical training happens. There the indoctrination and management happens.
And आप देखें इसके आसपास it is quite open. It is in an area which is ghati area, in the sense valley area, lot of khet, khalian and all of that, right in the middle of that. So there could be terrain training that is happening, how to survive, lay of the land, physical training that physical.
You see the access routes going there. You see one major road. So these are very perfectly selected places. Once the crops come up, nobody can charge you from the crop. So there's only one access in, one access out. So they do take care of all these things. You find these road charts very interesting when you look at all these things.
Let's just pause here. So we've looked at 3 terror hideouts right now. 4 camps we've seen. 2 belonging to the Jaish, 1 belonging to the headquarters of the Lashkar, 1 of the Hizbul Mujahideen. We will move to the Markaz Ahle Hadith. But before that, we've just got news coming through. The Chief of Defence Staff, General Alit Chauhan, has now briefed. We are given to understand the Raksha Mantri. So we'll try and understand the news. Payal is joining us with a detail. Brief Defence Minister Rajnath Singh at South Block. So let's try and go across to Payal. We'll go back to the remaining terror camps and the bases in a bit. Yes, Payal.
Multiple briefings are taking place. Anand, just a short while ago, we reported how Ajit Doval, the NSA, was constantly briefing Prime Minister Narendra Modi of the developments, and of course Rajnath Singh, who left from his residence a short while ago, has been briefed by the Army Chief and the Chief of Defence Staff, is what we are given to understand. And shortly, all of them will come to the local and mark residence of the Prime Minister, given the fact that the Prime Minister has called for a cabinet meeting. Before that, the CCS will also take place. It will be interesting to see if the service chiefs also join the meeting of the CCS, because they are of course special invitees on special occasions as well. So that's the information that is coming in. So multiple rounds of meeting taking place, multiple briefings taking place, because obviously technically a proper briefing of the Prime Minister will have to take place at some stage or the other, and of course those visuals are awaited as the Prime Minister's office gives it out to us. But you know, it's 10 minutes past 10, and you have another 40 minutes to go before all these meetings begin at the residence of the Prime Minister, where I am really at.
Right. Is it confirmed that Vikram Misri ji will also be there in the briefing?
Well, my sources in the Ministry of External Affairs and credible sources have indicated that not just Vikram Misri but other senior officials, you know, of course to do with Pakistan-Afghanistan region will also be there in the briefing. Vikram Misri will in fact be holding the briefing is what my sources have confirmed, Anand. That's the development that is coming in. So India in fact making their own military officers do the briefing. Along with that, India understands that there is a lot of implications. India's geopolitical position is also entirely different right now when the world looks towards India to see what India is going to do, how India is going to strike back at Pakistan. Right. And the responses are there for everybody to really see, and support has continued to pour in as far as India's wish to avenge the revenge is concerned. So a briefing by Vikram Misri will be extremely critical to tell us what the geopolitical scenario post the attacks really looks like.
So you are at 7 LKM right outside the Prime Minister's residence come office where the CCS is likely to happen. Let's go across to Arunima, who is joining us from the National Media Center where we are expecting the briefing. Arunima, they should be getting ready in about 16 minutes. The briefing should get underway. How many chairs are there, and have they put out the nameplates? Who is sitting where and who are all going to be there?
The nameplates are still not up, they are still face down, but the ME officials who are present there have given us enough indication that the Foreign Secretary is going to be present at the briefing. There will be a representation from the Indian Air Force. You could see a woman officer also briefing. Of course, the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force have collaborated to carry out this precise action against Pakistan-based terror camps. So both of them will be there to brief, and I can tell you that, you know, officials from the Union Home Ministry, from the Ministry of Defence and from the Ministry of External Affairs, all three wings of our security in North Block and South Block are represented in that conference hall, and there is a full-fledged spread out of the international media as well. It is not clear yet whether questions will be allowed. Indications initially was that it will just be a readout, a statement and a PowerPoint presentation. However, we'll have to see if a couple of questions are taken. That I think is the reason why the press conference was also delayed by about half an hour, because final calls are still being taken as to whether this should just be a statement.
Well, thank you for your input, Arunima. We'll come back to you in just a bit. Let's quickly, even as we are counting down 15 minutes to go for the briefing to get underway, let's try and understand some of the other targets that have been taken out. So far, we've covered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 targets that were taken out. 2 of them hubs of LET, 2 of the Jaish, 1 of the Hizbul Mujahideen. This is Markaz-e-Hadith. Now, this is again another region as we are coming up further. We are coming up from down south in Punjab towards the LOC, and we are coming into these regions where the Markaz-e-Hadith, again, LET hub. So it's an LET hub. Can you talk, and if you look at the lay, this is again seems to be another 300 to 500 terror cadre who are usually in this area, this place. What's the significance of this? This is again an LET camp.
So this Anand, this is again typically a training camp, which would be, let's say, managed by a couple of senior leaders.
Right.
This is the proximity to LOC suggests that this becomes a pre-stage to the launching pads. Launching pads are that extreme, like where you just stay for a couple of days and move for infiltration. So this would be their place where people will be getting their weapons, ammunition, getting final training, briefings, all that. So all these different centers which have been taking out, let's say India is targeting the chain of command in terms of operations of terrorists.
Right.
It is not just about corporate headquarters, it's about their training camps, it's about their launching pads, it's about infrastructure also. So these are like training camps.
Again training camps coming too. We'll also look at one of the other. Now let's move to this place. This is Kotli. So there were 2 targets in Kotli. Kotli had 2 targets. One was Markaz Abbas in Kotli. The other one, now Kotli is further. Now we are getting into the POK region, isn't it? Closer into the POK region. And from here the LOC is not so far away, not more than 5.
You already reached the terrain which is telling you this is the infiltration place.
Yeah. You see, you have a look at the terrain itself. This is one of the ghatis, hills. So पीछे वहाँ पे hill होगा, and on the other side is Bharat, right? So this is the occupied territory of the Pakistanis. This is Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir. This is Kotli. This village is actually seen from the last village on the LOC on the Bharat side.
So this would be one of those closer ones where they would move ahead into India for infiltration. So all these are successive places where different kind of activities happen.
Right. I'm just going to stay on Kotli and quickly look at the other part. This is Markaz Rahil Shari. Now Rahil Shahid, interestingly, is not so far away, and this is again a Jaish training camp.
This is a pure launchpad kind of a situation.
This is a launch pad. So if you look at the terrain itself, so it showcases that this area looks like a launch pad by default. This Rahil Shahid.
So you see that track going down into the Nala. That track going. So so you can't climb cliffs. You have to follow paths. So these places become a default launching pads or launching stations. So it's very good that we are taking them out also, because large cadres stay here. They get trained here. They understand terrain. They look at our deployment. It's good that we are destroying them also.
Right. Now the last one is Muzaffarabad. We'll go across to the Muzaffarabad bit very quickly. But first, news coming through. We'll take you through the last. The Muzaffarabad is very interesting. Right opposite the Red Fort, within 3 kilometers of each other, one Jaish camp and one Lashkar camp. Both we'll show which have been targeted. Muzaffarabad is the capital of Pak-occupied Jammu Kashmir. Let's try and look at news coming through. Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to DG BSF, the LG of Jammu and Kashmir, Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, and has given instructions to take people to safe places in the border areas. The Home Minister has also instructed them to keep strong vigil on the border areas. Arunima now joining us with more details. Arunima, clearly the LG has already had a chat with the DCs. The Chief Minister has had a cabinet meeting and they are prepared for all emergencies. Srinagar Airport, Jammu Airport have been shut, but the Home Minister also on top of things with respect to safety of people, and also to try and prevent any incident that could have been planned by Pakistan or its proxies on our soil.
See, especially in the Rajouri-Poonch sector, the ceasefire violation that is happening, the constant shelling that is happening from Pakistan side is leading to loss of life. The civilian casualties there are mounting, and this has to be avoided, and therefore instructions have been given out by the Home Minister that all houses or all villages which are in line of fire should be evacuated, and the civilian population must be moved to the nearest bunkers. There are community bunkers there. Already there was a mock drill that was planned for today. So the civil defense volunteers and the civilians there are also almost ready. The livestock of these villagers are also to be moved out. That's an instruction that has been given by the Home Minister. He is in constant touch with Director General of the Border Security Force, Daljit Chaudhary, because not only is the Rajouri-Poonch sector hot, but eyes are also to be kept on Jammu, Punjab, Gujarat and Rajasthan. Since morning we have been checking and there's been nothing untoward along the international border. Jammu all the way up to Rajasthan, so far nothing untoward has been reported, but Home Minister is in direct communication with DG BSF, taking constant update to see whether this area is also peaceful or not. Home Secretary meanwhile has just arrived at North Block, and he's been also instructed to regularly monitor the situation as it's unfold. Tonight will be critical as far as the civilian population along the line of control are concerned.
Right, and shortly more news coming through. Thanks, Arunima. Shortly, MEA and Forces joint briefing is going to happen. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh will be addressing the media. This is very, very big that you will have 2 women officers who will be addressing the briefing and addressing the media, conducting the briefing on Operation Sindoor. And we have the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. So a whole of government approach, not just the military or the armed forces aspect, the female officers or women officers, women personnel there to conduct the briefing. We also have the diplomatic might there of Bharat with the Foreign Secretary sitting there and also presiding over this briefing. Vikram Misri to be there. We'll go across to Akash. Akash joining us with more details. Yes, Akash.
So Anand, we have seen the code name of this.
Thank you.
I think there was just some basic instruction asking everybody to settle down at the NMC, the National Media Center. We cut to it. These are pictures coming in via the news feed. But yes, Akash, go ahead, please. Akash, so perhaps 2 female officers, women officers who are now going to be doing the briefing.
Also, Anand, very important update is that we are learning that this time around forces are going to provide and in fact present important evidence of the sort of destruction that has happened on the other side, the sort of target in fact that they had engaged with, and in fact the sort of destruction, because last time around in fact we have seen in the operations that how several parties from within the country were asking for the evidences, but now I'm learning and Ministry of Defence sources are telling me that this time around not only they will be briefing about the operation that was conducted midnight, but also will be presenting several sort of evidences of the kind of destruction that these attacks have carried out in Pakistan.
Well, thank you. And I'm just going to check. This is more big news. This is really big news that's coming through. Big statement from the Pakistan Defence Minister, where the Pakistan Defence Minister has apparently made a major claim. He has come out and said, and we'll try and get confirmation on that the Pak army and Pak military will refrain from any further ops if Bharat decides to halt its operations. So we will let it lie here. We will not escalate further. A big statement coming in that the Pak military will refrain from further ops if Bharat halts its operations. Akash now joins us with more. Akash, so Khwaja Asif, from going around to saying that either we exist or nobody exists just less than 24 hours ago, is now saying that the Pak military will refrain if Bharat halts operations. That means clearly international pressure is working.
Yes, definitely. It seems like, there is some sort of pressure that is making the defense minister say this. But then, Anand, we know about, the intentions of Pakistan. We have seen in the past that how, back in 1999, in fact, in 2000, in fact, they dished the sort of promises that they made. And in fact, this time around, while this is sending a larger message that they want India to, halt the operations so that, condition cannot get escalate further. But this time around, if at all we can trust them, this is the big question, Anand.
Well, we got Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma also joining us at this point. Major Manik Jolly with us. Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma, Jai Hind, good morning. Big move by Bharat, 9 targets. We've seen 7 of them, the last 2 in Muzaffarabad, where a Jaish and a Lashkar training areas not so far away from the Red Fort area of Muzaffarabad have also been now neutralized, totally destroyed. The Bahawalpur Jaish headquarters totally reduced to rubble. And now Pakistan is turning around and saying that we will not take any further action if India promises to halt all military operations. So is this a smoke screen? Can we take the Pakistanis to their word? Or is this the result of huge international pressure on Pakistan to de-escalate?
Well, thank you for inviting me. Firstly, it's a day for all of us to be proud of. The operation was tri-services. It was well coordinated and it was technological in nature, where, in addition to missiles and aircrafts and the artillery guns, there were also loitering ammunition and drones used. So, it is something to be proud of, and, we should look forward to better synergy being created here. Now, having said that, what would the Pakistanis do hereafter? You see, what happens to the 1,000-year war, which they've been talking of from 1965 when Bhutto spoke in United Nations, or the war by 1,000 cuts. Despite everything, despite all good gestures that we have made in so many years, the Prime Minister Vajpayee's visit and Prime Minister Modi's visit and, Agra and you name it, they have always turned back at the last moment and, hit us where, in regular time. So to say that you believe in, it is important for us to be prepared. If they back out, well, it is not expected of them, because Pakistan military is, or especially the army, is the custodian of national security, and it's a national security state. They have to prove their worth to their people, and the people themselves are nationalized and big forward because of what's happening here. I think there would be pressure on Pakistan army to respond in some manner or the other. Hence, at this juncture, I would not take what Khwaja Asif has said
I would take it what he says with a pinch of salt, I mean, more than that, and be prepared for a response maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow night, and work to that end.
But the briefing is about to start in about 5-10 minutes now. 10:35 a.m. is what we are given to understand. But this is a big statement coming in from the Pak Defense Minister. Is this the conversation with the American NSA or Marco Rubio's impact? Is it because they have not got huge endorsement from the Chinese? Is it the Pakistanis saying that only Turkey is the only one that has come out and given them some support, but there is no military support for them? How should Bharat look at the defense minister's statement? Should we take it at face value, or should we be at the ready to say, ek harkat karoge? Because if they don't want to take military action, why is the LOC so hot, sir?
So the LOC is hot. The IB is not hot. Unlike what happened in North Prakram, we have not mobilized. So our formations located in hinterland, in Hyderabad or in Sagar or Madhya Pradesh, they have not moved up. There is a clear indication. This is not what happened in brass tacks. This is not what happened in Parakram. We have not mobilized our forces which are tailored for offensives across into Pakistan. A clear message has been given out that we do not want escalation of a full-fledged war. So, taking that message forward, and it is conveyed across to the global people saying that Indian armed forces are not mobilized for war. The leaves have not been cancelled. Forces are continuing. So there is the overall ambit of situation. It is clear that we have not escalated to a war, and we have already hit only what we wanted to hit, which are terrorist targets. Now, if the Pakistanis have to respond, there are no terrorist targets in India. They have to hit actually some kind of either the civilian establishments, or hit an airport, or hit a cantonment, or hit a infrastructure.
Right.
Now, once you hit an infrastructure thing, it will escalate beyond control, because they will be, Pakistan is so vulnerable to infrastructure being hit by us. And if they're trying to hit military installations, then obviously there will be a response to military installation. No, there is no quid pro quo target available to Pakistanis to hit in India in a manner which we have targeted.
No,
however,
but they don't have anything which allows them to go off ramp. They don't have anything to go back and tell their people, or are they going to just go back on their bluster that हमने ये brigade headquarter गिरा दिया, हमने ये 2 विमान गिरा दिए, हमने ये कर दिया, 15 लोकेशन पे मिसाइल भेज दी. All these claims, false flag claims that they are making, will they then use that? Because the defense minister coming out and saying that we are willing to refrain if Bharat halts operations. Bharat has very clearly said that we targeted, this is what, this far and no further as far as we are concerned. This is not escalatory in nature. This is the lowest denomination of hitting that we are doing, and that to only terror camps. We have not targeted any civilian establishment. We have not targeted any military installation.
So good, if we believe in what they are saying, Pakistan Army survives on anti-Indianism and on Jammu and Kashmir over the last 8 decades. Now to say that they would backtrack, there is a possibility, because we've been hearing about the problems within Pakistan Army against its chief. Maybe there is some truth into that matter, that he doesn't have the following that he claims to have it, and so there can be manifold reasons. And I would add on to what you said. Mark Rubio's called, or what President Trump made a statement in the morning saying it's a shame. All these things you add together, maybe the caution has been applied on Pakistan, because they know it will be, it will be responded back. Any escalation then now hereafter, they would be responsible. Having said that, they are already bragging about having downed 5 aircraft, or all those issues that they are raising. Let's have a clarification on what has been the total effect of what has been carried out yesterday night, and then discuss. I would still feel, that we need to be cautious of what Pakistanis will respond. They responded last year to even Iran, which is their thinking country. They responded by using loitering ammunition and missiles against Iran in a day after Iran had hit them. So, to say that you take them at a face value, no, sir, I would avoid taking them on face value.
Jay, I think he's spoken, and he said this to foreign media. We're given to understand he said it to Bloomberg. I'm just going to try and play out the audio on my phone and see if we can catch it.
As far as the attacks of Indian Air Force are concerned, on 7 different locations, 2 in independent Kashmir, 1 in Muzaffarabad, other Koti, and 5 other locations in Pakistan.
The question right now that's hanging here is how far is Pakistan willing to go here?
It all depends upon that. This has been initiated by India. If India is ready to back down, they have taken the initiative. We have just responded. We have been saying all along in last fortnight that we will never initiate anything hostile towards India. But if we are attacked, we will respond. If India backs down, we will definitely wrap up these things, But as long we are under attack, under fire, we have to respond. We have to defend ourselves.
So that's what he has said, that if India... So Akash with us, Payal is with us, Arunima is with us. Quickly, just going across to our reporters, Major Manik Jolly, quickly, how would you want to respond to what Khwaja Asif has said? If India backs down, we will wrap up. What is it for them to wrap up? And Bharat has already done what it needs to do. We are not going to do anything else unless Pakistan does anything now.
I think the 2 points...
That's what the armed forces have said.
Yeah, the 2 points that are very critical actually, and I almost agree 100% to what General Sharma said. Firstly, we are putting action where our words are. If we had moved our strike formations, if we had escalated the deployment on borders, if we had cancelled leave, we had done all those, if we had given all those signals, that means we are ready for war, then our saying this is just a measured, this is just a limited offensive, won't have made any sense. So we are showing them we are cool and pretty, we are sitting here, we are doing our stuff.
Right.
And secondly, we should not trust them.
Going across live to the pictures where we see Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Vikram Misri ready for the briefing.
नमस्कार। इस ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया। 25 भारतीयों और एक नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद यह भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है। पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई। हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया। साथ ही उन्हें यह नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें। यह हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था। चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था, इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसे प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित करना था। पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे। इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसलिए संभवतः यह था कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए। हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और शेष राष्ट्र दोनों में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था। इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया। एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट TRF कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है। यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर-ए-तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। यह उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें TRF के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में TRF की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर-ए-तैयबा और जैश-ए-मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो TRF जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को UN सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में TRF के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर-ए-तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए एक शरण स्थल के रूप में पहचान बना चुका है। यहां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों को जानबूझकर गुमराह करने के लिए भी जाना जाता है। साजिद मीर का मामला, जिसमें इस आतंकवादी को पाकिस्तान ने मृत घोषित कर दिया था और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। यह स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार ने स्वाभाविक रूप से पाकिस्तान के साथ संबंधों को लेकर कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि यह आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। यह कार्रवाई नपीतुली, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारीपूर्ण है। यह आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26th November 2008. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of family members who were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly meaning the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. Harming growth and development in the Union Territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. People of India, that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other areas has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terror in India, which is well documented and built reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums. The Sajid Mir case, in which this response to international pressure brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded, relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You are all aware, April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे.
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट आपको बताना चाहूंगी. सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है. यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था. 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था. सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है. यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था. गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था. लश्कर तौयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था. 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था. बरनाला कैंप भिंबर, यह LOC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है. यहां पर हथियार, हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था. अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है. लश्कर तौयबा का फिदाइन यहां तैयार होता था. इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी. अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी. पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने. मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था. दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था. हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था. यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था. पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था. मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह IB से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है. 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ है सर अभी। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। तीसरा आ गया सर इम्पैक्ट।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहां पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहां आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूं कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends in the media, I ask your indulgence today in view of the fact that this is still an evolving situation. We will therefore not be able to take questions and answers today, but we will come back for more updates and more briefings shortly. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Viewers, that was a momentous press briefing by Vikram Misri, who is India's Foreign Secretary and Wing Commander Vyomika, and Colonel Qureshi. Both of them taking us through in minute detail the terror strikes that we have been bled by but responded to by India in a manner, viewers, that Pakistan will not forget. Remember, the entire press conference was set up with a video presentation of the terror strikes that have taken place on Indian soil going back to Parliament attack, viewers, in 2001. And we are talking about almost 24 years ago. Almost a generation of Indians has come and gone since that attack. That is how we have been bled by Pakistan over the years. And the stage was set using this video documentary, which was not more than 4 minutes, culminating in Operation Sindoor, which was, and we'll bring those pictures back to you, viewers, which was annotated in absolute detail with video evidence, lest anyone gets up and says nothing was hit on Pakistan soil or on POK. The Indian government has made it extremely clear today very, very clear that this was a non-escalatory strike, that this was a strike that was conducted against terror targets in Pakistan as well as in POK, which is Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir, Indian soil, viewers. And that this was done across several of these terror bases in what Vikram Misri described is terror haven Pakistan. I want to bring in Akash, Pallavi and Payal. You heard the press conference. We're going to show you the clips of the strikes. This is, viewers, real-time information that was being conveyed to Prime Minister Modi, the NSA and others who were watching this entire operation from the war room. They were watching in minute detail with minute-to-minute updates that were coming in, perhaps even second-to-second, real-time data that was being fed into the war room in the early hours of the morning. This is historic. Akash, run us through the targets first very quickly, the reason why they were chosen. Of course, the wing commander and the colonel explained, but it would be helpful if you were to put it in perspective. This is very, very important today.
Right, Rahul, 2-3 things before coming to targets, where I want to mention that how this operation was conducted with full professionalism and how these officers have in fact proven that this was indeed a successful operation. It started at around 1:05 a.m. and in fact, was ended at around 1:30. Starting from choosing the targets, calculating the sort of weapon and the sort of intensity that would help, and also executing it. It was a perfect professionalism by the Indian Armed Forces. And as far as these warheads are concerned, so we have been told, in fact the officers mentioned it categorically, that how these warheads were in fact decided on the basis of target, where in case you want to target one building, two building or a group of buildings together, it was ensured that no military establishment or no civilian building is impacted. And in fact we have seen reports where Pakistan has been alleging that civilian population is impacted. The Indian Army and Indian Air Force are categorically saying that they have got views, they had intelligence, and on that basis only these targets were hit. We have seen that how in 2023, Rahul, several attacks have happened in south of Pir Panjal, and Colonel Sophia Qureshi somewhere stressed that how several groups in fact who were very much involved in these attacks were getting training for in these camps which were the target today. In fact, it has been categorically mentioned that it was on the basis of the sort of intelligence that the agencies had, and in fact these targets were deliberated upon before carrying out this sort of operation. As far as these targets are concerned, so distant target in fact is going to 100 kilometers from the international border. Yes. We have been told two distant target, first one of course close to 100 kilometers and second one close to 70 kilometers was in fact decided and chosen on the basis of specific intelligence, and Indian Air Force somewhere got engaged with this particular target.
Akash, just hold your thoughts, because what we're seeing on our screens is the replay of those visuals, and you can see not only have the airplanes been tracked, but also the targets that have been eliminated are very well lit up on your screens, viewers. This is evidence which is absolutely foolproof of not only the Indian military striking the targets. Pallavi was there at the at this particular convention center. Not only have we targeted, Pallavi, these targets with precision, but we've also ensured that there is no collateral damage. This is a momentous moment in India's military history.
Yes, in fact,
Go ahead.
Absolutely, and I think that's a very, very important point we all of us need to highlight, because that's the point which India is consistently raising, and all of those who were speaking, addressing that brief press statement, talked about precision and talked about there was no misadventure from our side, and how it was well documented, how it was well scripted, well organized, and as of now, no casualty, civilian casualty has been reported. But if you look at the kind of PPT presentation that we're putting out, Rahul, of all the targets that Indian side made, it very clearly also showed that they were far away from where the civilian installations were. I think this point is something which India is repeatedly highlighting to the world and to Pakistan, that we are not like Pakistan. We are a responsible country, we are a vibrant democracy, but we had to retaliate because enough was enough. In fact, this press interaction did begin with a sequence of multiple terror attacks which were done by Pakistan, whether it was a parliament attack, 26/11, about our Faujis, our Jawans, our innocent people, and finally those very tragic pictures of the 26 tourists who were targeted at Pahalgam was one of the last slides which were shown. It was then the background was created and the background was given as to why we were actually left with no choice but to go ahead with Operation Sindoor. And Operation Sindoor was not a knee-jerk reaction. There were days of planning, there was plays of before the final execution took place, and the kind of visuals which were put out was very clearly giving us the details of how many kilometers away from the border, how many kilometers away actually, or how the concentration really was on the terror hideouts.
So that's quickly go across
that's one very big point which came across.
Yes, just let me just go across to Payal, because there is, of course, a important cabinet meet that is now taking place at 7 LKM. Pallavi, just give me a few seconds. Let's get the update from Payal on that, and I also want to bring in Arunima. Payal, big meeting now.
Well, absolutely, Rahul. Just before the cabinet meeting begins, where all the ministers come in, NSA Ajit Doval is already inside the Lokalyan Marg residence of the Prime Minister. Our top ministers, Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, Nirmala Sitharaman, Dr. Jaishankar, they are all inside 7 LKM. We are given to understand. And the CCS is taking place. The CCS is expected to be a brief meeting in which the Prime Minister gets a physical briefing of what it is transpired in the last few hours. Of course, he's been getting by second the briefing that has been happening to him. NSA Ajit Doval has been briefing him as well. But it is going to be important because, there's a formal CCS which actually has to meet on a situation like this. The Prime Minister, we're given to understand, is getting briefed by the CCS, and after which the cabinet will really begin. And like I've been reporting from the morning, this is going to be a very, very important cabinet, not just from the point of view of the decision that the government is going to take, but also a big encouragement, for the alliance partners essentially, who have, many of them have worked with Prime Minister Modi in the past, but for many it's the first time, especially the young people, it's the first time around that they rub shoulders with the Prime Minister on an occasion like this, watch him close and personal, in a crisis like this, that he's been able to tide over and actually do what the people of the country really wanted him to do as well. So it'll be important if he says anything to them in the cabinet meeting, or he in fact expresses himself, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Rahul is a man of very, very few words and even more few expressions as well. So all eyes on the 7 Lokalyan Marg residents. We are given to understand that currently the CCS is underway, and in the next 10 to 15 minutes you can have the Union Cabinet begin.
Okay, well, India's made a massive point. Arunima, let me bring you in also. India's made a massive point this morning. Not only at 104, when it began striking targets across POJK and, of course, Pakistan proper, but also now in this press conference. Break it down for our viewers who are just connecting to us. What exactly is the thrust and parry really of the Indian action? What were we trying to convey through this press conference? It's very important that we get the message across to the public.
Rahul, it was a packed press conference room with a lot of international media present as well, and therefore the target audience of the PC was not just the domestic constituency but also the international audience. 2 points that clearly came out of the PC. One, that even the weapons that were used, the missiles that were used, were chosen in a way so that there is no collateral damage. There was no civilian targets that were looked at. There were no military targets that were looked at. And there is enough video evidence, enough photographic evidence to show that the camps that were targeted were Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba and Hizbul Mujahideen camps. For example, the Mahmood Joya camp, there was slide and there was video that was shown that this was a Hizbul camp 18 kilometers from the international border, and this is where the Pathankot attack conspiracy was hashed. Next came the terrorist camp in Markaz Taiba. This is Murid K. This is where Ajmal Kasab and David Coleman Headley were trained. So it's not as if any random theatre was picked up and the strikes carried out. There were reasons to believe that, you know, these were camps where Hizbul, Jaish and Lashkar men were getting trained. The Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur. We have multiple dossiers, multiple intelligence reports to know that this is where Masood Azhar and his terror factory runs. And if you see the videos that were also showed in the press conference, at the time when the target was logged and the strikes undertaken, there is video that shows that this was not a civilian area. This was, well covered, either in a forested area or in an area where there is no hospital nearby, there is no civilian population nearby. So this narrative that Pakistan was trying to push through, that India has killed unarmed civilians, that narrative I think we have exposed after this press conference. What was also said at the end of it is that we have shown restraint, Indian armed forces have shown restraint, but if Pakistan continues with its misadventure, India is ready to respond further.
Yes, this was an act of very reasonable and responsible action by India. This is the message that has gone out, viewers, to the wider international community, as well as, of course, anyone in our country who was waiting for news. So the news is very, very specific. It is that we have, in a non-escalatory manner, avenged a series of terror attacks, all of which were plotted in these various terror camps, terror lairs in terror haven, Pakistan, as well as, of course, in camps in POK. So Pakistan soil and in POK. I want to quickly go across to Ishan Bani. Ishan Bani, there was a conversation this morning between the Union Home Minister and, of course, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. There has also been talk about constant shelling across the LOC. There have been casualties. So the front line there, extremely active. Arunima, you're still on camera. So I'll just come out to you for more of that. But Ishan Mani, break this down for us. What's been happening in Srinagar? Airport shut. We're not getting much news out of there.
Well, yes, absolutely. Airport has been shut since it's also a defense airport, and Indian Air Force generally takes their aircraft from the same airfield. So that's why it has been shut, and the Indian Air Force is operating from that particular airfield. Now, talking about the ceasefire violation, they have been thick and fast, particularly towards Poonch, where maximum number of casualties are being reported. 10 plus lives have been lost so far. This includes children, this includes women and men who have been bombed, and there are these mortar shells which have landed at the houses and areas of Poonch which are heavily people who live in a very closed community and people who live in a densely populated area have been also shelled. So they are the ones who are facing the brunt. In Kupwara even there's a loss of properties, injuries to civilians. They have been shifted to the hospital, and we saw the pictures coming in from Kupwara where vehicles, houses are in flames and people have been taken out. But remember, now the government has decided that from all these vulnerable areas where the shelling has taken place from Pakistan side, that these civilians will be taken out of the harm's way. They'll be shifted, they'll be relocated. The government will provide them accommodation, food and travel expenses. All of them will be provided by the government. While the Chief Minister has spoken to the Union Home Minister, and both of them have discussed the situation prevailing in Jammu and Kashmir. And mind you that Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir has also shown support to the move, and he has just said that this is the right way to respond to Pakistan, and this is how, because they started this, so India had to respond in a calibrated manner, and they have done it, and they have not targeted any civilian infrastructure. Only those terror camps have been targeted, and this has been Umar's now standing on this particular matter. Right. While the politics has been kept aside, but politicians in Jammu and Kashmir are right now backing the union government in their decision to strike these camps in POK.
Well, that's of course goes without saying, viewers. This has been a traumatic time for Jammu and Kashmir, and of course when we got the communication from Vikram Misri, one of the things that was specifically pointed out, Pallavi, thank you Ishan, we'll come back to you in just a little while, but Pallavi, what was actually stressed upon was that this particular provocation from Pakistan was aimed at destabilizing the gains that we have made in Jammu and Kashmir, and also to pit communities against each other. And all of that sort of was trying to be taken back to Kashmir, which is where we have seen communal tumult in the last 3 decades.
Rahul, I think provocation is the word. I mean, just in the last few days, I think behind the scenes planning, and this is what many would tell us, is that we also have to convince the international world that India is not one which is irresponsible as far as military actions go. We are not a banana republic. We are very much a responsible democracy, and there's been ample reason why we have this confidence and this belief that it's time for India to retaliate. So look at the way the press conference or the press meet actually began. It came out with a PPT presentation talking about the Parliament terror attacks, 26/11, and the multiple attacks, and it ended with what happened in Pahalgam also, in which 26 tourists were killed. So basically the narrative which was set up at the beginning of the press statement was that there was enough provocation of India and there was just no way for us but to attack. We cannot remain silent for long. And however, this retaliation was responsible. This retaliation was very much targeted. We have not escalated it. We have not targeted any civilians. We have not targeted anyone who is innocent, unlike what Pakistan has been doing with India. Therefore, that's one big point which I think was highlighted, not just by Mr. Vikram Sikri, but also by the 2 women officers who were addressing it. The second and the last point which I really want to stress upon is that we are ready for any misadventure. In the context of this, the army chief's tweet where he says that picture abhi baki hai. If Pakistan thinks that, everything is over, we are going to go back. No, we are on guard. We are ready. Right. We do anticipate that Pakistan will have a knee-jerk reaction. They would try to retaliate. They are already doing it along the LOC, but we are absolutely prepared, which is why all kind of leaves being cancelled, all kind of preparations are going on, and 24/7, Rahul, we all are ready. I think these are the 2 most important takeaway. Absolutely. And finally, the choice of 2 women officers. I think that's a very, very important narrative which the government really wants to send across in the context of an operation which has been called Operation Sindoor.
Yes, a very important point you made there. And of course, heart goes out to all of those at the LOC today. Arunima, I just want to quickly weave you in, and Payal for just a few seconds. Pallavi will track back with you in just a few moments. But Arunima, the very important emphasis that was made, and you have to sort of talk us through this, emphasis that was made on the proof that has been collected now to firmly indict the Pakistani state and its backing of terror, and of course the terror actors that had carried out the Pahalgam attack. This was very, very crucial, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, because what Pakistan had been accusing India of is that you are unilaterally acting without proper proof, and therefore there should be an internationally monitored investigation, a neutral investigation, almost trying to show that whatever happened in Pahalgam was unfortunate, but it was India's own doing, that they had failed to protect their own civilians. So it was important to counter all of this that Pakistan and Pakistan backers were saying. So here at the press conference, there were specific photographs, specific videos that were put out, and I'm sure in the next few days, and that's what the Foreign Secretary said, that this is an ongoing situation, this is a developing situation, and therefore in the next few days you could see more evidence come out to show that the places that were targeted were terror factories, where terrorists were given initial training, then they were brought back for a refresher course. And Hashim Musa, the main suspect in the Pahalgam attack, he is suspected to have trained as a para-commando in one of these camps. So there's no doubt in the mind of the Indian intelligence agencies, in the mind of the Indian forces, that this was no non-state actor. These were very much state actors who were trained to carry out terror attacks. And even then, India has shown restraint not to carry out attack against a military target in Pakistan.
Okay, Arunima and Pallavi, thank you very much for these updates. Payal, I want to quickly draw you in and then bring in the guests. We have with us a number of guests to break this down for us. But Payal, the Prime Minister, of course, now briefing the cabinet. It's his job now to communicate the successes. And also, of course, there is a packed day ahead, isn't it? There are other meetings that he's going to be part of. And also, of course, the broader communication to other countries' heads of state.
Yes, of course, the Prime Minister is aware of each and every detail, how it really panned out, and Ajit Doval was briefing Prime Minister by the second, we are given to understand. Even till about an hour ago, Prime Minister was getting the entire series of briefings from various people as well, but the briefing in the CCS will be important, because Rajnath Singh, who's been briefed by the CDS, will brief him further, and of course there will be Amit Shah also in that briefing. Having said that, how much of that we'll discuss in the cabinet, we do not really know, because the cabinet also will have its own agenda to really follow. But to brief the heads of state, that's going to be Dr. Jaishankar's job. I'm sure he's pretty much on the job as far as that is concerned. How to rope the world in is going to be very important. So far, every time that Pakistan has been attacked by India for the terror module, Pakistan has been asking for proof. But incidentally, and a lot of people are having fun at Pakistan's cost on the internet, saying that the first proof of India's strikes came from Pakistan itself as well. So Pakistan is in no position, Rahul, whatsoever to deny this. It's only some silly politicians from India who actually try to play that game unless their bosses really pull them up, and they have to actually delete those tweets as well. Having said that, the Prime Minister will have a series of important meetings. Today is what we are given to understand as well, because some announcements have been made by the Indian government. Where has that really reached? How far we are going as far as that is concerned? There is a very important meeting on the Indus Water Treaty being put into abeyance also to follow later today or probably later this week. Given the fact that there have to be more details have to go into it as well. So India is very much on the job as far as that is concerned. Of course, it's a worried Pakistan which will actually go crying before the world. India is aware of that as well, and of course India has already set its ball in motion and already spoken to people that it needed to be spoken to. The latest being the Qatar guys coming into India's support, just late last night. It's a big support as far as India is really concerned. And the US in fact coming out and speaking about India's retaliation, saying that they weren't really surprised. Donald Trump says that it happened on the expected lines. So India has never been a country, and Rahul, I must tell our viewers that every time that the Prime Minister has held meetings with his close quarters, with his ministers who are in fact working on various sanctions against Pakistan, the Prime Minister has always had to say this one line: let's see how much is possible. We don't penalize the public at large. It's not their fault.
Right.
They are not terrorists. Each one of them is not terrorists. Let's actually teach a lesson to those people who have to be taught a lesson.
Very calibrated, extremely rational, extremely disciplined, and very careful to stick with the brief. And that has been the Prime Minister's style. Even after the provocation in Pahalgam, viewers, the carnage there, the Prime Minister did not lose his head. A large number of other people said we should do this, we should do that. In fact, he eschewed rhetoric in his first statement in Bihar. He didn't even name Pakistan. He talked about the perpetrators and those that support the perpetrators and how they will be given an unimaginable riposte. And let's just open this up, because we have a very distinguished panel to analyze the Indian response. I want to first begin with General Rajendra Singh, former DG, Infantry of the Indian Army. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I just want you to analyze what we have seen. Never before has the Indian military come out on a stage such as this and presented proof in real time to not just Indians, but globally. Sushant Sareen also there with us, and of course we have with us other experts like Major Jolly, and of course we have with us Salvatore Babonis, who will give us a 360 on the world view. So, General, please.
Thank you, Rahul. Firstly, I think it is a great day. It is a great day because India has shown that it is not going to tolerate Pakistan continue to sponsor terrorism. And this has been a very measured response. It has been a response which is calculated, non-escalatory, yet conveying the message across that we wanted to convey. It is not only a message to Pakistan, it is also a message to the rest of the world that India is not going to sit quiet and allow any nation to sponsor terrorism and launch strikes within its territory. And I think to that extent, Prime Minister Modi needs to be complimented. And as far as the Indian Armed Forces are concerned, I think Air Force has done a marvelous job. But as former Chief Naravane has said, that abhi to baat baki hai. There is likelihood of certain amount of response from Pakistan, which I am sure we are going to respond or we are going to counter very effectively. As far as Pakistan is concerned, Pakistan is no patch as far as India is concerned, either economically or militarily. Militarily, it has no chance whatsoever. Its navy is half of that of ours. Its air force is, they've got just about 20 odd squadrons.
Okay, well, there is some real-time information being relayed there. That is from Muridke, and you can see the devastation. There you can see that entire mosque, that entire complex, that terror complex flattened. And that terror complex has played a very central role in the planning of several terror attacks, cross-border attacks on India. Viewers, and today this is what it looks like. This is going to be emblazoned, because I can tell you that when you went to Pakistan, and I haven't personally, but I have spoken to reporters and others who have been there, very proudly the establishment would talk about Muridke as the school of great learning, and also the residents of the Lashkar-e-Toiba plenipotentiary, as if it was some great haven for some humanitarian. This man, viewers, is one of the greatest sociopaths of the subcontinent, and today, I don't know whether he was there or not. We are getting information that some high-value targets have been taken out. We don't know whether it refers to this or others. But the fact is that that sociopath who was holed up in this place for a long time, training people who were committed to bleeding India through 1,000 cuts, is seeing the devastation. Today, no target is out of India's reach as far as Pakistan is concerned, and those pictures tell that story. I want to quickly bring in Salvatore Babones, American sociologist, who's joining us, because, and Sushant Sareen, very importantly, I need to bring you in because you know Pakistan like the back of your hand. But Salvatore Babones, I just have to ask you this question because it's very important. Most of this presentation was not just for the benefit of Indian viewers and people in our country, but also the international community, because what Pakistan has been doing is building up this narrative that it is a victim and India is the aggressor. Now that seems to have been completely negated by the information that has been put out and the details that are now emerging.
Unfortunately, the global press, or at least the English language press, just isn't covering it. Coverage in major American newspapers has largely taken the Pakistani side, and it has mainly presented this as a renewed conflict between India and Pakistan instead of as the response to a horrific massacre of civilians by almost certainly Pakistan-supported terrorists. The coverage just isn't there. To give an example, the New York Times coverage mentions Narendra Modi. Whenever they mention him, it's Indian strongman Narendra Modi. On the Pakistani side, they either say Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, which has no implication, or they say General Asim Munir, without identifying General Asim Munir as the effective dictator of Pakistan. There's just not the sophistication in the Western press to really be able to tell this story as it should be told.
Well, I'm not surprised in any case, Sushant Sareen. Are we surprised? Let's not talk about the New York Times and other newspapers such as this, but this was sort of aimed more at world capitals also, this particular press conference. But Sushant Sareen, just broadly guide us through the sites that have been attacked, the significance of these hits, the planning that must have gone in. I'll of course talk about munitions and other things with the two other military jets, but what might have actually prompted this sort of laser-like precision on these particular sites?
So Rahul, I think all of these sites have a certain importance, and that importance comes out from the press conference or the statements that were read out by the two armed forces officers, lady officers. They gave details, and it's very easily to discern why these targets were picked. Like Muridke and that Bahawalnagar thing, Bahawalpur thing has been on the in the crosshairs for the longest. Everybody has been talking about it, how these are big terror centers, headquarters of globally designated terror groups which are operating with impunity. Right, so everybody and there has been a lot of clamor that why aren't we targeting these guys? And you come to the other ones. For each one, those were camps that were involved in terror attacks that had happened in India.
Yeah.
So whether it was the one in Riyasi, whether it was the one in the Jammu, attacks in the Jammu region, whether it was the attacks in the Kashmir region, each of those particular camps were identified with a particular group. Two of those were with Lashkar-e-Taiba, two of those with Jaish-e-Mohammed, and then with Hizbul Mujahideen. And these are the three groups which are most active in Kashmir even now. And the Hizbul Mujahideen also is a group which gets its backing from the Pakistani state. It pretends to be an indigenous Kashmiri group, but it's mostly Pakistanis who staff it now. Whatever little support it gets in the valley is more in the nature of logistic support. In the case of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba, these are out and out Punjabi Muslim groups with some smattering of Sindhis and Pashtuns thrown in, but basically a Punjabi kind of a group. And that also, there is a certain caste angle to it. Within the Lashkar-e-Taiba, at least I can tell you this. And even within the Jaish-e-Mohammed, there's this Panipatiya diaspora which has gone from India during 1947. A lot of these fellows are part of the Jaish-e-Mohammed group. Now, so all of these groups and their bases were in the crosshairs for the longest. The question was of summoning the will to target them with whatever weaponry we have.
Yeah, so I think on that point, what I meant to ask you was not why these specific targets were picked, but the vulnerability that India has now conveyed. That's what I was trying to get at. And the psychological impact on the Punjabi, the ruling class really of Pakistan. Now talk us through that. These particular targets represent something.
Yeah, look, I think what they represent is that basically that there is no part of Pakistan which is not in India's range. And if you are going to be, creating these kind of camps and terror bases, and they are going to be attacking India, we are going to hit you. Now, I think the messaging from India is also very clear. So, for the longest, Rahul, at least for the last 5-6 years, if not even longer, India has virtually turned its back on Pakistan. We said, listen, you guys do whatever the hell you want to do. We want nothing to do with you. We don't want to have anything to do with you. You carry on doing, don't sponsor terrorism in India. Please do whatever the hell you want to. Okay. And let us do whatever we want to do. So we have focused on our own development, on our own growth, on our own economy, and our own relations with the rest of the world, regardless of what happens with Pakistan. Okay. The Pakistanis are like leeches. They want to just keep attached to us, and they want to keep dragging us down. And I think the messaging this time has been that, listen, guys, we are again willing to turn our back on you and do our own thing. You do your own thing, but just don't finger us all the time, because if you finger us, we are going to hit you back.
And this is a message that has gone to those who control, viewers, every nook and cranny of Pakistan. So it's very, very important that those touch-me-nots, those people who thought they were above it or under a nuclear umbrella, today are the ones who have got targeted. Now, US Congressman Ro Khanna spoke to CNN International, our, of course, affiliate, about the conflict, and he called, and this is very important because Salvatore Babones was saying how the American press is falling short of its perhaps objective reporting requirements by not calling out Asim Munir for what he is, which is a de facto dictator. And this is exactly what Ro Khanna has called him, a de facto dictator. Listen in, viewers.
Congressman, I mean, just this is, you heard Nick's report there. I mean, the idea that people there think this is different than what they've seen, that is incredibly concerning, I imagine, to a lot of people, given we are talking about two countries that both have nuclear weapons.
Well, the most urgent thing is de-escalation. I mean, there was the terrorist attack in Pahalgam. Innocent people were killed. India took a response that helped take out some of the terrorist networks. They claimed they didn't hit military sites. But the important thing now is for de-escalation. I do hope that President Trump has people who understand the region. The only reason I say that is he said they've been fighting for centuries. Just historically, they haven't been around for a century. It was a British colonialism that fomented the partition, that fomented some of the divisions between Hindus and Muslims there. It's important to really understand the region, and we need to be a honest broker for de-escalation. We also have to understand that Asim Munir is a dictator who didn't have legitimate elections, who's put Imran Khan in jail, and there's no honest voice right now in Pakistan because it's a dictatorship, and we should be calling for elections, fair elections after the de-escalation.
Well, and questions of what that looks like with the White House. Obviously, President Trump has a deep relationship with the Prime Minister Modi, who's already visited the White House this year. What would you like to see the White House do in this situation?
Well, I would like to first make it clear to Asim Munir that that's it. There should be no retaliation on either side. This should be the end of it. We have a lot of leverage with Pakistan. We give IMF loans to Pakistan. They're dependent upon that. We should be saying to Asim Munir that he needs to free Imran Khan, stop any retaliation, and then have a fair election, because there was a rigged election there. They've jailed Imran Khan, and he's not a voice for the Pakistani people. But he should also make it clear to Prime Minister Modi, in my view, that he should not be cutting off the water. That was part of the Shimla Accords. You can't deprive a population of water.
Okay, let's go quickly across to Siddhant for more on this, commentary on this. Siddhant, this is a clear message from the US congressman who has taken a more skeptical view, actually, of the Modi government. So it's nice to hear him talk very, very interventionistly, if I might add, at this moment in time. Siddharth.
Yeah. Yes, Rahul, there were two opinions to the kind of, reactions coming from the United States. In fact, some think tankers and experts in India, had to say that US should have, done more as far as the statements are concerned. Even some were saying that it is satisfactory, perhaps. US is telling India to defend its territory, etc., etc. So some were satisfied, but some were expecting more from the United States. But the fact, Rahul, is that Trump administration particularly perhaps is not liking Asim Munir, and there is no doubt about it. And in fact, as Mr. Khanna rightly pointed out, that last time around when 24th program of IMF was launched for Pakistan, perhaps it was done after USS's intervention, USS's go ahead. So this time around, India could get that bailout delayed, or rather get cancelled, perhaps because India has enough evidence to prove that Pakistan uses the money for the terror attacks in India.
This is as much a test really for the Trump administration. Remember, Trump says he's a no-war president, and if they have leverage over Islamabad, this is when it's going to count. This is when Trump has to walk his talk and say, look, I can get the deal made, etc., etc. And if he has leverage, this is the time to prove it. He has to get Pakistan to back down, to clean up its act and come clean on all of this. And of course, hold the elections that are required, put pressure on the IMF to withhold the loan. That will be a lifeline for Pakistan in this circumstance. But I just, before I bring in our guests once again, I want to go across to Pahalgam, because there we have with us Akash. Pahalgam has been the epicenter, hasn't it, of the trauma. Today there must be a little bit of closure, maybe not closure, but at least a sense of justice. Akash.
A lot of happiness, in fact, among those who are here, as tourists, and I'll try to talk to them as to what is the sentiment, Rahul. Sir, what's your name? आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
मेरा नाम सकीर हुसैन है, केरला से आए हैं. हमने 5 दिन के इधर की श्रीनगर में ही है. अब आज पहलगाम में आए हैं. कल बॉर्डर के वहाँ गए थे.
अच्छा सर, मुझे एक बात बताइए. 22 तारीख को हमने एक टेररिस्ट अटैक देखा इसी एरिया में, यहाँ से थोड़ी दूर पर. आज हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान के कई जो टेरर कैंप्स थे उनको ध्वस्त किया है. अब किस तरह से देखते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं मन में एक संतुष्टि है कि ये जरूरी था, ये होना चाहिए था?
हमारे भारत की ऐसी जवान आदमियों को लगभग 26 आदमियों को हटाने अवेलेबल है, लेकिन ये उसके जल्दी उसे इंडियन मिलिट्री उसकी ओर आज भी अटैक किया है, उसे पाकिस्तान की ओर लड़ाई कर दी है. अच्छा है, उसी तरह के जो है उसकी ओर बार करना और बदल करना जरूरी की बात है. उसका फोर्स हमारे भारत में अच्छी तरह ही है, उसकी ओर हम जो सपोर्ट है हमारे लिए वो उसी की तरफ की समय सपोर्ट है.
support to the armed forces. Sir, one last question. If you can tell us, यहाँ बोला जा रहा है कि टूरिस्ट आ नहीं रहे हैं अभी because of fear and ये सब factors है. आप लोग कितने लोग हैं और कितने लोग आने थे, कितने लोग आए हैं, क्या ग्रुप में आए हैं?
26 लोग हैं हमारे एक ग्रुप पर. हाँ, इधर आएंगे तो उससे टूरिस्ट बहुत कम ही है. उसका कारण वो लोग ये ऐसा कर रहे हैं. ऐसे अभी सभी लोग हमारे टूरिस्ट साथियों के साथ इधर रहते हैं. इसका मेरा राय है कि भारत की सेना हमारी रक्षा करेंगी, इसलिए यहाँ हम आए हैं.
Important point, Rahul, that you know this was done to in fact disturb the peace and in fact the tourism sector, because Kashmir and in fact Jammu area has been seeing tourists, in fact record number of tourists yearly in the past few years, and this was done to disturb that sort of environment where tourists from all across the country.
Yes, imbue a sense of confidence once again in people who want to travel. Of course, things will have to settle. I have with me General Pandey here. Very, very important voice, because he, of course, just till very, very recently retired as the 15 Corps head. So he knows this area. But before I come to you, General Saab, I just, and of course Major Jolly, I just want to quickly go across to Payal. There's some updates coming from that important cabinet meeting that the Prime Minister is helming there. Payal, over to you. Yes.
Well, of course, the cabinet meeting is currently underway. We are given to understand that the Cabinet Committee for Security, which is a smaller group, Rahul, has gotten over and the main cabinet meeting is taking place. Now, today we had a meeting in the morning and we had a briefing in the morning by the forces, and generally the practices that within a couple of hours of the cabinet getting over, the cabinet briefing really happens. It will be important to see who decides to come for the cabinet briefing and what really the essence of the cabinet briefing really is. That's going to be the big sense to draw out for, but no doubt whatsoever, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, from the day that the attacks really happened, multiple leaders, multiple ministers, including chief ministers, have met him. He did not lose any sight of work. Work would continue, and that's the reason he went to Bihar, because it was a government program. And since then, he's been going to whatever his duties nationally really are. He is of the belief that you don't have to sit down and sulk to prove that you're deeply hurt by what has happened. You have to prove the work, and you have to prove these terrorists and these people like this wrong as well. So obviously important cabinet briefing underway. I'm sure a lot of cabinet decisions would have been lined up. If we have a briefing, who does the briefing? That remains to be seen. But yes, I say nonetheless a very, very important day, and the most important thing will be to see what message the Prime Minister gives to his cabinet colleagues as a takeaway.
Okay, there's some big breaking news that is coming in, viewers. This is very, very significant, and we have General Pandey also here with us. We are being told that a large number of family members of Masood Azhar, that horrible individual who led, in fact, the seminary and the Markaz, the Jaish-e-Mohammed commander, have been eliminated. 10 family members, in fact, of Masood Azhar killed in Operation Sindoor. This, viewers, is extremely, extremely important. I want to go straight across to Anand for more on this. Anand, what can you tell us? This is very big news. Okay, well, remember, viewers, this is the individual that we released. We had to release under duress in 1999 on the back of the IC-814 hijacking. The hijackers had taken a large number of Indians hostage, including foreign nationals. And their single term was that please release 3 terrorists. One of them was Jaish-e-Mohammed's boss. That individual, viewers, who has bled India ever since. Many people call him a Maulana, but he doesn't deserve to be called a Maulana. And therefore, we will only call him Masood Azhar. His family members, 10 of them, have been slain in this operation. Anand, this is very, very big news. This is extremely big. Okay, we have a few problems getting across to Anand. Anand,
yes, Rahul, I just missed the last part of your question, but this is a big development. General Pandey is sitting with you. Bahawalpur has been struck the most out of the 21 package drops which have happened over these 9 targets. The biggest one is Bahawalpur, this 14-acre area, which is actually the hub, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. From the parliament attacks of 2001 to the recent attacks at Pathankot Air Base, and thereafter even in Pulwama, the involvement of the Jaish cadre has been there. In this one, although it is the TRF that claimed responsibility and it is part of the Lashkar outfit, the Jaish has been active and it was training huge amount of cadre. But we are given to understand that family close to Masood Azhar, those who are part of the rank and file and also part of the operation and training facilities of these jihadis, have been neutralized. At least 10 of them are claimed to have been neutralized in this precision strike at the Jaish-e-Mohammed Markaz at Bahawalpur. And this is a big development. That means this is a telling blow to that entire terror hydra that was emanating out of Bahawalpur and which has been a bane for Bharat and which has claimed hundreds of civilian lives and also our brave hearts because of the Jaish training which was being imparted there. That place can house up to 600 cadre, terror training cadre, and that's such a big camp.
What is known as very specific intelligence, actionable intelligence, and we know that the NTRO played a big role in the facilitation of this attack. So just put it in larger context for our viewers.
Well, the aspect is, the most important aspect is that this has been a big bane, a big problem. And if you notice the briefing of the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri along with the Fauji's, the briefing that happened at the NMC, the first thing that was shown was the Parliament attack of 2001.
Yes.
And because the fact is, in the past, Masood Azhar was incarcerated in our jails and he had to be freed. And he was one of the terrorists who was let go, and he along with his brother Rauf have repeatedly hurt us, be it Uri, be it thereafter multiple strikes at our brave hearts, or even in civilian attacks which have happened where we've lost civilian lives. The Jaish has been involved, and I think that was the biggest hub which many Faujis in the past and even present have wondered, why haven't we neutralized this base yet? This is where it's all emanating from, and this time it's been done. And of the 9 targets that have been identified, there were many that were vetted, but with precise location and with absolute precision, they have been now razed to rubble. Bahawalpur, that 14-acre piece, has been razed to rubble, and there are videos that have confirmed the same, even from Pakistan. In fact, the hospital video where the local military commander of the Pakistan army is going to the Bahawalpur hospital, what can be heard in the ambient noise or in the background is that they are cursing India because Jaish has been hurt, the Jaish has been hit. So be it Balakot or be it Bahawalpur, the Jaish has been really hit, and this time they've been really impacted, because those who are, it was an extended family business, this entire terror machinery of Masood Azhar, and MMA's family has now been neutralized in this.
Yeah, sister and brother-in-law. In fact, viewers, this just tells you how overconfident and absolutely clueless the Pakistani establishment has been. Big talk all these days, but General Pandey completely clueless. They didn't think that India was going to strike either this deep and with this breadth and with this precision, that they didn't even sort of remove some of these high value targets.
So actually,
yes, General Pandey.
So actually, I have been there a couple of tenures in the general region, and I used to always wonder that how we can hit Bahawalpur. And I remember all the maps and the entire layout, how they were influencing the local population. But a lot of people start looking at this killing of 10 family members as a big event happening. I will try to explain to you that this entire venture of Jaish-e-Mohammed is a family-run business. Most of the top leadership belong to each other in terms of marriage, in terms of family engagements, stuff like that. And the confidence was there because 100 kilometers in Punjab, in south of Punjab, carrying out such an attack would require manifestation of going on to escalation ladder pretty high if you carry out this operation. And there was also perception that nobody can reach out because army did not have the weapon system to reach that deep itself to carry out some degree of attack in terms of even by drones which were held by us or by direct fire systems or indirect fire systems. I guess this they never expected, and that is why this entire family was residing there, and they are very comfortable with the numbers which are there. The numbers are huge, the campus is very well located, it's more like a cantonment system. Bahawalpur is less known for the cantonment which is existing there, but is more known for the Jaish-e-Mohammed training establishment and radicalization system which exists there. The second point is Jaish-e-Mohammed amongst all the terror groups is the most radical one, right? It is the most consistent, very professional, and their system of selection of people is based on how radical this individual is. Unlike Lashkar-e-Toiba, where it is more financial, more drug related, more business oriented. So there is a subtle difference between the two. They come from grassroots Jaish-e-Mohammed. They have a very deep training for carrying out suicide bombing. They carry out training in other parts of the world, and thereafter they carry out application of suicide bombing or the attack which is done. They are much more committed as compared to Lashkar-e-Toiba. I think this hitting of Bahawalpur is a major game changer, not only because it was in Punjab, but it has hit the heart, soul and the very spirit of the terror network. It is going to resonate and cause them some psychological damage for a long time to come.
You think that this is a hit, the series of hits that we have undertaken, and I want to bring in Major Jolly right after on the weaponry that was used and how we could actually make this possible, unlike previous years. So, but I want to ask you, this is very important because obviously we want to restore a certain degree of deterrence that Pakistan seems to have lost sight of, General.
So, you know, for long the leadership of Jaish, Lashkar, even HM felt capable of being protected by the Pakistan establishment. They knew nothing much can happen because even the West, the deep state, even if they want to take them out or challenge them, or the FATF system which wanted to control these activities, nothing much can be done because they were in depth in protection. This targeting has told them, you will have no place to hide. We will come to know, we will come looking for you. I think that one messaging is very important because leadership very rarely exposes itself. It allows the ground soldiers or ground troops to go out and get died for their cause, and they continue to live the life of luxury and the protection to keep on producing more number of terrorists. This hit is going to be a game changer because this time onwards they are going to be living in fear rather than pushing out fear. Yes, to say that it is going to be a zero terror system here and after, I think we will not be correct to start imagining that till the time the Pakistani establishment strategic orientation changes, which is unlike, because the current generation, Asim Munir had joined military training when Ziaul Haq was in.
That's right.
The change in convergence from a professional military to a religious force started with Ziaul Haq,
yes,
and the entire leadership which has now come up on top.
His father was actually a loyalist.
Yeah, so that comes to a second point.
Yeah.
The major issue today will remain for certain degree of change of orientation is to take out Asim Munir from the calculus of the leadership paradigm in Pakistan.
But
because
that probably can't happen.
It may not happen, but just remember, so your expectation...
it can happen, but it would be really an escalation, wouldn't it? It would be really up there.
No, I'm not saying by a physical strike or a force, but I'm sure there will be reasonable systems when you're talking about what the Americans want. This point has to come out very clear and steady that this man is radical. He has got an ego which has been driven from being a muazir. He has not been liked much. He has taken the path of studying in madrasa. He has got a radical tinge to his entire this thing. He's purged his own military senior leadership. He has put the most popular leader, so-called popular leader, behind bars, right? Only to assuage his own personal affront which happened when he was taken out from DGSI's appointment in just about 7 to 8 months. You look at the nature, this man has got, he will not hesitate to take his own country to down the hill, right? Just to prove a point that he's a sword of honor, he's a topper of his course. There is something which is wrong in his mind which will take him out, keep on doing things. We have to take this gentleman through international pressure, but as long as he's there, I think the chance terror strikes will continue to remain.
So you believe that Pakistan, in fact, might choose to hit back in a different way? not exactly across the LOC. They could even possibly strike again in another vulnerable spot in the Indian mainland. That could also happen. But this time they will know, wouldn't they, General, that the punishment could be even more severe?
So they know punishment will be more severe. They want it, and there are countries around us who want that escalatory ladder to go up.
Okay.
There are other geopolitical, geo-economic reasons which we will possibly avoid today, because today is the point of contact. But the fact is,
I know you're talking about China, Turkey. You're talking about
they will want us to stall, and their economy is moving towards us. They don't want to happen.
Yeah.
So these are part of larger debate. But the fact remains that there will be a possibility of a step above the escalation ladder.
Should we go for another strike? Because I've seen
yes.
General Narvane, and General Narvane says picture abhi baki hai. What does he mean by this? It's got 2.1 million views on Twitter.
The fact remains that this was the first lowest escalatory ladder we had stepped up.
Okay.
We have got tools in our kitty, which when they respond and they decide to respond an even equitable manner, there are possibilities that we'll go for the second ladder. And look at the government of the day. They are going about the business of the day as a matter of routine. They are not. It's a tactical, operational level stuff happening in which the armed forces have to deal with the situation.
In fact, our stock markets, for example, have shaken off the ripples of this. In fact, the opposite has happened. The Karachi Stock Exchange has pretty much collapsed, and it has been on a collapsing spree. Stay with me. I want to bring in Major Jolly. Major Jolly, now this would not have been possible 5 years ago. We know perhaps we weren't that well equipped, but some things have changed. This is not something that any ordinary military can do.
Yeah, I agree, and that capability, I think, came from the way we acquired Rafales and equipped them with, the top. I'm not a Air Force guy, but whatever we understand, the top missile Rafale carries is Meteor. But for this specific operation, air-to-ground missile that would have gone in, that has gone in, would be Scalp, and the second would be the Hammer ammunition. Right? These two are looking at what has happened, it has got range up to 300 kilometers. Scalp. It can work in night. It can work. So it is one of those missiles that can, in layman language, it can navigate itself also. If because there was a lot of threat of, from our side, air defense system is a threat. So Pakistanis use HQ-9, which is Chinese system. Our missiles need to have the capability to weave through these systems. Yes.
Okay, just very quickly, some more breaking news coming in. The Prime Minister has decided to postpone visit to 3 countries, including Croatia and Norway. Viewers, remember that the Prime Minister did not go. He was supposed to also go to Moscow for the Victory Day celebrations there. He skipped that. Now, skipping 2 others. What does this actually entail? What does this mean? What is the message that is going to go out? Siddhant, we know that perhaps this is just the beginning. We don't know. We're presuming that this is the culmination. It could be the beginning. There might be more things in the pipeline. The Prime Minister sees himself indispensable to his presence here in India right now.
Well, that's right, Rahul. Given the strikes that India conducted today, perhaps requires Prime Minister presence in the country, and in fact, there is repeated threat from Pakistan. In fact, they have threatened India with a nuclear attack as well. So, given that, it looks like that Prime Minister has decided to postpone his visit to Croatia, Netherlands and Norway. Perhaps this visit was pre-planned. In fact, the recce and the preparations were underway at the ministry level and also at the government level from last 2 weeks. And now we're getting to know that that this visit of Prime Minister Modi has been postponed. Perhaps given the strikes conducted by India yesterday and the potential retaliation which could come from Pakistan's side. So the Prime Minister's presence in the country at this given point in time is very, very significant, important, and maybe this is one of the reasons, or perhaps this is the reason that this particular visit from 13th to 17th May has been postponed. And in fact, we have the first confirmation on this particular development.
Any reasons that have been extended to you? Any off-record stuff that you can give some context on?
Well, Rahul, what a lesson learned in deception, perhaps, from last 2 weeks in the national capital. Everything was looking very normal at the government level. There was a wave summit, then there was a launch of a fort, then, mock drills were announced. In fact, Ministry of External Affairs was also very proactive in hosting journalists and, foreign dignitaries. So everything looked very normal for journalists, for foreign dignitaries here in the national capital. Things were going on in a very, very regular manner. So it was kind of a lesson which needs to be learned in deception at this point in time. And in fact, right. At the ministry level, at the government level, all were preparing for Prime Minister's visit. Nobody was talking about retaliation. Only comments were coming from Prime Minister HM and Raksha Mantri. So, Ministry of External Affairs was also silent. Defense Ministry was silent. In fact, now we understand that was a strategic silence which was maintained by the government.
And you said that these visits were supposed to begin from May 13th. That's what you were saying. May 13th to 17th.
Yes, Rahul. This visit was planned from 13th to 17th of May.
Very, very interesting. Viewers, I want to bring in General Pandey as also Major Jolly. General Pandey, look, this is not the end-all and the be-all. We've already exercised a large number of non-kinetic options. So clearly, India wants to punish and send a message to Pakistan, and the words that those words keep coming back. Unimaginable punishment. Is this unimaginable enough?
No, I don't think so. It's unimaginable enough. There is much more to come. The cancellation of leave of the CAPF, this cancellation of visit. I think they are preparing for what is possible and probable. Right. It is also a signaling and messaging to the other side that if you want to increase or up the ante, we are there to back you up and take you on. So that is one facet. But there are other tools in terms of the dime trend, that is diplomatic, informational, and more importantly, I think this whole water business, which is there, which the Prime Minister referred to yesterday when he was conversing, giving his address yesterday evening. It's a very, very important part. Punishing a country through water and punishing the terrorist or even the Pak army through kinetic force are two distinctive factors. And I think that these preparations are not only on, some of them may be applied, and there will be a very, very holistic thing which will be set in motion the moment some response comes from the Pak establishment. Very interestingly, we are not seeing anywhere Shahbaz Sharif and people for last...
Shahbaz Sharif has put out one boilerplate kind of reaction on Twitter. We haven't heard from him, but yes, the Defense Minister has put out a rather interesting statement. He says that Pakistan is willing to exercise restraint if India exercises also restraint. So he seems to be, after making all those silly statements, those idiotic statements about we will come at you with nuclear weapons and all that, wo thande pad gaye. Sorry, just to put it in very, very simple terms, Major Jolly, thande pad gaye. They've realized that this is not looking good for them. They've been made to look like fools.
Their options are also, they were surviving on very limited options now. Either you go against everything and walk towards the suicide path.
I think the biggest challenge for them is their economy, the equipment which they have, the serviceability state which they have.
Another big update, PM Modi to go to South Block now shortly. We had seen a large number of people on the lawns there outside of South Block. Arunima, are you there with us? If you can just talk us through this. I know that sometimes it's difficult to overreact on what look like routine meetings, but nothing is routine, is it? Today at least.
Oh, not routine at all. Not routine at all after what we have seen over the last, fortnight or so. I think in my frame you can already see the Raisina Hills. This is the route that has been sanitized. Prime Minister's office is in South Block, which is behind me, and there seems to be a very strong possibility that once the cabinet meeting is over, once the cabinet committee on security is over, Prime Minister could actually brief the President of India also about what has really happened. President is also, she's not just the first citizen of the country, but she's also the head of our armed forces. So there is a high possibility that Prime Minister could actually brief Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu on what has happened. We've just been told by our armed forces that between 1:05 to 1:30, about 1:30 last night, about 25 minutes long operations were carried out. But what exactly unfolded there? What is the situation along the international border, along the line of control? Once the CCS has been briefed, the Prime Minister is expected here as well. Once again, to show you, I mean, maybe you can see the Raisina Hills behind me already. The route has been completely sanitized. So any moment you could hear the convoy of the Prime Minister and then see his convoy, my friend.
Okay, well, viewers, a few days back when there was a hive of activity, I think it was Friday last, and Arunima, you bear me out, the Prime Minister came there, many people sort of mocked his arrival there at the PMO at the South Block. Many others said that, look, all this is happening is meetings. Well, now we know what those meetings were about. Takes a lot of planning, doesn't it, Major Jolly? You were making a point. Sorry to have cut you off. Yes, go ahead.
That's all right. I was saying that what we are seeing, Pakistan Defence Minister, then, I'm sure it must be a result of a lot of their discussions happening that we are ready to back off if India halts its aggressive stance. It's a very, I think, the best option they have.
Best option. More breaking news coming in. We are being told that, and this is of course still subject to official confirmation. We'll never get official confirmation. So, Qari Muhammad Iqbal, Lashkar terrorist religious preacher, also killed in Kotli operation. This is under Kotli Operation Sindoor, of course. Can you give us a little bit of a background on this individual? I'm sure he must have popped up on your radar and your grid, and maybe even your crosshairs at some point.
Yeah, so essentially, he was not technically a terrorist operation leader. He was the motivator. He was the radicalizer.
Right.
And this whole concept, what happens is the children brought at very young age to Jaish-e-Mohammed or even Lashkar-e-Tauba, the training camps and all, and they are left, and thereafter they have brought very steadily onto a system of preaching of becoming a radical for carrying out terrorist actions eventually. Those few people who are selected are thereafter taken out, and this gentleman has been a preacher or radicalization.
Okay, let me bring in General Shekatkar also. General Saab, how do you view the press briefing with such visual presentation that we have never seen, establishing just what we have done? How do you assess what we have done? Do you think it's gone far enough? Do you think we need to go further?
I don't think it has gone far enough, but certainly we have demonstrated to our, I'll not say opponent, but to the sponsor of terrorism in India, that is a country known as Pakistan, that if you force us to do something, we will do it. And we will do it in our way, we will do at the place of your choosing, we will take the time which we require, and don't force us to go beyond certain limits. Because if we go beyond limits, you will not know where to run away from, number one. Number two, I must compliment for the press briefing this morning. Look at the way our young lady officers, they explained the whole thing. Wonderful. Precision to the line. And they did not hide anything what has happened. It is on the platter. My next point is, sir, we must compliment our young Air Force pilots who took the aircraft, who located the place, and who fired precision guided missiles. They are the people. They have never been before, but they want based on the data were there, and they came back safely. Next point, we have not touched any of the villages there or any military installations in that part. We are homed on basically on the terrorist targets, and somebody was discussing with you just now. We will do it. We will do it in future also. We can't say that we will not hit the terrorist target. My next point is that this morning there was an announcement from Pakistan that they will decide the place and time of the hitting to India. I think now they have taken it back and they say we are going to discuss the whole thing. They can't make up their mind. If they decide to do anything in India, may God bless them, they can help us themselves. I don't think they can do it. I don't think. India is not the India what they think is India today.
Okay, there is obviously
curiosity,
a lot of news that is coming
courage, and collective progress. India's space journey reflects this spirit. From launching a small rocket in 1963 to becoming the first nation to land near the south pole of moon, our journey has been remarkable. Our rockets carry more than payloads. They carry the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. India's achievements are significant scientific milestones. Beyond that, they are proof that the human spirit can defy gravity. India made history by reaching Mars on its first attempt in 2014. Chandrayaan-1 helped discover water on the moon. Chandrayaan-2 gave us the highest resolution images of the moon. Chandrayaan-3 increased our understanding of the lunar south pole. We built cryogenic engines in a record time. We launched 100 satellites in a single mission. We have launched over 400 satellites for 34 nations on our launch vehicles. This year, we docked 2 satellites in space, a major step forward. Friends, India's space journey is not about racing others. It is about reaching higher together. Together, we share a common goal to explore space for the good of humanity. We launch a satellite for the South Asian nations. Now, the G20 satellite mission announced during our presidency will be a gift to the global South. We continue to march ahead with renewed confidence, pushing the boundaries of scientific exploration. Our first human space flight mission, Gaganyaan, highlights our nation's rising aspirations. In coming weeks, an Indian astronaut will travel to space as part of a joint ISRO-NASA mission to the International Space Stations. By 2035, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station will open new frontiers in research and global cooperation. By 2040, an Indian's footprints will be on the moon. Mars and Venus are also on our radar. Friends, for India, space is about exploration as well as about empowerment. It empowers governance, enhances livelihoods, and inspires generations. From fishermen alerts to Gati Shakti platform, from railway safety to weather forecasting, our satellites look out for the welfare of every Indian. We have opened our space sector to startups, entrepreneurs, and young minds. Today, India has over 250 space startups They are contributing to cutting-edge advancements in satellite technology, propulsion systems, imaging, and much more. And you know, it is even more inspiring that many of our missions are being led by women scientists. Friends, India's space vision is grounded in the ancient wisdom of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. That is, the world is one family. We strive not just for our own growth, but to enrich global knowledge, address common challenges, and inspire future generations. India stands for dreaming together, building together, and reaching for the stars together. Let us together write a new chapter in space exploration, guided by science and shared dreams for a better tomorrow. I wish you all a very pleasant and productive stay in India. Thank you.
Viewers, why are we not surprised? The Prime Minister is not given to speaking in triumphal terms. He talked about a completely different phase of India's evolution, its journey into the cosmos. Why? Because we are advancing the cause of humanity. By 2014, the Indian footprint will be on the moon, he says. The aspirations that are coursing through our veins are far different from ordinary powers like Pakistan, viewers, that are still stuck in a rut which is revanchist, viewers, which is cloaked by narrow pursuits, by petty pollutes. We also got news coming in. NSA Doval spoke to US, UK, UAE counterparts, shared Pakistan terror dossier with the nations, and of course it was all put out there. But coming back to the Prime Minister, viewers, it's very, very important, and one must emphasize this. If you were looking for the Prime Minister to be sitting there and grandstanding, you're not going to get it from Prime Minister Modi. Even after the Pahalgam strike, he could have easily become emotional, he could have become slightly irrational, he could have become belligerent. He espoused only sanity, rationality, and deliberation, viewers, and he made it very, very clear that India will be seeking justice, not against the Pakistan state. He never even mentioned the word Pakistan, but against those that are blinkered so much today by hatred that they want to see the breakup of our country. And he couched it in civilizational terms. Our Prime Minister is not given to the kind of grandstanding you see in tin pot dictators and generals, viewers, in failing countries that pretend to be democracies. That is not the Prime Minister. But government sources are telling us that NSA Doval spoke to US, UK and UAE counterparts. I want to go straight across to Mr. Dogra also for more on this. I want Mr. Dogra to talk a little bit about the Prime Minister's speech. It's an important intervention that he made, but completely off tangent. No references to this strike, but also in the background, the outreach that we have begun, sir, with international capitals.
Well, you said it in your initial remarks that it was deliberate. Prime Minister's thoughts and Prime Minister's message to a conference of space engineers and scientists that India has much higher, bigger things on its plate than simply confronting Pakistan. We've conveyed the message to Pakistan. If it still does not mend its ways, then there are different forums and different issues that Prime Minister would be naturally thinking about and giving directions on. But most of his time, this was the message that was being conveyed here in his statement. Most of his time is on development of India. And
so just hold your thoughts. There is a soundbite coming in from the MOS MEA. Let's quickly listen to that.
पूरे देश में इस बात की खुशी है कि हम लोगों ने बदला लिया। जिन लोगों ने निर्दोष हमारे नागरिकों की जानें ली थी, लोगों के मांग के सिंदूर मिटाए थे, उसको मुंह तोड़ जवाब हमारे देश ने दिया। लोग बहुत सी अटकलें लगा रहे थे, हमारी विपक्षी पार्टियां बहुत से आरोप लगा रहे थे, लेकिन आज तथ्य उनके सामने है। ये तो आप इस देश में जब से हम लोगों को इंडिपेंडेंस मिली है, किसका 55 साल तक राज था, उसमें क्या क्या हुआ आप लोग देखिए। मगर सबसे बड़ी दुख की बात यह है कि जब इसके पहले भी जब भारत में हमले हुए, चाहे सन 48 में हो, 62 में हो, 65 में, या जब भी हुए हो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आरएसएस हमेशा मौजूदा सरकार के साथ खड़ी रही, देश को मजबूत करने की बात की, देश की अखंडता की बात की। अपने संकीर्ण स्वार्थ की राजनीति तो हम लोग कभी नहीं फंसे। लेकिन इसके बाद भी सवाल उठता है कि इंडस रिवर वाटर ट्रीटी जितना हमें प्रतिशत देना चाहिए पानी, हम लोग क्यों देते चले आ रहे हैं? कितने बार आतंकवादी हमले हो चुके हैं, कितने बार कश्मीर अटैक हो चुका है। सवाल उठता है कि हमारी सेना को लाहौर से वापस क्यों बुला लिया गया? जब पाकिस्तान ने अटैक किया तो हम लोगों ने मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया था कि वापस बुलाए गए। सवाल उठता है कि इस तरह की नरमी हमारे जो दुश्मन राष्ट्र है क्यों हमेशा दिखाई गई? ये सबूत है कि यहां देश का ख्याल नहीं है लोगों को, अपनी राजनीति कैसे बची रहे उसके अलावा कोई और सोच नहीं है। और किस तरह जो एक विचारधारा है कि हम ही वही लोग हैं जो इस देश पे राज करेंगे, उसका तो जनता जवाब दे ही चुकी।
That was MEA Mr. Kirtivardhan speaking there, addressing a domestic constituency and some others viewers who have been doubting the intent of the NDA. Of course, that is a slightly more political take, but I want to go straight across to the founder of the India Foundation, Mr. Ram Madhav, one of India's leading public intellectuals, an individual who writes about geostrategy and is also very much at home at writing about India's civilizational roots. Now, Mr. Ram Madhav, this is a very critical day. It's going down in history as perhaps a day when India broke through many glass ceilings. One of them is, of course, Pakistan's arrogance, its belief that because it possesses nuclear weapons, it's untouchable. Those notions have been dealt a firm blow and will perhaps at some level or the other damage Pakistan's psyche, national psyche. How do you react to what you have seen since 1 in the morning today, sir?
Rahul, we have not succumbed to this nuclear blackmail in 1999 during Kargil, you remember. At that time itself, it already became a nuclear power. But this time, the significance of this attack should not be missed, especially by the Pakistan side, because in the last 10 years, we have gradually increased the costs of such misadventures by Pakistan. You recall, after Uri, we went into POK and destroyed their terror bases. After Pulwama, we crossed international border, went about 10 kilometers inside their territory and destroyed their terror infrastructure. This time, you have seen, we have gone 100 kilometers inside their territory. It's a very important message to Pakistan that when it comes to protecting India's sovereign interests, you call it, or self-respect, you call it, we are ready to go deep inside the heart of Pakistan. They should not miss this message. We are gradually increasing the costs of such proxy war that Pakistan is pursuing. And how far they want to take it now, they have to decide. I mean, our message is clear. Okay, we are not warmongers. That doesn't mean we sit with our hands tied down. We are now inside Pakistan and we are ready to destroy bases right in the heart of Pakistan like Bahawalpur or Muridke. I hope the message goes down well with the Pakistani leadership and they probably stop these misadventures at least now.
Well, Mr. Ram Madhav, do you believe that this will restore deterrence, number one, and number two, that we need to still continue down this path? Do you believe that we need to have sustained pressure on Pakistan? Or do you think that this strike is salutary enough? It will dissuade Pakistan, it will make it renounce its errant ways?
No, not at all. Always remember Bhagavad Gita, Yuddhaya Krutanishteha, be prepared for war all the time. When you have a neighbor like Pakistan, you should not let your guard down. You should always be prepared. So we will always be ready to tackle, but we are increasingly trying to give a stronger message with each time such things happen. We are giving stronger message this time. In fact, I would say that is a very important qualitative, strategic change that has happened in the last 10 years. We have been facing terror from Pakistan for many, at least a few decades now. But that terror entails certain costs, is what is being conveyed in the last 10 years very strongly, and this is the strongest kind of message that has been delivered to them. But until very big changes happen in Pakistan, you can't expect things to suddenly change, and with this attack they will suddenly become very good boys and all that. No, we should always be prepared for whatever misadventures they might want to undertake in future also.
Now, there have been high value criticalities in Pakistan, sir. The family of Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar have been killed, and this has now been confirmed by the Pakistani establishment and the Jaish itself. There's a funeral that is going to be taking place at about 5 p.m. today in Pakistan Standard Time. That's what we are being told. How do you respond to this?
Oh yes, so this attack is much more significant in the sense that very important, practically the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed has been destroyed in this attack. Maybe one or two, some rats run away, some remain, some will be dead. I'm sure some important targets, terror targets have been neutralized. So far the information is more than 30 of them have been neutralized. Actual numbers will never be known, but definitely the information that is coming out with this.
So just bear with me. I just need to get a quick update on this. Anand Narasimhan, my colleague, is on the phone line giving us this quick update. This massive breaking news coming in. Anand.
Thanks, Rahul. And this is confirmation of what CNN News 18 had earlier reported, that Jaish has had some attrition there at Bahawalpur, even as its entire headquarters has been razed to a rubble. Jaish now officially confirming that 10 members of the Maulana Masood Azhar family themselves have been neutralized. Total of about 14 killed. Some critical people who are close to Masood Azhar and also part of his operations, the Jaish's operations, are also part of this entire casualty list. There's a funeral scheduled at around 4 p.m. Pakistan time. That's the latest in Bahawalpur. But clearly Bahawalpur has been hit hard, and the precision strikes have hurt the Jaish right at the fountainhead of this entire terror machinery, Jaish, that's been haunting Bharat and hurting Bharat since about 2000.
And Jaish, of course, is the most militant and most radicalized from what our experts have told us. Anand.
Yes, they are. They are the most radicalized, and they are from the Deobandi in terms of the Deobandi sect, and they've been far radicalized. In fact, most of the targets that have been neutralized this time around, the bulk of it are Jaish targets, then there are Lashkar targets, and then there are 2 Hizbul Mujahideen targets out of the 9 that have been identified, with a total of about 21 packages being dropped over these 9 locations. And the Jaish's facility is the biggest, and it's in the heart of the south of Punjab in Bahawalpur. Just about 5-6 kilometers from the Bahawalpur air base. This is on the outskirts of Bahawalpur, this Markaz-e Subhanallah, and this is where the Jaish headquarters was spread over a sprawling 14 acreage, and all of it has been now demolished and totally gone. The residences of Masood Azhar and Rauf Asghar and a lot of the Masood Azhar family members who were integral to the Jaish's operations were all located inside this entire facility, which has now been razed to a rubble. Masood Azhar was seen as early as Jan 2025 in this region, and even end of 2024 he had come and delivered a a sermon here for the first time in 2 years. In February 2022, he had been seen there, and then after that, nearly towards the end of 2024, in November 2024, he was seen again in this area. So post Balakot, and in the run-up to what has happened in Jammu and Kashmir, the Jaish had seen a huge amount of activity, and they were actually training a large amount of cadre who were present both there at Bahawalpur and also at their upper, forward camps and also launch pads, be it in Kotli, be it in Muzaffarabad, or be it in Sialkot. So they were present in these camps there, and they were all being trained by the Jaish. So the Jaish was very integral to Pakistan's proxy war, and to demolish and raze to a rubble its headquarters itself, and to inflict such punishment on the Masood Azhar family itself is a big win for Bharat.
Thanks indeed, Anand. I just want to go back to Mr. Ram Madhav and also bring in the Air Marshal and General, of course, who is here with us in our studios. None of them need any introductions. Mr. Ram Madhav, I wanted to understand now the implications going further. Do you think that Pakistan is going to respond? And number two, how will the global community now react? Because India has been lobbying global capitals. We've already had the Americans intercede with the NSA here in India and, of course, in Pakistan. Does Washington still have leverage over Pakistan, or is Pakistan now so far removed and gone into the China axis of influence that the Chinese stand will determine how it responds?
See, there are people coming from our extended neighborhood to Delhi to tell us how to now de-escalate, etc., etc. I think there is no need for it. India, even in this operation, maintained utmost restraint. It only targeted those bases of terrorists or those proxy war centers of the Pakistan army. I mean, we have not even touched any direct army installation in Pakistan. So there is no need for any international, intervention to tell India to maintain restraint, etc. Although I know there are some important people in India. With all due respect to them, they are important people. I respect them. But to the other important point, whether how much leverage US has got today, the current regime, as far as I know, has very few people who have direct personal, contact with the army establishment in Pakistan. I'm only talking about the current leadership. It's a new leadership now. So how much they can use their personal relationship or personal, influence to, after all, may I tell you in these things, those things matter. If you have that kind of relationship to just pick up the phone and tell the guy on the other side that, yeah, stop. That kind of thing, unfortunately, I think US doesn't have, but nevertheless, US is a big country, big power. They can always use their influence to try and, tell Pakistan to act in a just manner. China, of course, will have deep relationships, contacts. Shahbaz was in Beijing several times in last few months. Army leadership is always there in Beijing. They have very close contact, very close ties. Obviously, China will definitely have a lot of control over Pakistan's actions.
But do you think China has the appetite, sir? And I know I have to leave you now, but the appetite for a prolonged conflict between India and Pakistan, given the fact that it will be seen as the prime backbone of Pakistan and therefore also cop a lot of criticism internationally?
Oh, why not? It suits China very well. Hyphenating India with Pakistan will any day be a best suited strategy for China. We have been trying to get out of that hyphenation. We have grown much bigger today. But to get you entangled with Pakistan in one way or the other will always suit China. And remember, many people say that China has not fought any wars in the last 50 years. After 1979, it's true. In the last 5 decades, they have not fought any direct wars. But they are involved in many such strategic conflicts. They will be there, aiding, abetting, but that in a manner that suits their strategic interests. So we should not think that they don't have any appetite and all. It definitely suits their strategic interest for India to get stuck or get entangled with Pakistan.
Mr. Ram Madhav, thank you very much for taking the time out and speaking with us. We hope to continue to have a dialogue with you over the next few days. Thank you very much. Let's open this up, viewers. We have Air Marshal here with us. We have, of course, General Asthana with us. None of them need introductions. We have Major Jolly with us, all of them, and Colonel Dev also joins the panel. Very quickly, I want to just go across to General Asthana, who's been waiting patiently for now about 20 minutes, General Saab. I want you to put your thinking cap on for about 3 minutes and give us your analysis of the initiatives that India has taken from 1 in this morning.
See, till now, all the Indian responses were in one dimension of warfare, and that was military dimension, whether it was surgical strike or it was Balakot strike. This time, we have used all elements of national power, and when a comprehensive national power of a country is pitted against a comprehensive national power of another country, we find that in holistic terms, the comprehensive national power of India is much larger than Pakistan. And that is why you would find, whether it was in diplomatic domain, it was in domain of Indus Water Treaty, or starving them of water, or giving a threat of that kind, or it is in economic domain, coupled with the military domain. Now that makes this kind of strike much more relevant and unprecedented as far as giving a lesson to Pakistan is concerned. Now let's put it, the strategic part of it. The aim was very clear. Pakistan, we must strike in a manner that it is non-provocative. It is also gives the correct message that we are targeting the terrorists, and we are also not targeting military. So therefore, we are giving a message indirectly that we are not starting the war. But should Pakistan choose to start a war, then we are prepared. Similarly, the onus of starting the war, let it be on the other side. So strategically, we are well placed that if they start the war, so be it. So therefore, now Pakistan has to climb the next step in the escalation ladder, not we. All that we have done is a proportionate response, and a response proportionate to what was done in Pahalgam, and not only Pahalgam, a series of other attacks. Many people may say Pahalgam yet to be investigated, etc., etc.
Okay.
But the fact is that there have been many more proofs and dossiers given earlier.
In fact, on that point, Vikram Misri held fort. So just pay attention, viewers, to what he said about at 10:30 this morning. It's about 2 hours ago.
On April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate and responsible.
Well, viewers, we're getting news now, details from that cabinet meet that the Prime Minister chaired. The Prime Minister briefed his colleagues, as we all know, but I just want to go straight across to Payal for more on that. Payal, we forget how much it has perhaps weighed on the Prime Minister these last 15 days. Chandrababu Naidu said that I saw pain in his eyes. Quite clearly today the Prime Minister might feel vindicated, but he is not a vengeful man, we know this. And he is all about giving justice where it is due. So I know that he would not have been at any level trying to sound triumphal. What was the tone the Prime Minister took? What are the details that you're getting?
Well, what I do understand from what has happened in the cabinet, the Prime Minister in fact briefed his cabinet colleagues that the Indian armed forces had a perfect They did not miss any target. They struck all the targets that actually had had to be struck as well. And that's the detail he shared with his cabinet colleagues. But naturally, all these cabinet colleagues felt extremely happy and extremely proud of the leadership that the Prime Minister really had displayed, and so they expressed it to the Prime Minister that they really laud his leadership in a crisis, in a time like this. And again, like I've been reporting from the morning, that it is okay for a Rajnath Singh or for an Amit Shah to know how the Prime Minister really operates. But for a lot of younger colleagues like Chirag Paswan for that matter, or Ram Mohan Naidu for that matter, it is the first time watching the Prime Minister in an hour of crisis so close and so personal. So obviously all of these leaders expressed their support for the Prime Minister's leadership and told the Prime Ministership that his leadership really made a lot of difference. But the Prime Minister in turn, we are given to understand how lauded the Indian armed forces for that, and he said they deserve the credit. So of course you've been speaking of the Prime Minister. We do understand the Prime Minister, like I said, has been having his business going on as usual. He's not let the country really suffer. But Chandrababu Naidu was one of those first few people to have met him within days of the strike, and Chandrababu Naidu had an hour-long meeting with him, and there was a lot of discussion on the Andhra state politics and Andhra state affairs. But it actually went on despite the fact that the Prime Minister was bearing the burden of expectations of not just the few who've been asking him questions as well when he released tryback, but the burden of 140 crore Indians. And many leaders within the government, especially ministers, have been saying that so far there has never been such a sentiment that people have seen, because people knew that Modi bolega to karega zarur. Modi has the ability to do it as well. So obviously, not twice but the third time the Prime Minister has in fact won the confidence of the people, that anybody who looks at India with an evil eye, they will be given the blow that they really deserve. So obviously it must have been a very emotional moment for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now that it's a sigh of relief that everybody is breathing, but imagine him being the Prime Minister, the leader of 140 crore Indians, coming under the burden, coming under pressure when the whole world is looking at you, to see what you are really doing, how you're supposed to strike Pakistan economically as well. All these leadership,
it's a delicate balance that the Prime Minister has to strike. He has to establish once again the fear of deterrence in Pakistan without hyphenating India with Pakistan. We don't want to go back in time. We want to look forward to Viksit Bharat. The vision has been laid before us. We don't want a thorn in our side, dragging us back like some crab into the can, viewers, or into the gutters. We don't belong there. We are far evolved, much beyond Pakistan. They are still stuck in a revanchist mindset. And on that, I want to bring in Tara Karta, former NSCS director, who joins this panel. Tara Karta, this is an important day, not only because of the symbolism. This operation is called Operation Sindoor, but more than that, much more than that, about the way we have immediately called out Pakistan's nuclear bluff by showing the world the capacity to wage a subcritical, conventional response. I think there are a lot of takeaways, even for the world, to take away from this action.
Absolutely right. I just want to come back to something you said about the way PM Modi reacts. It just took me back. In 2014, you remember there was that Peshawar school attack where a bunch of children, we had a 2-minute silence. The Prime Minister called for that and it was held across the country. That's the kind of reaction this Prime Minister has. If you're willing to work with us, he's there with you to work with you. And I'm amazed that message. So right now, what I'm hoping, and that is the message we've sent out, non-escalatory, only terrorists, you hit civilians, we've hit terrorists. So now, if your reaction hits civilians, then that's at a different level altogether. It's a different ballgame. But I think in the Foreign Secretary's speech, that invitation is there, you can work with us. Work with us to shut down terrorism. I mean, Pakistan has been crying ad nauseum that we are the victims of terrorism. How about working with us? That is what he's saying. He's saying if they out of any disaster, this is always opportunity. It is up to Pakistan to see that opportunity. I am very much afraid that with this particular army chief, that is probably not going to happen because he's in a different cadre altogether. I would have expected from a General Bajwa. This man is, I don't need to go into why he's different. All the rest of it that he's done, he's said, his posturing, everything is different. If his own survival depends on striking back, then we are in trouble.
And how do you assess that? Do you believe that the survival depends on striking back, or do you believe that he has been able to play the chessboard effectively in Pakistan to insulate himself from any such repercussions? I mean, when he made that speech, when he gave the reins to these horrible Lashkar front to carry out the Pahalgam attack, he must have gamed the scenarios, I'm sure.
No, but then what he said when he sat on top of a tank and said to the Mangla Strike Corps that if you attack, I will take it one notch up. That's not a peaceable statement at all. I mean, why couldn't this man say that, listen, we are suffering from terrorism and we will act? They had, after all, we waited so long for what? You knew precisely where those camps are. All this Bimbar Gully, all this is which we've seen for years. We've shared the data. All these camps are known to us. Why did you wait? You waited for them to take some action. If they had shut down 5 terrorist camps, this attack may never have happened. They didn't. So I don't see, it's not looking good unless somebody weighs in.
Unless somebody weighs in. That's a very important point that Tara Karta has made. I just want to go straight across to Air Marshal. Air Marshal, is Pakistan suitably chastened after what they've experienced? Or abhi bhi unme that ahankar, that arrogance is still lurking somewhere in the back of their deranged minds, deluded selves?
See, I don't know what narrative are they telling their people after this attack. Like if you recall, after Pulwama, they just said some branches and some trenches were dug up and no damage has been done. So I don't know what their local media is covering to their own people about this attack. And though the visuals are available, but there is a lot of regulation there by the ISPR, and every agency there is controlled as to the narrative they can portray to the people. But in the age of social media, the news do reach out and people are much more aware. But the thing which the takeaway from this early morning attack is that we have struck 4 targets in Pakistani Punjab. Till now we have been only targeting POJK, but this time we have struck into that is the heart of their Punjabi army leadership, the terrorists. If you see, the major centers were located in Pakistani Punjab, because that is the area they feel is the safest, which can be defended. So now somewhere that fear in their mind would be that we'll have to be very careful that this is a place which is vulnerable and this could be attacked in the coming days.
Okay, Colonel Dev, I think we've changed the response matrix as well as the escalation strategy here, haven't we? Completely.
Yes, Rahul, I think it's a great move and it was expected over the lines. I think, the initial casus belli was that terrorist attack on our civilians and other members of our society who were brutally killed by these terrorists. And that gave rise to option generation. And we very neatly and carefully had the naval part going into the Arabian Sea and the Air Force building up. We also sought from our friends across the world some very critical equipment for this kind of a strike. And we have carried that out. Now, calling the bluff of Pakistan till now has been easy because Pakistan actually wanted us to get into a skirmish in a land warfare so that it can cry like usual in 65, 71. Once they do that preemptive kind of an effort, they want to narrow it down and cause the fire to drowse. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, A, because while hitting the northern reaches till Muzaffarabad, those terrorist camps, what we have done is not only hit them hard and send a message, because these buildings and people can die, but their ideology cannot die. So what we are trying to do is also create a front for the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and the Balochis to take some stock of situation there. The southern part, which is much more indicative to Pakistan, it's not for the global community, because all we are saying is non-escalatory, hitting the terrorist camps all over. So they are there.
Okay.
But Sialkot, Muridke, Chakamru, and also your Bhavalpur area, these are key areas which are traditional launch pads of this strike corps.
Right.
So we have made them burn their fuel for the last nearly 2 weeks, and they are mobilized.
Okay.
And these are the places where their terrorist and their military leaderships are together.
Okay.
So it's a very, very good warning. 5-10 kilometers left and right, you can hit all strategic targets without going the whole hog into the Pakistani territory. So that messaging has been very, very important given the war wastage reserves which are low in Pakistan. And only thing I'll tell you.
Important point.
Yeah, please. You want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to quickly weave in Major Jolly here. Major Jolly, critical response window. What would it be for Pakistan? What is the critical response? Can they sort of let it go for a little while, or do they need to show that they have it within them to respond immediately?
No, they. I think they don't have more than 48 hours or 36 at top. 48 or 72. That's the window I'll give, where they can show we can respond effectively. After that, it's just planning and run-of-the-mill response.
Right. Okay. Well, viewers, lots of reactions been coming in. Listen to them. These are important reactions because they also contextualize really how this news has been received.
मैं इस कार्रवाई के लिए अपनी देश की सशक्त सेना और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को बारंबार धन्यवाद देता हूं और सैल्यूट करता हूं अपने देश की सेनाओं को, सशक्त सेनाओं को, जिन्होंने इस तरह के दुष्टों का, राक्षसों का विनाश करने का प्रण लिया है और उसको अंजाम देने का कार्य किया है। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को बारंबार धन्यवाद देता हूं।
The name itself says it, isn't it? And India attacking only the terrorist camp right now, focusing on it without attacking the civilians or the innocent tourist or anybody there. I'm being very proud and I'm very moved at this moment. And I think all Indians who are watching this should be proud and will be proud of it.
सरांनी जे हे नाव दिलंय त्याच्यासाठी मी त्यांचे आभार मानेल, कारण त्यांच्या सगळ्या लेकींचं सिंदूर त्या दहशतवाद्यांनी मिटवून टाकलं आणि आज त्यांनी तेच नाव दिलं. मला ते नाव वाचल्यानंतर अतिशय डोळ्यात पाणी आलं की त्यांना जाणीव आहे आमची.
आसावरी जी, आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आपने देखा है, भारत ने पाकिस्तान को पूरी तरह से नेस्तनाबूद कर दिया है 9 जगह पर एयर स्ट्राइक करके.
मुझे लगता है ये भारत सरकार ने जो लोग वीर मरण जिन लोगों को वीर मरण प्राप्त हुआ 22 अप्रैल की तारीख को, उन लोगों के लिए ये आज श्रद्धांजलि के रूप में मुझे लगता है समर्पित किया गया है ये आज का एयर स्ट्राइक. और मुझे लगता है कि जैसे मैंने पहले भी बोला था कि टेररिज्म को आप फ्रॉम द बॉटम ख़त्म कर दो, पूरी तरह से ख़त्म कर दो, जहाँ से वो शुरुआत होती है वही ख़त्म कर दो. मुझे लगता है शायद ये एयर स्ट्राइक उसी का जवाब.
नाम पहली बार जब आपने सुना इस ऑपरेशन का, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जब आपको ये पता चला, क्या पहली रिएक्शन थी आपकी और ये नाम कितना एप्ट लगता है आपको, कितना सही लगता है इस ऑपरेशन के लिए? काफ़ी सोच समझ कर ये नाम दिया गया है और
मुझे लगता है नाम बहुत सही है. जब हमने ऑपरेशन का नाम सिंदूर है और वो पूरा देखा तो उसमें हमने देखा कि वो लाल रंग के इससे वो लिखा गया है. और सिंदूर इसलिए ही लिखा गया है कि जितने भी स्त्रियां वहाँ पे थी उस दिन, उन सबके पतियों को मारा था. क्योंकि हम लोग भारत की बहनें हैं ऐसा वो कहते, तो जिन भी औरतों के पतियों को मारा उनके लिए ही शायद वो नाम रखा गया था कि तुम लोगों ने उन लोगों के सिंदूर ले लिए, वो औरतों के, हमारे औरतों के, तो हम उससे ही वही नाम लेके तुम लोगों को मारेंगे.
आज मोदी जी ने और जितने भी लोग इस ऑपरेशन में इन्वॉल्व हैं, हमारे आर्म फोर्सेस ने आज कहीं ना कहीं उन 26 लोगों की फैमिलीज को दिखा दिया है कि हम आपका बदला पर्सनल लेवल पे, हम आपके लिए खड़े होके बदला लेके वापस आए. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नाम देके ना उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं बहुत पर्सनल लेवल पे हमें टच किया है कि हाँ, आपका सिंदूर गया था और हम जितनी 26 औरतें हैं उन सबका सिंदूर नाम देके उन्होंने यही प्रूव किया है कि दिस इज वेरी पर्सनल. एंड हम एक एक लोगों की डेथ पर्सनल लेवल पे लेके, पर्सनल तरीके से लेके उन पर अटैक करेंगे.
Do whatever is required, to safeguard the sovereignty and integrity of our nations. And I believe I have great support, full faith in the government, and kudos to the Indian Army.
कल जो हमारे देश के आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जिस तरह हमारे पहलगाम जो हमला हुआ था उसका उन्होंने आज बदला ले लिया, और उस बदले से हमारी जो माता बहनें जो विधवा हुई थी उनको आज मन को शांति मिली होगी. और आने वाले दिनों में जब जब हमारे देश पर कोई आक्रमण करेगा तो उसका इसी तरह जवाब देना चाहिए.
India has avenged Pahalgam. Exactly 15 days ago in the Baisaran Valley, 26 Indians were singled out by religion and they were killed by terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba's proxy, the TRF. Today, 15 days later, in the wee hours of the morning of 7th of May 2025, which is a red letter day in the military history of India, Indian Armed Forces, the Army, Navy and Air Force in a combined operation hit 9 different locations. Muridke, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, Bahawalpur, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, as well as all the way up to Muzaffarabad, which is the capital of Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir. 9 locations, 21 strikes, the operation lasting under 30 minutes. And in one stroke, the Modi government, the Indian government, has made it clear to Pakistan, do not escalate, do not think of retaliating. These strikes were meant for a specific purpose. They hit specific terror locations and terror infrastructure. No military installations were targeted. It is not in India's interest to escalate this in any further form or fashion, and therefore the message has gone loud and clear to Pakistan, to General Headquarters in Rawalpindi, and also to the terrorist proxies from Bahawalpur to Muridke all the way up to Muzaffarabad, that if you hit India and Indians, then there will be a cost to pay. The Prime Minister has just concluded a cabinet meeting where he has apprised and briefed his colleagues about the Operation Sindoor. What a code name for this operation, because it's the women, it's the wives, the daughters, the mothers who lost their male members in the family. What an apt name for an operation such as this, to avenge their loss, which is deeply personal, deeply their own, and to avenge that. This has been code-named Operation Sindoor. So the cabinet meeting is just concluded. The Prime Minister has apprised his cabinet colleagues of what exactly happened. The CCS also met. They have, of course, lauded the Prime Minister and the armed forces for this decisive action that's been taken. Now the Prime Minister is en route to Rashtrapati Bhavan, where he will be meeting the President of India. She is constitutionally the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, and the Prime Minister will brief her on the finer details of Operation Sindoor. Also, let's not forget, it's not over yet. Both countries are in a state of heightened tensions. In Pakistan too, the National Security Committee is meeting. What decision they will take at the end of it, we don't know. The Information Minister there has said that Pakistan reserves the right to reply at a time and place of its choosing. So the story is not over yet. India is maintaining a very, very heightened vigil across the line of control, across the international border, and of course there is the diplomatic fallout to deal with as well. Payal is now joining us. Payal, so bring us up to speed with what you heard, what transpired in the cabinet meeting, and now the Prime Minister going up to Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief the President.
Well, the Prime Minister will be in a short while from now leaving for Rashtrapati Bhavan, and only when you see a route being put on the road right behind me, you will know that the Prime Minister is leaving or possibly has left that Zaka. That's of course the most important detailing, and as part of protocol, the Prime Minister will have to brief the Rashtrapati on what really has transpired since last night. Having said that, it was a very, very special cabinet briefing, a cabinet meeting in fact, which took place today as well. People like Home Minister Amit Shah, people like Rajnath Singh have been through the drill during the time of Uri and of course Balakot. But for the younger ministers, this was a big, big occasion, given the fact that they saw the Prime Minister strive through this crisis in this very, very difficult hour and come out shining as well. So obviously all of them were extremely overwhelmed. But the one thing that Prime Minister said at the start of the cabinet meeting is that the entire credit for this needs to go to the forces for the way they planned the attack, for the way they went about the attack. He of course gave them the details and also said that the entire credit goes to them. But the one standing out statement which somebody just told me, one of the cabinet ministers told me, is that the Prime Minister said that ये हम सब के लिए बहुत बड़ा गर्व का दिन है. It is a very, very proud day for each one of us, and of course for which the credit needs to go to the armed forces. Of course on their part the ministers were very, very happy. They congratulated the Prime Minister for his exemplary leadership that has actually not let the country down in the last 11 years. But the Prime Minister said whatever said and done, the credit must go where it is due, and the credit must go to the armed forces, because they struck perfectly. They did not miss a single target. They did not make a single mistake. They did not leave anything to chance as well. So obviously all that credit needs to go to them as well. It's a very somber tone that the Prime Minister spoken in the cabinet. It's not a thing to tom-tom about Zaka, but it's something which is very, very emotional, especially if you are bearing the burden of the expectation of 140 crore Indians.
All right, Payal, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Of course, a proud moment for all of us as Indians because, forget about the cycle of violence or retribution. At the end of the day, something gravely wrong happened to our fellow citizens, to our fellow daughters and sisters, and that needed to be avenged. The cost needed to be made to bear on the enemy, and that has happened today with Operation Sindoor. I'll also be going across to Lieutenant General retired KJS Dillon, who's of course former GOC of the 15 Corps, the Chinar Corps. Welcome to the broadcast, General. Just give me one moment with your indulgence. Let me just bring up this map graphic and tell our viewers where exactly these hits have happened. These were 9 different locations from Bahawalpur in the south all the way up to Muzaffarabad in the north, which is the capital of Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir. 9 different locations. There were 21 hits in all, multiple hits in some of these locations. The targets were spread, like I said, from Bahawalpur, which is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, went all the way up to Muzaffarabad, which is the capital, the local capital of Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir. Here are the targets that have been hit. Savai Nala, Syed N.A., Bilal, Massacre Aqsa, the Chalabandi Abdullah, Bin Masood Dulai, Habibullah Batrasi, Balakot Goghi, Boisensa, Gulpur, Kotli, Barali, Dungi, Barnala, Mehmoodana Joya, Sarjal, Muridke and Bahawalpur. And the 2 important ones, the last 2, Muridke, which is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and Bahawalpur, which is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. And now Masood Azhar himself has confirmed, and there is going to be the funeral for at least 10 of his family members who've been killed in these multiple strikes later on this evening. General Dillon, your first reaction to this momentous day. I said this at the top, this is going to be a red letter day in the military history of India. How do you see this? 9 locations, 21 strikes.
Thank you, Zaka, and good afternoon to you and your viewers. Yes, it's a moment of pride for every Indian. It's a moment of pride for our leadership, and it's a moment of pride for the defense forces. Because such precision targeting without any collateral damage and keeping the security or the confidentiality till the last minute is actually a very, very well coordinated, synergized strike back. And I would just like to highlight one point which is being debated on the various TV channels, that Pakistan says it's an act of war. Here I would like to reinforce, Pakistani terrorists hit our citizens in Pahalgam. We hit back the Pakistani terrorist bases in Pakistan. Similarly, when terrorists hit 9/11 on World Trade Centers, USA hit back at Abbottabad and took out Osama bin Laden. When USA hit back at Osama bin Laden, who was the main perpetrator of 9/11, that was not declaration of war against Pakistan. That was not an act of war against Pakistan. That was taking out the terrorist who has caused damage in that country. Similarly, when we take out the terrorist hubs and terrorist centers and terrorist headquarters inside Pakistan, it's our action or reaction to what these terrorists did to our citizens in Pahalgam. From here onwards, since we did not hit any military installation, we did not hit any civilian target. Here onwards, if Pakistan retaliates and hits our civilians, which is already doing, and any military installation, that would be an act of war, and that would be initiation of war. And if Pakistan initiates the war, we have all the rights to respond to it in the manner, place, and time of our choosing.
But General,
so given your our action is not an act of war. Our action is only reaction to killing of our citizens in a terror act, similar to what Osama bin Laden had done to USA and USA did in Abbottabad.
Given your vast experience as General Officer Commanding of 15 Corps, and you've seen, this must be like a 15, 20-year dream for you, for people who've been, at the forefront of this counterterrorism effort in Kashmir, to hit the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, to hit the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, to hit the headquarters of the Hizbul Mujahideen. What does a day like today mean? This is something that we had the capability of doing even 15 years ago after 26/11, but we waited 15 years, but today we've hit all of those installations at one go. The context and the importance and the significance of this multiple strikes.
That absolutely, for every soldier who has lost his comrades to his terrorist, self included, it was always we hit back in POK, we hit back on the terror camps, we hit back in Balakot during the airstrikes. But it was a dream to hit at the base of the terror factory, that is Bahawalpur and Muridke. Every time we lost a soldier, every time we lost a citizen, every time we lost any innocent, the first thing which was always in a soldier's mind or every citizen's mind was the terror factory is established in Bahawalpur and Muridke. Otherwise, we are just pruning the branches. With every change of weather, the tree is flowering again. Now that we are hit at the root and with such precision, and now Pakistan also knows that we can do it again if they carry out anything like this. And I reiterate, it is not an aggression or act of war from our side. Whatever Pakistan does now, that will be an act of war by definition. Anyone targeting the military installation of civilians across the line of control of the border is an act of war. Targeting terrorists is not an act of war. America has done it in the past. We have done it in the past.
Okay.
And we are doing it. We have done it today morning.
General, give me one second. I'm going to come back to you for one final word to try and war game as to what could be Pakistan's potential response. But before that, we're also getting reports of an all-party meeting that's now been convened at 11 a.m. tomorrow. So Home Minister Amit Shah is going to be there, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is going to be there, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Mr. Rijiju is going to be there. It's going to be at 11 a.m. tomorrow. If we have one of our reporters, Payal or Pallavi, we can go to them and get a sense of, because remember, they'd been asking for a special session of Parliament. There was an all-party meeting right after Pahalgam, I think it was the very next day or the day after that, where again, both the Defence Minister and the Home Minister briefed members of the opposition, and now 15 days later, after Operation Sindoor has concluded today in the wee hours of the 7th of May, tomorrow, 8th of May, the government has called for an all-party meeting at 11 a.m. Let me go back to Payal on this for a quick word. Payal, so the government now wanting to keep the opposition also apprised of what exactly happened during Operation Sindoor. I mean, the last all-party meeting they had was the day after Pahalgam, where again the Defence Minister and the Home Minister briefed the opposition.
Well, of course, it was a suo motu meeting that the government had called in back then as well, and even now, given the fact that the operation is done, the details are really out as well, and it is important to keep the political parties also into confidence, given the fact that these very political parties, Zaka, in that meeting, including the likes of Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Asaduddin Owaisi, amongst the others, had told the government of the day in no uncertain terms that whatever action you deem fit against Pakistan, we will stand united with you. We stand with you in this hour of crisis and grief. And at that point in time also they extended a complete support as far as the government action against Pakistan is really concerned. So obviously, what has been the nature of the strike, what has been the target, all of this will be briefed in detail by the senior ministers in the government. Of course, Rajnath Singh, who is the defence minister of the country, under whose leadership, all these service chiefs really have, briefed him in detail as well. Home Minister Amit Shah, who's responsible for the internal security of the country, he's going to be present. We are given to understand several other ministers. Of course, Kiran Rijiju being the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, therefore the nodal minister. In this case, Dr. Jaishankar could also be present. There's of course JP Nadda, who's also the leader of the House in the Rajya Sabha. He could also be present. So obviously, all hands on the deck approach is also being has been put over here. And a detailed briefing is going to take place tomorrow.
Payal, just give me 1 second, because we have the visuals of the cabinet meeting. The Prime Minister is sitting at the head of the table. To his right, you can see the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. To his left, the Home Minister Amit Shah. You can see JP Nadda, other senior members of the cabinet as well. The Prime Minister briefing them about what exactly happened in Operation Sindoor, the contours of the operation and how it was carried out. Of course, the Prime Minister giving all the credit to the armed forces, saying that it was the perfect strike by the armed forces. It was a combined operation of the Army, Navy and the Air Force. You heard in that briefing a short while ago from both Colonel Qureshi as well as, of course, from Wing Commander Singh, two women officers who were chosen by the defence establishment to make this public, to let the world know about the contours of Operation Sindoor. As we see these full-frame pictures of the Prime Minister briefing his fellow cabinet colleagues about what exactly transpired in Operation Sindoor. Let me go back to General Dhillon. General Dhillon, so clearly, the entire country was waiting for this. The planning was done. The Prime Minister had met individually all the service chiefs. He also met with the National Security Advisor, the Home Secretary, the Defence Secretary, and he had given them complete operational freedom to choose the timing, the targets and the mode. And today they have delivered. They have delivered for the government, they have delivered for the nation.
Absolutely. See, I have always been of the opinion that such response, military is just one of the arm of the government. It's the whole of nation approach, it's whole of the government approach. So in a very synergized manner, like diplomatic efforts were unfolded few days ago, the military option was unfolded today morning, and within the military also coordinating and synergizing the Army, Navy and Air Force to such precision, practically all across Pakistan, or at least across half of Pakistan. And this type of a political directive that we give complete freedom to the forces, and the forces have lived up to that faith, and forces have delivered again. So Indian Defence Forces, very mature Defence Forces, work under the democratic setup in absolutely military professional manner, and when they are asked to deliver, they always deliver. And this time was no exception, and Indian Defence Forces have done the damage to Pakistan very least expected and with such precision, without any collateral damage. These are very important aspects of missile hits. We have seen in the past some great countries, missiles have gone awry and hit the children and schools and where not.
All right.
But our missiles have hit the target to precision. We could see the holes in the roofs of Bahawalpur Mosque. So this is the precision with which our defence forces are delivered. And Prime Minister, when he said, I have full faith in the forces and I give full freedom to forces, that was emanating from the confidence which he had in the defence forces.
All right.
And defence forces once again have delivered.
General Dillon, as always, a pleasure speaking with you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here on CNN News 18. I also want to go across to our political editor, Aman Sharma, for details of what transpired in the cabinet meeting, even as we are showing the first pictures of the Prime Minister apprising and briefing his cabinet colleagues. Aman, what more information are you picking up?
What I'm told is that the Defence Minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh, and the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, has briefed all the cabinet members on what exactly has transpired early today morning, the strike which has been carried out across various locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir on the terror headquarters of Jaish and Lashkar-e-Toiba. The Prime Minister has said to these cabinet members how successful this strike has been. All the 9 targets that were chosen, the Prime Minister has believed to have said were completely successfully, strikes were carried out there with great precision, great planning. All the ministers, you can say, thumping the desk there, commending the government for the kind of action it has taken. And what we are also told that the government has made it very clear that this is an attack on terror. This is an attack on the terror factories in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and in Pakistan, especially the Muridke and the Bahawalpur, the Jaish and the LET headquarters in Pakistan. Also, India making it very clear, all the ministers were told that Pakistan did not act against these particular terrorist factories for all this while, even in the last fortnight, and India had to defend itself. All the major powers of the world had told India that it has the right to defend itself. Yes, India also does not want a big global escalation, regional escalation of this whole entire strike, but India wanted to go there and do this because we wanted to put an end to Pakistan sponsored terror for good. And that is what India has done. It's a de-escalatory step also. That is what the ministers have been told. And of course, there is planning also on Zaka. That's what I'm told, that when the defense minister earlier spoke to the service chiefs in the morning, besides congratulating them for this perfect strike, he has also told them to ramp up the measures for in wake of any Pakistani retaliation, so that the forces are fully prepared to ensure that any misadventure, if Pakistan does in response to our surgical strikes, is effectively retaliated to and stopped.
All right. Payal is also there with us. Payal, as we play out these pictures for our viewers, you can see the Prime Minister, the Raksha Mantri, both of them briefing their cabinet colleagues as to what transpired in Operation Sindoor, but also walk us through what they now have to build for. Obviously, there is the diplomatic fallout, which the Ministry of External Affairs will take care of. The NSA has also been speaking to his counterparts in the US, in the UK. And then, like you were saying a moment ago, tomorrow, the government will also have to brief the opposition and get the opposition also to buy in and bring them on the same page in this whole of nation approach, this collective united approach to battling this scourge of terrorism?
Ahmed had told me last week that the fact that the opposition has spoken in one tone is going to make India's fight a little bit more stronger as far as fighting the enemy is really concerned, because all that Pakistan wanted was to see us as a divided house. So largely, like I was reporting earlier, Zaka, that all the opposition leaders, whether it is Rahul Gandhi, whether it's Mallikarjun Kharge, whether it's Supriya Sule, or even anybody from Uddhav Thackeray's party, they all spoke in the same tone, and they essentially said that we trust this government and we'll let them take the best action possible against Pakistan. The only voice that everybody unitedly spoken was that Pakistan has to be taught a lesson. So tomorrow you can expect a more detailed briefing for them, because they've been hearing all of this only on TV, much like most of us. They've been hearing the briefing only on television. Probably some of them have been spoken to already. Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah will be again calling the top leaders in the big political parties, is what we are given to understand. Last time around, since it was a briefing largely on what the Ministry of Home Affairs was doing, a lot of officials from the Ministry of Home Affairs, including the Home Secretary, and of course you also had people from the IB also being present over there. Tomorrow you can expect a few service personnel also to be part of this briefing, because they will be able to give more operational details, possibly make a presentation that they made today to show to the opposition party leaders that here is India, there is a strike that we had promised, and here is what we had delivered. So each and every opposition party, irrespective of their political colours, Zaka, the moment they've come to know that India has done what they've done, they've come out and lauded the efforts of the forces. And some of these political parties are known or infamously have asked for proof for the strikes in the past. What will they have to say tomorrow? That remains a big focus. Although India is completely assured, because the Pakistanis gave the proof first that India struck their terror pads.
All right, Payal and Aman, thank you very much for joining us. So the first pictures of the cabinet, where the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister both have apprised their cabinet colleagues of what transpired in Operation Sindoor. Also, the world first came to know of this after India struck Pakistan. You had the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri along with two women officers, one from the Indian Army, the other from the Indian Air Force, leading the briefing today. It was a joint briefing of the Ministry of Defence and the Ministry of External Affairs, and which basically told the world about the finer details of Operation Sindoor. 9 locations, 21 strikes. It lasted for 25 minutes. Let's tell you about these two women officers and why they were chosen to be the ones to announce to the world formally and officially what India had undertaken. Colonel Sophia Qureshi is with the Indian Army. She, of course, has been commanding a unit there in the northern part of one of the regiments there. She was also part of the Network 18 Shri Shakti event a few years ago, and then along with her, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. Colonel Sophia Qureshi is the first woman officer to lead a training contingent of the Indian Army, the ongoing ASEAN Plus multinational field training exercise. Her primary role is to provide training inputs for peacekeeping operations. Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, on the other hand, is a decorated helicopter pilot who has operated helicopters like the Chetak and the Cheetah in some of the toughest terrains in India. She's also played a key role in multiple rescue missions across the country. She joined a Tri-Services all-women's mountaineering team to go to Manirang, which stands at over 21,000 feet. Let's listen in from the two women officers, and then we'll go across to our guests as well.
6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. Well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
All right, so these two women officers being specifically chosen by the government to announce to the world that what India has done and what the contours of Operation Sindoor are. Vivek Kaju is former secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs. He's joining us as well. We'll go to him in a moment to get a sense of the diplomatic fallout and how India should be handling that. But very quickly, can I also go across to Arunima, who's been tracking for us Pahalgam, what happened in Pahalgam, the aftermath, and now after Operation Sindoor, Arunima, what is the sense in the Home Ministry? I believe leaves have been cancelled for all Central Armed Paramilitary Forces. There is a heightened vigil all across the Indo-Pakistan border, the IB as well as the LC. Are we preparing, are we anticipating for some kind of kinetic response from Pakistan?
Yes, we are not ruling out anything, because after what has been done by our Indian armed forces, taking the fear of losing your loved ones to the terror factories of Bahawalpur and Muridke, something that they are only used to doing in Jammu and Kashmir, post that response, post Operation Sindoor, Indian agencies are now expecting that tonight Pakistan might try some misadventure, and they're prepared for that. Thankfully, so far, the international border from Jammu all the way down to Rajasthan, so Jammu, Punjab, Gujarat, Rajasthan, the international border in these stretches have not seen any heating up. Line of control, however, is on fire. A number of civilians in Poonch have lost their lives. Their houses have been targeted in Kupwara as well. Home Minister himself has spoken to LG. He's in regular communication with Director General of BSF. Yes, all leaves, all paramilitary leaves have been cancelled. Those on leave have been asked to report back to their headquarters, and Home Minister is monitoring the situation regularly. And the spot that I'm standing in, Zaka, I'll just pan a little and show you, the Prime Minister is expected any moment now on the Raisina Hill. You see the road between North Block and South Block. It was sanitized. Now there is some movement, but we are told that any moment now Prime Minister's cavalcade could move from here to Rashtrapati Bhavan, where Prime Minister is expected to brief President Draupadi Murmu on Operation Sindoor. So that movement also expected, and then the all-party tomorrow. So, it will be a very, very hectic next 48 hours. One is just keeping fingers crossed that the Pakistani army does not indulge in any misadventure, because if it does, then escalation will follow.
All right. Thanks very much for that, Arunima. So the question now, and Vivek Kaju, how does one manage the diplomatic fallout of this? We'll get to the Pakistani response in a second, but managing the United States, managing UAE, other Gulf countries, UK. There's been no conversation with the Chinese yet, but how does India sort of ensure that its objective, which is that this doesn't flare up into a much wider, bigger regional conflict and gets contained with this? How does India ensure that like-minded countries who have influence over Pakistan, are able to get the Pakistani army and the establishment to see reason and to back down?
Look, I think first of all, the Indian Defence Forces need to be congratulated on a first-rate operation, which was needed. And I think second, with this operation, a Modi doctrine has been established that if there is an unacceptable attack, India will take the necessary military action that it deems fit. Now, you raised the most significant question. The Pakistanis have acknowledged that 26 of their civilians have died and 40 odd have been injured. They've also claimed that they've downed a certain number of Indian aircraft, and they have damaged some military infrastructure in India. But, and I'm sure the point that you make, I'm sure that India has done very well to explain, and I think Vikram Misri did it very brilliantly when he used those four crucial words, and those will be the four crucial words that India would be telling all its partners and the international community, and they are that these strikes, India's strikes were responsible, they were proportionate, and they were non-escalated. That with these strikes, we have achieved our objective. The question is whether, and I'm sure that there will be a lot of pressure on Pakistan to not to undertake any further steps. But I'm afraid that the Indian Defence Forces, and I'm mindful of what your correspondent said, that the Indian Defence Forces are ready for any Pakistani misadventure. I, for one, having seen how the Pakistani mind works, and I've seen this over the last 30 years, think that they will not be restrained by any influence, sane influence that is brought to bear on them by their friends and by the major powers. But that they will undertake some kind of action to show to their people, the armed forces, the army chief, to show to their people that they can give what, in their terminology, is a quote-unquote fitting response. I'm confident that our forces are fully conscious of this, that they've taken all precautions, but my last point, that in my reading, what they have told their people till now, I'll be surprised and very pleasantly surprised if they confine it to this, but that they will take, my experience shows that they will take response. Now we are prepared for it, and I'm sure that our people are.
I would like to delve into that thought a little deeper, both the pros and the cons. The thinking right now in the Pakistani military establishment, the pros, of course, are, as you said, they have to be seen as responding because they can't let something like this go unpunished, especially when a large number of places have been hit inside Punjab. It's not just Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Bahawalpur, Muridke, Sialkot, these are right in the heart of Punjab. And Punjab is the very heartbeat of the Pakistan military establishment. So we know what the mitigating factors are. But how does one square that off with some of the impeding factors? One, they've got a big bailout negotiation in 2 days' time in Washington. It's $1 billion plus. So that is some leverage, certainly of countries like the US. Two, even the Chinese statement that came out earlier today urged both countries to exercise restraint. I mean, there's a cost to pay if this were to escalate into a full-blown war.
They have never been bothered, the Pakistan army has never been bothered by economic costs. If they were bothered by economic costs, Zaka, would they have beggared their country the way they have over the last 35 years by using terror? Now, there's one other point. The sponsorship of terror is part of their security doctrine. So today, if they do not act, there's one aspect that the people will say that we spend so much on you, you live off the fat of the land, the generals are millionaires many times over. So why are we bearing this cost? And second, none of the tanzeems which are vital for their defense or their strategy will any longer believe in them. Therefore, I for one feel and I hope that sanity prevails in them, but I'm not confident because Asim Munir is the first general, an army chief, who has used Jinnah's language. You remember on April 16th, when he drew a distinction between Hindus and Muslims. So, while let me sum up. One, I think we did the right thing. I think Mr. Modi, the Prime Minister and the Defence Forces need to be congratulated for the step they took. I think the nation is fully behind them. I don't think that there will be any fractures in the political class on this action. There can't be, because Pahalgam was completely unacceptable. Having said all this, I do think it will be prudent on our part, and I'm confident that our armed forces and our political establishment has a full knowledge and understanding of the Pakistani mind, the military mind, and how it works. And therefore, our people would be fully prepared for anything that the Pakistanis seek to throw at us. I feel that they will. I hope I'm wrong.
All right, Ambassador Kaju, as always, a pleasure speaking with you for your time and your erudite perspective. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to move on to another piece of breaking news. So, lots of support coming by way of India from many different countries around the world. Israel, of course, the Israeli ambassador had expressed his support for India and for the Indian operation that happened across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, the Consul General Kobi Shoshani in Midwest India, he has also taken to Twitter and he has said, it's a clear message from India to the rest of the world. Also from your friend Israel, it is essential to send a message to the terrorists that this was an act of self-defense, and I'm very proud of this operation. Let's listen in to Kobi Shoshani, who is the Consul General of Israel here in India.
It's a very clear message from India to the rest of the world, definitely from your friend Israel. This is something which is essential to send a message to the terrorists. That was an action of self-defense, and I'm very proud of this operation. Then the symbolic name that I understand that unofficially or officially, I don't know, Prime Minister Modi ji gave the name. It's touched my heart as well. It's a very sophisticated name, and it's symbolized and inspiring as well. And Sindoor, it's a really dramatic name and very right to the point.
All right, I want to go across to Siddhant Mishra for more details on this. So you had the ambassador some time back, and now the Consul General also echoing what the ambassador said. Israel, one of the first countries to come out and openly and unequivocally support India and in its right to defend itself and to take this action against these terrorists.
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, Israel has been very consistent with its position, and this is not the first time. In fact, before this also, during Kargil, there was help which came from Israel, and this time around again, they have been really consistent in their position when it comes to supporting India. In fact, there have been multiple statements coming from Israel and also their representative there in India. In fact, this morning, Ruben Ezer was the first ambassador here in New Delhi, perhaps to appreciate what India did after India announced Operation Sindoor. And in fact, now the Consulate General of Israel in Mumbai is perhaps has come up with an appreciation tweet for the Indian government. So it talks about the relations between the two countries, and also, Zaka, let's not forget that Pahalgam happened almost from the lines of 7th October. So Israel very well understands the pain of such terror attacks, perhaps such heinous, dastardly terror attacks, and this is one of the reasons that Israel is backing India fully in this fight against terrorism.
All right, Siddhant, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. You're getting more breaking news, and I need to go to that. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has called for an urgent meeting with all those states which share a border with Pakistan as well as with Nepal. The chief ministers, the DGPs, the chief secretaries of all of these states, including Jammu and Kashmir. The Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir will also be called for this meeting. These states include Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Sikkim, West Bengal, and the Lieutenant Governor of Ladakh. Arunima has more details on this. So this is in response to Operation Sindoor and trying to potentially anticipate for or prepare for any kind of retaliation by Pakistan. When is this meeting going to happen? Who all are going to be attending, Arunima, this meeting? So Arunima reporting for us that an emergency meeting has been called by the Union Home Minister. It will involve the representatives of all bordering states that border Pakistan, from Gujarat and Rajasthan in the south to Punjab, to Jammu and Kashmir, to Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. Arunima, give us more details about this meeting. When is it going to happen, and who's likely to attend?
Yes. So 2 p.m. North Block. So in about 27-28 minutes from now, Home Minister will be chairing this meeting. I think most chief ministers will join over video conferencing. The list that we have been given: Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, LG of Jammu and Kashmir, LG of Ladakh, and Chief Ministers of Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Sikkim, and West Bengal. The reason why all these CMs have been called is either they share a border with Pakistan or they share a border with Nepal. In case of West Bengal, they share a border with Bangladesh, and Bangladesh in the past, there are elements in Bangladesh who have been giving statements extremely provocative, threatening that if there is escalation between India and Pakistan, then Bangladesh can intervene in northeastern India as well. So in the backdrop of Operation Sindoor, in the backdrop of intelligence inputs that Pakistan could try and retaliate, tonight the chief secretaries and the DGPs and the chief ministers are going to be called for a meeting by the Home Minister. Already the paramilitary forces, the BSF primarily, which guards the international border on the west, is on very, very high alert. So I think this message will be to prepare these states for any eventuality, give them a briefing about what the intelligence inputs suggest at this stage, and tell them that the forward population, the population which is in forward areas along the border, how they must be secured immediately. If need be, they should be moved out of these villages so that there are no civilian casualties. Punch, we have already lost a lot of civilians. but we cannot afford any Pakistani misadventure. While Indian forces will retaliate.
But we're also showing the pictures of the Prime Minister's cavalcade going to Rashtrapati Bhavan. It's now reached Rashtrapati Bhavan. I'm sure you must have got a glimpse of this as well. This is standard operating procedure that the Prime Minister of the day apprises the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, who's the President. So Prime Minister Modi up on Raisina Hill in Rashtrapati Bhavan now. These are pictures from just moments ago. His cavalcade is just passed in front of both North and South Block. Arunima, take us through these pictures and the significance of this meeting between the Prime Minister and the President.
Yes, Zaka, as I was speaking to you, I could see the cavalcade move towards Rashtrapati Bhavan. So the Prime Minister has now, after the cabinet meeting, gone up to meet Draupadi Murmu, Rashtrapati of India, and this meeting is to brief her. She's the Supreme Commander of our armed forces, and she will be told about Operation Sindoor. Of course, the Prime Minister has congratulated the armed forces. He has briefed his cabinet colleagues and given the due credit to the Indian armed forces. Now the Supreme Commander will be briefed as well. She will be given details of how this operation was planned by our Army and Air Force, how it unfolded, what is the result of it, and the ground situation at this point. Even though India has said that we are not wanting to escalate, things are looking they're looking quite uncertain at this stage. So in that backdrop, Prime Minister is meeting Rashtrapati Murmu and briefing her on the situation at our international border.
All right, if Payal is also there with us, so multiple meetings happening. First you had the cabinet meeting, then the CCS met. Of course, they've passed a resolution lauding the Prime Minister, the armed forces for what happened in Operation Sindoor. Tomorrow there's going to be the all-party meeting. A little later on this afternoon, there's going to be the meeting that the Home Minister will chair of various state chief ministers, chief secretaries and DGPs, particularly those states that are bordering Pakistan. So multiple meetings, Arunima, to manage different sort of stakeholders, as it were, in the aftermath of this very, very significant military Operation Sindoor that's been undertaken by the Indian Armed Forces.
Well, absolutely right. What the Indian Armed Forces have done is only step one, but there could be ramifications, there could be fallout, and all of that the Indian government is trying to keep abreast of. The intelligence input seems to suggest that even though from some Pakistani quarters we have heard that if India is not going to escalate, Pakistan does not want a warlike situation as well. But the Indian agency input seems to suggest otherwise. The agency input has forced the Indian government to be alert all across the international border. The border security force is on extremely high alert along the line of control in Rajouri, in Poonch, in Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri. Indian Army is responding to the intermittent firing that is happening from the Pakistani side. We have lost a number of our civilians in Poonch, and tonight will be quite crucial. Tonight could be critical to see if Pakistan indulges in any kind of misadventure. And while our armed forces are ready to reply to that, I think Ministry of Home Affairs is also keeping the civilian population abreast, and that's why this meeting of all the chief ministers of states who share a border with Pakistan or Nepal, that's also important, because ISI has often tried to utilize the Nepal route to harm India's interest. So the hill states which share a border with Nepal, or Bihar, North Bihar has a border with Nepal as well, they've all been asked to join this meeting. And in the interim, Prime Minister is also briefing President Murmu about how Operation Sindoor unfolded and also the situation currently. She's the first citizen of this country, she's also the Supreme Commander, so the current situation also she is being briefed on.
All right, Arunima, thank you for that. I want to go across to our guests as well. Air Marshal retired Anil Khosla is former Vice Chief of Air Staff. Also, Elon Levy is the former spokesperson of the Israeli Defense Forces. Let me start with Air Marshal Anil Khosla. So, the details of, while we know the details of the locations, the number of strikes, how long it carried on and so on and so forth, and who the main targets were, the kind of weapon systems that were employed in this, the number of fighter jets, the ammunitions that have been used. I think there was one statement that said loitering munitions were being used in this operation. Can you give us a broad sense of what you're picking up and what we think was this operation? How many aircraft and what kind of munitions were involved in this? Because a couple of things, the official statement has also said that none of the aircraft crossed the line of control. All of it was activated from the Indian side of the line of control.
Yeah, you're very right. Actually, I was involved in the Balakot operations also. I can't tell you exactly how many aircraft and what package and what weapons, because I'm not privy to that information. However, what I can tell you is that a lot has changed between 2019 when Balakot strike took place and now. We inducted a whole lot of new capabilities in terms of aircraft, in terms of platforms, in terms of weapons, and with much better performance than what we had earlier in 2019. And rightly so, we had the capability of doing damage to these terror camps which are located up to 100 kilometers inside this thing. We have a aircraft capable of like Rafale with Stealth capable of 250 to 300 kilometers range. So while being within your own territory, you can target these terror camps. So that is what must have been done. And this planning takes a lot of time, and it's a full package. I mean, it's not in isolation that one or two aircraft go and just drop weapons. So the whole procedure of this thing and all, it's a package which is chosen, and the targets are chosen with a great thought. And in this case also, what message needs to be sent, according to that, the targets have been chosen, and there's a lot of similarities as well as differences from earlier strike which was taken on Balakot in 2019.
Okay. I also want to go across to Mr. Elon Levy, former spokesperson of the government of Israel. Whenever it's been the case of a state versus a terror organization, whether it's Israel versus Hamas or whether it's India versus the Lashkar-e-Taiba, all of these strikes today were on terror holdouts or terror launch pads and terror infrastructure, etc. It's always been characterized as an asymmetric sort of warfare. The cost imposed on the state is much more than the cost that has been imposed on these terrorist organizations. You think that narrative is slowly but surely changing? Today's states, what happened with Israel on the 7th of October, what happened with India on the 22nd of April, and the subsequent actions that the two states have taken, showing that there is very, very little elbow room in this day and age for terrorism.
Yeah, first of all, what I can say is that the Israeli people stand in full solidarity with India after the horrific attacks of the 22nd of April. Your foreign minister is right. There can be no excuses for terrorism, and democracies have a right to defend themselves. Israelis looked at those attacks and they recognized that same Islamic terrorism that we saw with the October 7th massacre and from decades of Palestinian terrorism before that. And we recognize the importance of democracies standing together and backing each other's right to self-defense. So India can be assured of Israel's support in that regard. Now, there is a further similarity between the October 7th attacks and the April 22nd attacks in India, which is that in both cases, the terrorist groups had state sponsors. Hamas is not just a small Palestinian terrorist group, it is an Iranian proxy army. Like Hezbollah in Lebanon is an Iranian proxy army, and like the Houthis in Yemen, who fired a ballistic missile at our airport this week, are an Iranian proxy army. So Israel has been fighting not only these terrorist groups, but indirectly Iran. And now the question is Pakistan going to extend cover to the terrorist group that perpetrated this attack and treat this attack on terror infrastructure as an act of war against Pakistan and give it its backing, or allow India to exercise its self-defense against terrorist groups?
So again, where does one draw that line? Like you said, I mean, whether it's the Houthis or the Hezbollah or the Hamas, which are all terror proxies for Iran, essentially, this is a war that's been going on effectively between Israel and Iran for the better part of the last, 18 months or so now. In the case of India as well, it's not just these terrorist organizations that we're fighting. The actual enemy is the Pakistani state. And how do states like India and Israel deal with this? Because you've got one enemy, which is the public face of it, the proxy of it, and then you have one enemy that's operating from behind the curtains. But it's the job of these states, Israel or India, to expose not just those who are front and center, the terrorists, but also those who are hiding behind the curtain. And action needs to be taken against both.
Yeah, exactly. Look, first of all, there are very clear differences between Israel's conflict with Iran and India's with Pakistan. Iran openly wants to destroy the state of Israel and is pursuing nuclear weapons in order to eradicate Israel. Iran surrounded Israel with a network of proxy armies in order to invade and destroy the country. And from my understanding, that's not quite the nature of the conflict between India and Pakistan. But there are similarities as well in terms of a state hiding behind terrorist groups to give it a veneer of respectability, plausible deniability, and allow terrorist groups to do their own dirty work while escaping the consequences. Now, of course, India will have to act very carefully. Nobody wants to see a full-scale war between India and Pakistan, two nuclear powers, that would be extremely dangerous for both countries and for the whole world. But definitely that question of to what extent the state has to be held responsible for terrorists it has been effectively backing is a serious strategic dilemma. How you make sure there is accountability, restore deterrence, but also not escalate into a full interstate war that no one wants to see.
All right, Mr. Levy, thank you very much for joining us, the former spokesperson of the government of Israel. I want to go back to Air Marshal Khosla because I think that's a great point that Mr. Levy was making, that look, at the end of the day, yes, states can take on terror proxies, states can take on other states, but no one wants a disintegration or a descending to a full-blown war between India and Pakistan. Forget about what the international community is saying, what America is saying, or Israel is saying, or China is saying. Even India does not want a full-blown war because it'll derail to a great extent our economic story. The fact that we are the fastest growing large economy in the world, you have this trade uncertainty with the Trump tariffs, etc. India is hoping to be one of the beneficiaries of that, clinching a deal as quickly as possible with the Americans. We had the deal announced with the UK yesterday. The last thing you want, as India is sort of at the precipice of becoming the fourth largest economy, of transforming the lives of millions of people, the last thing you want is war. So India has much more to lose with a full-blown conflict than even Pakistan. Pakistan's economy is 1/10 that of India's. So how does India manage this balancing act? Yes, what needed to be done through Operation Sindoor has been done, but at the same time, the escalation ladder is not climbed. There is no incentive for the other side to climb the escalation ladder.
Yeah, it's a very, very valid question you have asked. But I'll take just about 30 seconds before on the previous issue which you were discussing about legitimacy and about the acceptance of this attack and the proxy this thing. There is a slide. I wonder in the morning I've been seeing a lot of videos by Pak deniability. The sentence they're using is no terror camps in the country. And just a few days back, the speech which was given by the Pakistan Army and also the revelation given by the Defense Minister of Pakistan that they've been doing dirty work for years for the last 3 decades. On one hand, you say that, and then you say deniability. I don't understand. How can you lie with such a straight face? So the second aspect is the legitimacy. India has got legitimacy, yes, what heinous act they have done, like what Israel also went through. That's why the whole world, global powers are with India, that yes, what you have done is, legitimate enough, and you have used restraint by not having any collateral damage against and being precise on the terror camps. Okay, that is one. Now the question about the escalatory ladder, and you very rightly brought out, nobody wants war. War, is detrimental to the growth, detrimental to the country. The common man suffers. But there is a patience level. I think our country's patience level has, finished. That is number one. Number two, this time a big red line has been crossed. So far, the terror attacks were related to against defense forces, but this time it has been a very, very heinous act based on religion, killing people in front of their wives and children. Only the male members. It was totally a red line has been crossed. I think the Indian sentiments are, if there is escalation, so be it. That is the thing. Now, so nobody wants escalation, and you rightly brought out that. But considering the escalation matrix or escalation climbing is in the hands of Pakistan. What they want to do, how do they want to retaliate, it's up to them. We are ready for it. That having been ready only, that's how we have done all this attack which we have done on the terrorist camps. And third thing is the harm or damage will be to both the countries. I think we in India at the moment, economically, militarily, diplomatically, in every way, will be able to absorb it. But I don't think Pakistan will be able to absorb the damage and the harm which will be coming out of escalation and a full-scale war.
Air Marshal, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see how this story plays out over the course of the next few days and weeks indeed. I also want to play out for our viewers what Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary of the Government of India, he was the first person to brief the press and announce to the world what India had carried out, what India's armed forces had carried out through Operation Sindoor. Let's listen in to what the Foreign Secretary had to say.
On April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate and responsible.
मैं इस कार्रवाई के लिए अपनी देश की सशक्त सेना और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को बारंबार धन्यवाद देता हूं और सैल्यूट करता हूं अपने देश की सेनाओं को, सशक्त सेनाओं को, जिन्होंने इस तरह के दुष्टों का, राक्षसों का विनाश करने का प्रण लिया है और उसको अंजाम देने का कार्य किया है। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को बारंबार धन्यवाद देता हूं।
The name itself says it, isn't it? And India attacking only the terrorist camp right now, focusing on it without attacking the civilians or the innocent tourist or anybody there. I'm being very proud and I'm very moved at this moment. And I think all Indians who are watching this should be proud and will be proud of it.
मुझे लगता है कि जैसे मैंने पहले भी बोला था कि टेररिज्म को आप फ्रॉम द बॉटम खत्म कर दो, पूरी तरह से खत्म कर दो, जहाँ से वो शुरुआत होती है वही खत्म कर दो। मुझे लगता है शायद ये एयर स्ट्राइक उसी का जवाब।
हर्षल, जिस तरीके से ये अटैक हुआ है, ये उम्मीद थी कि रिटेलिएट होगा और बहुत बड़ा रिटेलिएशन होगा, तो इस अटैक को और जो कार्रवाई हुई है उसको आप किस तरह देखते हैं?
खुश हूँ कार्रवाई देख के, लेकिन इतना ही बोलूँगा कि ये इकलौती कार्रवाई नहीं होनी चाहिए। ऐसे कंटिन्यू अटैक्स उन पे होने चाहिए, तभी वो सुधरने वालों में से तो है नहीं, क्योंकि पहली 2 बार भी हमने उन पर अटैक किया था, मतलब रिप्लाई दिया था, खुद से अटैक नहीं किया था, तो तभी भी उन्होंने हिम्मत करी तीसरी बार अटैक करने की। तो इस बार उन पर ऐसा अटैक होना चाहिए कि चौथा अटैक करने के लिए वो बचना ही नहीं चाहिए, तभी कुछ होगा।
इस बार हर्षल मल्टीपल टेरर बेस्ड कैंप पर अटैक हुआ है, जो लश्कर तैयबा हो, जैसे महमूद हो, एक स्पेसिफिक टेरर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लेवल मल्टीपल टेरर हुआ है, एक स्ट्रॉन्ग मैसेज दिया है।
स्ट्रॉन्ग मैसेज है। मैं पूरी फैमिली, मतलब मेरे मदर को भी मैंने बताया था इस बारे में रात को, कि तो वो भी हैप्पी है। मतलब अभी कैसे दुख जो है वो मतलब इंसान तो नहीं वापस आने वाला, लेकिन थोड़ा रिलीफ है कि ऐसे ही नहीं मरे, देश के लिए मरे 28 के 28 29 जितने भी लोग हैं। तो मेरे फादर भी पर्सनली खुश होते हैं अगर किसी और पे अटैक होता, और मतलब किसी और की हत्या होती और इसके जवाब में अटैक होता, तो भी मेरे फादर खुश होते, क्योंकि 2019 में जब भी पुलवामा हमने रिप्लाई दिया था, तभी उन्होंने मुझे हक किया था। मुझे वो मतलब अभी रात को मैंने जब ये देखा तब मुझे वो मेमोरी याद आई थी, तो मेरे फादर भी खुश होंगे। और अच्छा लग रहा है कि जस्टिस उन्होंने ट्राई कर रहे हैं, लेकिन मैं सिर्फ इतना अगेन एक और बार मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि ये एंडिंग नहीं होना चाहिए, ये बिगनिंग होना चाहिए अटैक का।
22 এপ্রিল আমরা সেটা এবং যাদের সাথে হয়েছে আমাদের একটাই রিকোয়েস্ট ছিল, আমাদের জাস্টিস চাই। আর গভর্নমেন্টের থেকে আমরা যেটা চেয়েছিলাম গভর্নমেন্ট অ্যাকশন নিয়েছে। আমার গভর্নমেন্টের উপর পুরোপুরি ভরসা, পুরোপুরি বিশ্বাস, ওনারা যে অ্যাকশনটা নিয়েছে সেটা প্রপার অ্যাকশন নিয়েছে, আমি তাদের কাছে ধন্যবাদ। আমার হাজব্যান্ড এটা নিশ্চয়ই দেখছে, আজ যে অপারেশন সিঁদুর লিখেছি আমার আজকে সিঁদুর তালা কেটে নিয়েছে। ভগবান আমার হাজব্যান্ডকে শান্তি দিই, আর ভবিষ্যতে যাতে কারোর কপালে সিঁদুর না যায়, এটাই গভর্নমেন্টের কাছে আমার রিকোয়েস্ট, আর কিছু না।
आज मोदी जी ने और जितने भी लोग इस ऑपरेशन में इन्वॉल्व हैं, हमारे आर्म फोर्सेस ने आज कहीं ना कहीं उन 26 लोगों की फैमिलीज को दिखा दिया है कि हम आपका बदला पर्सनल लेवल पे हम आपके लिए खड़े होके बदला लेके वापस आए। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नाम देके ना उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं बहुत पर्सनल लेवल पे हमें टच किया है कि हाँ आपका सिंदूर गया था और हम जितनी 26 औरतें हैं उन सबका सिंदूर नाम देके उन्होंने यही प्रूव किया है कि दिस इज वेरी पर्सनल। एंड हम एक एक लोगों की डेथ पर्सनल लेवल पे लेके, पर्सनल तरीके से लेके उन पर अटैक करेंगे.
Indian armed forces have retaliated in a strong measure, targeting 9 terror camps with Operation Sindoor. How do you see this, sir?
Yeah, definitely it is a good step from the government of India, and Modi has done a lot of good work to control the terrorists, and they have posted army people along the border, and they are controlling all the terrorists, and they fight the hideouts of the terrorists, and really they are bringing peace to people in India.
But do you feel there is some form of retribution, some form of revenge, some form of justice for your son's unfortunate demise?
Definitely a lot of justice is there, because the army people and air force people, they have done a lot of work, and they have attacked the 9 terrorist hideouts, and they killed them. That's a good news for all the people of India, because hereafter there may not be any terrorists attacking Indian people.
The tragedy that took place there and the pain of many, do you feel this is revenge for your brother's unfortunate tragedy, sir?
See, he's not going to come back. We have lost him. He's not there. I don't know. I don't want to call it revenge. I don't want to call it anything else. I think looking from a perspective saying, how do we stop this from happening? I think there is a need for us to give an answer to a certain terror outfits in a certain way. Probably that's exactly what the government is trying to do, because some of these terror outfits only learn from such kind of retaliation. There are some people who are peace lovers, they have been advised peace, that kind of an approach has been taken. There are some people where we need to change the mindset of people as well. I think that kind of approach has been taken. So I think it's different solutions for different category of people, which is exactly what government is adopting to. Hopefully this will bring peace to the nation as well as for the neighboring nations as well.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you for staying with us here at CNN News 18 as we continue to stay on Operation Sindoor. Less than a fortnight after the brutal terror attack on the 22nd of April in Pahalgam that claimed 26 innocent civilian lives, Bharat has avenged the loss. Bharat conducted Operation Sindoor, striking 9 terror sites, 21 locations in 25 minutes, killing 17 plus terrorists. That number is much higher, but this is what's been declared officially. Jaish and Lashkar terror hotbeds have been decimated, razed to rubble. The strikes have rattled Pakistan. In a climb down, Pak Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has even said that if Bharat retreats or Bharat halts, Pakistan will show restraint. Let's try and understand this entire operation in detail. Titled Operation Sindoor, a name we are given to understand was christened by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in ode to the widows of Pahalgam. Operation Sindoor, 25 minutes, 21 hits, 9 targets. 9 targets that include Sawai Nala, Sayyidna Bilal, Massacre Aqsa, Chela Bandi, Abdullah bin Masood, Dulai Gari, then Gari Habibullah, and also Batrasi, Balakot, Oghi, Boi, Sensa, Gulpur, Kotli, Barali, Dungi, Barnala, Mehmuna Joya, Sarjal and Muridke, and last but most important, I think, that is Bahawalpur. So the Lashkar headquarters Muridke, the Jaish headquarters Bahawalpur, both in the Pak province of Punjab, targeted and razed to rubble. Now why Muridke? Let's try and understand this. Why Muridke? Well, we just got, before we explain to you, now this is the Home Minister Amit Shah who's taking a briefing. We'll check if there is any audio of this meeting and if there is any conversation that he's having. This is happening in the Home Ministry. There is a briefing going on. We'll see if they are getting, we have Govind Mohan there to the Home Minister's right, addressing the gathering and the conference. This briefing, even as Prime Minister Narendra Modi has called on the President of India, Draupadi Murmu ji, to brief her on Operation Sindoor. This is a scheduled meeting, the urgent meeting that was called in by the Home Minister at 2 p.m. and he is meeting with the Chief Ministers, LGs, the elected heads and of various states and union territories, especially those along the line of control or the line of actual control and the international border, both towards our west and the east. These are states which perhaps will be asked to be in urgent preparedness for a possible impending retaliation by the Pakistanis. We'll try and understand the details and the contours of this conversation with Arunibha. This is an urgent meeting in the Union Home Ministry that is currently on, a briefing that is happening. This is the Union Home Minister Amit Shah soon after Operation Sindoor and the briefing by the military and the Foreign Office. This is a meeting that was called, urgent meeting that was called. Arunima now joining us. Arunima, representatives of various states, especially the chief ministers or the chief secretaries, have been asked to come, chief secretaries and DGPs of the states that are bordering Pakistan and Nepal have been called on for this urgent meeting. Do we know the context, the reason why? Is this perhaps in preparedness for a possible retaliation by the enemy this evening?
Absolutely. That's the reason this meeting has been called. Pakistan, it's obvious, are states which share a border with Pakistan. They're on the front line. Their civilian population, which is living in villages right at the border, they have to be safeguarded. And there is a civil defense drill this evening. But now things have gone a little out of hand in the sense that intelligence input seems to suggest that Pakistan might try some misadventure tonight. So before that, what is the kind of preparations that must be done to ensure that our civilian population, if required, be evacuated and their safety be kept in mind? But why Nepal and why West Bengal? West Bengal because it shares a border with Bangladesh, and statements coming in from Bangladesh in the past also have been extremely provocative. And Nepal because ISI has in the past used the Nepal route to harm interests of India, and therefore not wanting to take any chances. Home Minister is meeting CMs of Jammu and Kashmir, LG of Jammu and Kashmir, and Chief Ministers of Punjab, West Bengal, Uttarakhand, Bihar and Gujarat, Punjab. All of them have been called to discuss as to what are the steps to be taken.
Right, Arunima, even as we speak, we've got more pictures coming through of Prime Minister Narendra Modi calling on President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan, even as the Home Minister is taking this urgent briefing of the Chief Secretaries and DGPs of states bordering Pakistan and also bordering Nepal. Critical and important this one. Payal Mehta with us now. Payal, the Prime Minister's briefing with President Draupadi Murmu, this is to detail out Operation Sindoor?
Absolutely, Anand. She is the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces and the first citizen of the country. And after the entire set of briefing that took place, including the cabinet, the CCS, where the Prime Minister got a detailed briefing from the concerned personnel, and of course, no doubt whatsoever that he was monitoring this through the night, got information from Ajit Doval now and then. It's part of the protocol to brief the President of the happenings that have really taken place, given the fact that she is the first citizen of the country. So those pictures are out there on our screens for the viewers to see. Multiple meetings taking place. Arunima has been reporting to the Home Ministry taking an emergency meeting with the bordering states, with Pakistan and of course the states which are on the vulnerable category as well. So a series of meetings continue. Earlier in the day, the Prime Minister held a cabinet meeting, briefed his own cabinet colleagues, told them what this entire operation was about, lauded the efforts of the forces, and despite the cabinet colleagues lauding the Prime Minister for his own leadership, the Prime Minister said the only credit which needs to go to anyone is of course the armed forces, and he said all of us need to feel extremely proud today.
Right. So the cabinet briefing, the Prime Minister saying, telling the cabinet that we need to feel extremely proud. There is a possible all-party meeting that has also been convened on Thursday. But this midweek, right now, these are pictures to the left of your screens that are critical, that is important. The government is not letting up. The government is not blinking. The government is getting into a state of preparedness, asking the federal units to be ready for any eventuality, especially the border states, the border regions with Pakistan or with Nepal, that they need to be ready for a possible strike or a retaliation from the Pakistanis, given Operation Sindoor and given the kind of telling blow that our forces have delivered upon them. Thank you for your inputs, Arunima and Payal. We'll come back to you in just a bit. Pallavi Ghosh is also with us. Pallavi, what is possible? Is there an all-party meeting that is being also called, and with both the Prime Minister and the Home Minister getting about their jobs, doing what they are supposed to do, the Prime Minister debriefing or briefing the President, informing her of the action that's been taken, the Home Minister at this point in time sitting on that briefing, an urgent meeting that's been called with the Chief Secretaries and DGPs of various states. Somewhere is Bharat unwilling to trust a Khwaja Asif who says, we don't want to retaliate, we will pipe down if you halt your operations?
Absolutely. You see, Anand, this is a part of combat and this is a part of war. You never underestimate your enemy, and that is what India is not going to be doing. We are not going to give up on the possibility of Pakistan retaliating, if not immediately, but at some point of time, which is why whatever preparations are being made by the government, they are a long drawn out one. The border states, as we all are talking about, are always going to be vulnerable, whether it's Punjab on the western side, Gujarat, or whether obviously it is Kashmir on the eastern side, West Bengal. It shares a very porous border with Bangladesh, and there have been issues which West Bengal has been sharing with Bangladesh. That is one point which is being taken care of. Second, the President of India is also the Supreme Commander of the armed forces, of the three forces, which is why she was also briefed by the Prime Minister. It's part of a protocol. But I think the larger point which emerges out of it is the government seems very much in working in a very systematic and coordinated manner. On one hand, utmost secrecy. Just 2 to 3 people were aware of Operation Sindoor. Just before that, everything seemed business as usual. There were critics coming in from the opposition parties who were questioning, why is the Prime Minister going for this summit? How can he go to Mumbai? Why has he not visited the house of the victims? Now I think the questions must be answered. This is the reason. Your focus, like the eye or the Arjun's arc, as they say, was very, very clear that we have to take an attack on Pakistan. That was what was being worked out by the Prime Minister in the series of meetings which took place. But I think that Arjun ka arc is not going to be lost even now. Ensuring the security of the people of India, ensuring the security of our forge on the border, and also ensuring that we are well equipped to take on Pakistan whenever they retaliate. That is also a part of our challenge, and we are working on it. And of course, the world opinion. The world has to be told, and was told to that press statement this morning, that the sequence of attacks India has faced from Pakistan and what we did today by way of Operation Sindoor was coordinated and was very much provoked, and we were not escalating it. We have not targeted the civilians. That's what an escalation of war is all about. We've only targeted the terror hides out. Also very quickly, Anand, in the last few days we have been reporting what India has been working on is an information war, telling the world that many of acts of terror which has taken place, for example the Russian theatre bombing, the London Bridge bombing, all of them somewhere down the line gets connected with Pakistan. Pakistan is a school of terror. So if you give them funds by way of the multilateral development banks like the ADB and so on, you are only going to embolden Pakistan and give them money. Stop doing that. Second, if you do not stand by India at this point of time, when we are targeting the terror hideouts, what we are facing today, you have been facing and will face in future. So I think not this. And finally, to answer your question, all-party meeting, I think that's again a part of the government's systematic plan, taking on the political parties, keeping them on board. So at the all-party meeting, all the parties, especially in the opposition, will be briefed about Operation Sindoor, how it was worked out, the impact, and what is the roadmap ahead.
Right, brace for a what they call is the recoil. That is something which Bharat needs to do, and that's the preparation at the bottom of the screen that you're seeing, with the Home Minister taking that, presiding over the briefing or an urgent meeting called for the Chief Secretaries and DGPs of various states that border Pakistan and Nepal. Major General Rajan Kochar is with us, and even as I say good afternoon to him, he's with us in the studio. Good afternoon, sir. This is the ADGPI, the official Twitter handle of the Indian Army, who's just put out Operation Sindoor, #JustServed, Target 1, the Abbas terrorist camp at Kotli, 13 kilometers from the line of control, POJK, that's what they have written, this is what they're saying, and Nerve Center for Training Suicide Bombers of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, key training infrastructure for over 50 terrorists. This is what they're saying, key training infrastructure for over 50 terrorists, and this was destroyed at 1:04 a.m. on the 7th of May 2025. this is what they have said. I'm just going to turn it around so that it's visible. Okay, there you go. So this is what the ADGPI Indian Army Operation Sindoor, Justice served, hashtag Target 1 Abbas terrorist camp at Kotli, distance 13 km from the line of control, POJK, nerve center for training suicide bombers or Fidain of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and key training infrastructure for over 50 terrorists. This was destroyed at 1:04 a.m. on the 7th of May. 21 minutes or 25 minutes, 21 packages that were dropped across 9 key locations all across from Muzaffarabad, Mirpur Muzaffarabad region all the way down towards Bahawalpur. These are the 9 regions. Now, the preparedness that we are seeing, Major Kocher, there is something called Swayambodh, that is to know your own self and your own ability. The other aspect is Shatrubodh, to know the enemy, understand the enemy and never underestimate the enemy.
Absolutely.
In this case, should Bharat be ready for a recoil?
You see, right now, Pakistan has to do a riposte, like Pakistan is saying, okay, we will decide at our own time of choosing. So I think much would depend upon the kind of riposte we get from Pakistan, because as of now, I think we have addressed the issue below the threshold of war. India would also not like to get into a war with Pakistan. Of course, Pakistan is in no position to fight a war with India. But right now, as I feel, the way this entire operation has been planned, Operation Sindoor has been planned, where 9 prominent locations of terrorist infrastructure have been targeted, and the kind of weapon platforms and systems which have been used in this operation, I feel, this is my assessment, that we would not like to escalate the issue further. And if Pakistan Raksha Mantri, Defence Minister, is to be believed, he has made a statement that we will not like to escalate if India does not escalate. So I don't think India is very, very keen to escalate. But I tend to believe that Pakistan is not going to keep quiet at this stage, because if you go back to 2019, Balakot, you found that Operation Swift Retort took place within about 24 to 48 hours. So I think that if Pakistan has to do something, it will happen in the next 48 hours. We can discuss the kind of options which Pakistan has, but right now I don't think it will escalate from our side.
Yeah, we are not. It's not going to escalate from us. But if Pakistan responds, then perhaps will we step on the ladder and will we take it up further a notch. The Chinese envoy, even as we speak, has met the Pak foreign minister, and there's been a conversation. We'll get to that in a bit. But we got more news coming through. It's a CNN News 18 mega exclusive coming through from Manoj Gupta, and we'll go to that too. But in the meantime, just bringing our viewers up to speed, Ambassador Zhang Jiadong of China has called on the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Mohammad Ishaq Dar. And they say that the Chinese ambassador has been briefed about the serious situation following Bharat's unprovoked violation of Pakistan's sovereignty. But it looks like that the Chinese statement came after this meeting has happened. So there is an update. The Chinese envoy met, and there are pictures that have now been released by the Pakistanis. There's more news. Top government sources now are saying that Bharat is going strong and is in touch with global partners. And after Operation Sindoor, NSA Doval, Ajit Doval has spoken to US, UK, UAE and counterparts of other nations too. Bharat has also shared details on why it has targeted these locations and these terror tanzeems and their dens. Siddhant Misra now joins us. Siddhant, 2 aspects. One, the Chinese are engaging with the Pakistanis quite actively and quite regularly over the course of the last 6 to 8 hours. There are fresh pictures that have been released. The other part, Bharat is also engaging with various nations, and somewhere has it been able to shore up or muscle up enough and more support for Operation Sindoor?
Well, Anand, India was perhaps building up for this day from a very long time. In fact, Prime Minister Modi himself spoke to heads of states and heads of governments of 17 countries, if I'm not mistaken, and EMS Shankar have also briefed all the non-permanent members of the Security Council. In fact, today, Anand, Pakistani Foreign Minister stands exposed because what India did, perhaps the strike in Pakistan and Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir was in context with the statement which was released by UNSC on 25th of April. Perhaps India did manage to get what India wanted to get from the UNSC, and that particular paragraph context was used to conduct strikes in Pakistan. Now, in fact, Manoj Gupta is reporting for us that Pakistan should immediately show restraint and do needful to arrest these people who are doing attacks. In fact, the word stands committed for India, and in fact, any misadventure by Pakistan here onwards will again be replied back. In fact, Anand, in the press briefing, 21 locations have been shown, and only 9 have been targeted. Perhaps there is a lot of scope for more, targeting by the Indian side in days to come.
Well, that targeting, Major Kocher, will it happen only if Pakistan retaliates?
Yes, because I believe there are 21 terrorist infrastructure or training areas which had been identified, and in phase 1 it was decided to go for 9 because these 9 are the most prominent ones, and it was also done for the sake of easy of target acquisition and launching of our attacks in the phase 1. So I feel this in case there is an escalation from Pakistan side beyond a certain threshold. See, I would say that if there is an escalation up to a point, India may not again go up the escalation ladder. But if there is substantial damage caused to the Indian military, logistic areas, I would especially say logistic areas here, because last time an attempt was made to blow up the ammunition dump.
Correct.
So these are the areas, vulnerable areas for us in this area. So in case Pakistan is going to target them, or Pakistan may also, like last time, drop their bombs in the near vicinity without causing any great damage to the Indian logistic support areas. So I think it would have to be played on, because it's a kind of a evolving situation as of now, and
somewhere, Major Kocher, one gets the feeling that the Pakistan Army's entire izzat, if you say, or the pride is at stake for them. And this time around, Bharat has actually gone at least 100 kilometers deep over the international border. It's not even over the LOC. It's over the international border, deep into the Pak province of Punjab, when the forces have targeted Bahawalpur and Muridke. So somewhere the Pakistani forces will also be keen to turn around and say, we can also penetrate deep. So is this something that perhaps the powers that be, the forces, will be mindful of? Is there a reason why the DGPs and the chief secretaries of various states are being called up, and there is this urgent meeting that is happening with the anticipation that in the next 24 to 36 hours the Pakistanis will respond?
You actually mentioned at the beginning of your narrative Shatru Gyan. I will just modify it to call it the Shatru Gyan. Shatru Gyan, I'll call it, because this is an exercise we do in the staff college. We try to analyze the minds of the Pakistani commanders. So if I get into the mind of General Munir, I'm not going to take it lying down. And what options I have? My first option is, as I can see, the Pakistanis are quite used to that whatever type of action you do, they will replicate that action for you. Like there was an airstrike, then Pakistan also came up with an airstrike. So in my assessment, I think the Pakistanis will also reply with a missile and a drone attack. And why I say this is because Pakistan has recently tested his
Yeah, surface to surface
Fateh 2 missile.
Yeah.
It's a variant of the Fateh 2 missile, and it is a surface to surface missile which has a range of 450 kilometers and a payload equivalent to a BrahMos.
Correct.
So I feel this would be an option for Pakistan. The second option is, in the last 2 years, Pakistan has raised a drone brigade. Now this drone brigade Pakistan has raised with the help of China, as you mentioned just now. The Turkey Baraktar drones are there. The Akinci drones are there from Turkey and drones from China. So I see a swarm drone attack, maybe around 100 to 200 drones being launched at the same time into the Indian territory. And I may be wrong, but they may try to target the civil infrastructure in India. And why I say that is because Pakistan has so far maintained that India has attacked the civil infrastructure in Pakistan, not the terrorists. They're not calling them terrorists.
Yeah.
They are calling them civilians.
Correct.
So in case Pakistan is able to project to the world, I believe Pakistan is taking international media now to all the 9 sites. So if that be the case, Pakistan will try to highlight and make its case strong that India has targeted civilian infrastructure and Pakistan has the right to retaliate in a similar manner.
Where they can build that narrative. They tried to do the same with Balakot, where they said it's a dump, nothing has happened. The other thing they said is that you targeted a civilian seminary and nothing else. This time around, their markazes of terror have now been called mosques, etc., and saying you're targeting religious establishments. So they will spin their narrative, but we've got to be ready and we've got to be alert. Ambassador Pinak Chakravarti is also there. Jayan sir, a momentous day. Operation Sindoor has been executed. Bharat has perhaps also shown a shift in posture. Pre-Operation Sindoor, post-Operation Sindoor, will there be a different perception? And now what next in the next 24 to 36 hours? What do you anticipate?
Well, I think, and I agree with my colleague who just said that there will be some kind of a strike by Pakistan, perhaps on targets that they must be in the process of target selection and things like that. And it could be drones, it could be some kind of a missile, but it will be kind of a matching in the sense that they might attack I don't know, they might even target a and so I would not be surprised because our missiles hit a mosque and madrasa and the social establishments of these terror groups. Of course, for them, they are not terror groups, they are only, whatever they call them, mujahids or so I think something like that could happen. It's difficult to speculate, but I do think that the question of you see the Pakistan army, if it does not retaliate, then again it will, as it is gone down in the esteem of the Pakistani population, much more than ever before. And so if they do not retaliate, so they will again, and many Pakistanis are, by the way, putting out a lot of memes and comedy, sarcastic, social media posts, basically attacking the army also. And so I think they will have to do something. Of course, the bombastic statements that come out of the ISI chief or others, mainly the ISI chief because he's the guy who sort of comes on TV and says, ye kar denge, wo kar denge and all that. But then one has to, Pakistan will also have to decide. It is under a lot of international pressure also and not to raise the stakes. But it will do something. It has to. Otherwise, izzat ka sawal hai, badla lena hai. Those kind of, feelings that are there will have to be assuaged.
Now,
and so,
but Ambassador Saab, there is a press statement that's just been released and I'm reading portions of it. It's come from the Prime Minister's office, Media Wing, Islamabad, 7th May 2025. One important paragraph where they have said, like Major General Kocha was saying, that they have said targeting of civilians. they have said including innocent women and children. So their narrative spinning is that this is innocent women and children and they are civilians. So that's one part. The other thing that they are also saying is that they are claiming to have brought down some of our aircrafts. UAVs and fighter planes, they are saying we brought 5 down overall. That's what the Pakistanis are claiming. The other thing that they have also said that the armed forces, in consonance with Article 51 of the UN Charter, Pakistan reserves the right to respond in self-defense at a time and place and manner of its choosing to avenge the loss of innocent Pakistani lives and blatant violation of its sovereignty. The armed forces of Pakistan have duly been authorized to undertake corresponding actions in this regard. So this clearly shows that they are not taking it lying down and they are not going to back off based on what Khwaja Asif was saying. So that perhaps was a smokescreen.
There are certain trigger words here in the statement. One is, of course, corresponding. Then, of course, you mentioned the civilians, and then I think so. Basically, corresponding and civilians. So that is where we should reflect and see where it is possible that they will do. But of course, it's very difficult to say where they will pick, and it will probably be a target that is. As I said, it could be a temple. It could be since they said we targeted the madrasa or something like that. So it could be a school or something like that, and then they will say कि tit for tat हमने इनको जवाब दे दिया है, and then hopefully अगर ये आगे अब कुछ न करे तो हम भी कुछ नहीं करेंगे. That's the kind of line I expect from them.
Yes, Major General Coach.
See, I've got. What the ambassador said, we also need to draw a comparison between the air defense system of India and Pakistan, because the kind of effect we have been able to generate in Pakistan, and the Pakistan air defense system has not been able to detect or to stop any of our strikes. That may not be the case as far as India is concerned. I can draw a parallel to what Iran and Israel strikes had taken place, and 30 ballistic missiles and 300 drones were launched at Israel, but hardly 1 or 2 actually reached there. So I have a strong belief that our air defense system with the S-400, one battery has been deployed in this area. So we have, starting from S-400, which can engage targets at 400 kilometers away, and it can track a target at 600 kilometers away. Then we have the MR SAMs or the Barrack 8, which has a range of approximately 70 to 80 kilometers. Then we have the Akash missile system, which has a range of 25 to 30 kilometers. And then we have our own Iglas and OSA AKs and other air defense system of the air defense regiments and the Air Force. So I feel that India, before taking this strike, would have considered this and war gamed this, because this was going to be the likely response from Pakistan, and would have geared up their air defense systems in a manner that they don't face that kind of a loss which Pakistan has faced.
So, but somewhere we are saying that the attack is not going to be on the surface, but it is going to be aerial, and that's where they're going to come. Do we have the capacity with the laser equipment and the laser guns which can defang drones? Do we have the ability to take on swarms? We have recently developed technology that can render drones ineffective immediately because they jam their frequencies altogether and render them. But we have to see what kind of swarms are sent, if they are sent. So that's one possibility that Major General Kochhar is talking about. Let's go across to Akash and Siddhant for 2 aspects. One, the DG, BSF, SSB, CISF are present in the Home Minister, CMs and Chief Secretaries meeting. Security of vital installations in border states, security of airports and civilians is currently on the agenda. But Akash, the Pakistanis have said in this statement, armed forces of Pakistan have been duly authorized to undertake corresponding action in this regard. So there is a counter strike around the corner.
Once again, the provocation, in fact, Anand, and it is very much anticipated because in fact the Indian agencies, are anticipating some sort of action after the sort of statements that we have seen from Pakistan. But let me tell you that, Indian Air Force and Army are very much ready. You were talking about the swarm drones, in fact. We have both hard kill and soft kill technology, Anand, that is very much, employed in the areas, that are close to border. In fact, recently DRDO, has tested the laser system that is one of the most powerful system, in the world. So as far as technology is concerned, so India is very much capable of, thwarting in any sort of attempt, be it the drone attack or any sort of airstrike. Yes, we have S-400. The expert was mentioning that how it has been deployed in the, in the areas that can cater to both the northern front as well as the western front. But then we have our MRSAM and other aerial systems as well, where air defense can be ensured.
Right, but there is this entire claim that they are making of downing our aircraft and also this civilian bogey. Well, are the Pakistanis going to ready a counter narrative for that? We have to wait and watch. We also have Siddhant joining us. Siddhant, so clearly an international narrative is also being planned, with the Pakistanis trying to take foreign journalists to all these 9 locations, but they have not been able to answer why Punjab, all of the Pak province of Punjab went dark for 6 hours. Why is it that no video or no access has been allowed to anybody for at least 6 to 8 hours in all the POK regions?
Yeah, that's right, Anand. In fact, this is a release which has come from Shehbaz Sharif's office. In fact, this release says what you are exactly pointing out, that we have already taken international journalists to these locations on 6th of May, and there was a separate visit which was planned for 7th of May. In fact, Pakistan has mentioned areas of Sialkot, Sakargarh, Muridke, Bawalpur, Kotli, Muzaffarabad. These the targets in these areas have been attacked, and in fact, the NSC, the National Security Committee there, unequivocally condemned this act of India. In fact, Pakistan has also said that Indian action has endangered the aviation systems of the brotherly Gulf nations. In fact, they are also trying to bring Gulf countries into this escalation. And in fact, Pakistan is saying that these were the imaginary terrorist camps which India has targeted. And in fact, the armed forces of Pakistan is in line with the exercise of the right of self-defense and response framework outlined in NSC statement. And the NSC calls upon the international community to recognize the gravity of India's unprovoked illegal actions. Perhaps Pakistan is very, very nervous, Anand. The reason is that today in the press briefing, the 21 targets were shown by the Indian side, and only 9 have been hit in Operation Sindoor, under Operation Sindoor. Perhaps so Pakistan is expecting that India could hit back again, perhaps to neutralize terrorists on those sites, to destroy those terror camps. Perhaps so Pakistan is very, very nervous. In fact, the kind of support India is getting from last 2 weeks, Anand, at diplomatic level. Today also, in fact, right after the strikes, NSA Dole briefed UK, US, Saudi Arabia and various other countries. Perhaps so India has kept the entire world in loop. And also, Anand, very important to highlight here that what India has done, perhaps Operation Sindoor, is in context with the UNSC statement on 25th of April. So it's nowhere in violation with what international community has been saying from last 2 weeks.
Right. Ambassador Pirag Chakravarti, how would you I'm just going to check if India Naftali, Israeli journalist, is also with us. India Naftali is also with us. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. But Ambassador, my question to you was, how is Bharat going to manage any response from Pakistan? The international narrative, how we stitch it, how the story goes across, and who buys our story and who doesn't is critical. China's statement was very, very wishy-washy, except for the word regrettable that was used in the first 2 lines. But thereafter, one could get the sense that the Chinese also didn't want the Pakistanis to retaliate or to further escalate this matter. But now what happens post the Pakistani statement?
China must be also very worried, because if it escalates into an all-out war, then all of China's investments will go down the drain. And don't forget that if it's an all-out war, border will be a huge target for India. And that the Chinese know. I think I've been in Beijing in different discussions hypothetical, of course, that and then it was pointed out that that Gwadar will certainly be one of the top targets. Anyway, that's hypothetical, and probably we will not escalate to that level. But certainly something is going to happen, as we have discussed, and then international opinion is always going to say, show restraint, do dialogue, etc. Now, how do you dialogue with Pakistan? We tried everything with Pakistan over the years, and nothing works for Pakistan. And I think my Israeli friend there will realize, I've been posted in Israel, I've spent 3.5 years in Israel. Those were the good times, I think. But I did see some bombings, the Dizengoff bombing, I remember, which happened in the heart of Israel, Tel Aviv. Right? And so I think, how do you negotiate with a terrorist country? And how do you negotiate with somebody who has decided that terrorism is their only tool left in their armory to deal with India? And then they do it for some time, then they go back, then they keep quiet for some time, but they do it again. It is something very similar that Israel also faces. And I would say that so our dilemma has always been that having tried everything with Pakistan, what do we do now? International narrative will go on. And I don't think we should bother too much about the international narrative. We have to do what we have to do. Pakistan tried to drag in everybody. Pakistan is a rentier state, as you know. They became lackeys to the US during the Cold War. Now they are lackeys to the Chinese. They want somebody to come in and mediate, etc. UN resolutions they keep harping about on Kashmir. Nothing has worked for them. So then they switch to terrorism, thinking that we will hurt India, in some way or the other via terrorism. Wars they have tried, that also didn't work. So you are looking at a state which is of course controlled by the army, and that army, and perhaps the current general felt that he's under a lot of pressure. Baluchistan is on fire almost, and the across the Duran line there are problems. TTP, what kind of problems are there? And of course the economic downturn and the problems they are having. Now, Pakistan must also decide that if they go for a full-scale war, that's the end of their economy. They don't have the money to carry on for very long. Where will they buy their oil, their diesel, that requires, to fuel all the war machinery? They don't have it. They will have very limited quantity. So Pakistan will certainly not go for a very higher escalation, in my view, because that really would mean a very, very massive blow, because India is going to retaliate. That's for sure, and that we know that we will.
Then do the Pakistanis now understand the intent that if Pakistan says there will be a corresponding response, then our counter to that will be 10x of that corresponding response, and that is something which the Pakistanis can ill afford, because they don't have the bandwidth, the wherewithal, or nor the kind of support that they require internationally also, nor do they have that much in their arsenal. They may be a professional army unit, but that army perhaps does not have the guns to fire. You can't do anything with guns, you need bullets. They don't have the bullets. You can't do anything with a lot of aircraft standing at their hangars if only 40% of them have operational capacity, because you don't have the service parts and to get them airborne. And all of this takes time. India Naftali is with us. Thank you for your time. Israel has come out and openly voiced support for Bharat. The Israel ambassador has also come out and said that Bharat was right in what, in Operation Sindoor. He's even empathized or identified with the name and said it brings back an emotional chord, touches an emotional chord, because Israel has seen what happened on the 7th of October. And there is a lot of parallels that are being drawn between 7th October and 22nd of April, and perhaps an Hamas influence. So how do you read the current situation, India Naftali?
Look, Israelis are responding to these attacks with a strong sense of solidarity. Like you said, there's a collective outpouring for the victims and their families. And what's shocking the most to me is, I don't need to remind you, but for those who are already denying that India was in fact attacked, Pakistani terrorists invaded India, gunned down innocent civilians, asked them their religion, demanded that they say the Islamic declaration of faith, pulled down their trousers to check their faith, let's say, and then shot them point blank if they were Hindu. I don't want the world to forget that. And they did that in front of their families so that their wives and children would never forget. So if this doesn't explain the kind of monsters we're dealing with, I don't know what does. And Israel, of more than any country in the world, knows how to deal with this. Israel has been criticized for defending itself, and I think India is going to start, and they've already been facing these accusations of attacking Pakistan first. This is the narrative going online in the comment section. And I just want to say that we here in Israel, and I as someone with Indian heritage and as a human being, stand unequivocally with India in India's right to defend itself and its sovereignty.
Well, the Bahawalpur air base was 5 kilometers from where the Jaish headquarters are. So if the intent was to escalate and target military or civilian establishments, Bharat could have very easily done that. That should not be lost on anybody. But India, Naftali, what in your experience is going to happen? Israel has borne the brunt of backing off. Bharat has borne the brunt of backing off. Taking the foot of the pedal only allows the enemy to come back again. And this is in their nature. They get beaten and then they always come back.
And that's where dismantling terrorism comes in. You see, Israel's been fighting this over a year and a half long battle trying to eliminate Hamas, which has seen this been an impossible battle. And it comes to the question of ideology. How do you dismantle an ideology? And I don't have the answer to that, and I don't think very many people, if anyone, does. But what we can do is fight back in the moment. One of Israel's key tactics to counter terrorism, which India has learned from, is to act quickly when there is a terror attack, because it sets a precedent that if you mess with us, you will pay the price. For example, the practice of demolishing terrorist homes has been something practiced in Israel since 1967. And now we've seen now in India, they are also carrying out the demolition of terrorist homes.
So some of the things we are learning from other nations that have dealt with similar menaces in their neighborhood and similar issues or problems in the neighborhood. Others we've got to recalibrate based on the geopolitics and the position where each of these nations are. So there are many, things to balance or juggle, many balls to juggle, and it's quite a tightrope to walk, because how do you walk on the right side of the war on terror without getting on to the wrong side of impinging on a nation's sovereignty as is being alleged? Vikram Misri had a very interesting take on in the briefing to outline Bharat's position. We'll just play that out and then go back to our guests.
On April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate and responsible.
Major General Rajan Kochar, one of the aspects we said is that they will talk, they've used the word civilian and corresponding. Ambassador Pinak Chakravarti was also talking about. You looked at it and said that perhaps we have said attack some of their seminaries or madrasas, so they may attack our schools. There is also markas, so there could be a mandir. But the other point is that we are also waging a water war. We've held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. If they try to attack one of our in-process installations, or something which is going to be, which they believe is not something that Bharat should have. That's also a long-range target, non-civilian, but again a critical establishment. What happens then? Is that a possibility?
There is a possibility, and I'll not discount that possibility at the outset. But I'll give it a low priority. Why I'm trying to say that low priority is that if they do that, then it's an act of war, and it's also end to the Indus Water Treaty, because Indus Water Treaty is very, very clear that you will not be attacking each other's assets on the rivers. Now, the three rivers are there, and there are a number of dams, projects on these rivers.
Right.
They are within the reach of the Pakistani missiles.
Right.
At the same time, these have been identified as our vulnerable points, because normally when you make a air defense plan, you identify the VA and VPs, we call it,
right,
vulnerable areas and vulnerable points, and you give it an air defense protection.
Right.
So these dams and rivers, these dams and reservoirs are likely to be protected, because this would have been factored in
they also have to be very careful on what target they choose, because in the mood that Bharat is in currently, any act of attempt to reprisal or retribution can immediately allow Bharat that kind of a flare ground to up that number of targets from 9 to 21 or further beyond. And we've shown the capability and the intent. We've got more news. The NSA, Ajit Doval, has spoken to China and Russia counterparts. The NSA has briefed the counterparts on actions taken and the method of execution of Operation Sindoor. So this conversation is soon after Operation Sindoor, which was, and also what was measured, non-escalatory and restrained in its execution and intent. He's also emphasized that Bharat has no intent to escalate, but was well prepared to retaliate resolutely should Pakistan decide to escalate. The NSA will be in touch with its counterparts in the days ahead. So there is hectic parlays and backroom conversations that are happening, and clear engagements that Bharat is also having with key stakeholders, US, Russia, China, in this case Russia and China. Siddhant joining us with more. Yes, Siddhant. So is this after the Chinese statement where they expressed India's actions as regrettable that this conversation has been had?
Well, Anand, this would really be difficult for me to clarify whether these calls were made before this statement or after this statement. But perhaps what I have managed to get from my sources is that NSA Doval is in constant touch with his counterparts. In fact, NSA has briefed his counterparts on actions taken and method of execution, which was measured, non-escalatory and restrained. He emphasized that India had no intent to escalate, but was well prepared to retaliate resolutely should Pakistan decide to escalate. In fact, NSA will also be in touch with his counterparts in days to come. In fact, he has spoken to the Russian NSA and Bangui in China, and in fact, a diplomatic advisor to French President Emmanuel Bonnet. Earlier, we had this information, Anand, that NSA dialed US NSA Marco Rubio, UK NSA Jonathan Powell, and Saudi Arabia's NSA Musaid Al-Aban, and UAE's NSA Sheikh Tahanoon, Secretary General of NSC of UAE Ali Al-Shamsi, and in fact, he has also spoken to his Japanese counterpart. So, almost all the P5 countries India is in touch with. In fact, China, Russia, and France have also been briefed about India's response, and they all have been very clearly told, Anand, that none of the military installations have been targeted. No civilian casualty or collateral damage has taken place. Perhaps these were the measured, responsible, targeting, and perhaps this has been done, to establish deterrence. And perhaps this should be seen as preventive measure by the Indian side. So that was the briefing which NSA Doval gave to his various counterparts worldwide.
Well, Ambassador, thank you, Siddhant. Ambassador Pinak, does the Pakistan statement that was released by the PMO, does that have enough for a counter fire within the local constituency for the Pakistan army? Is there enough there, or will they not be satisfied with that? Are we looking at something to some kind of a kinetic action by the Pakistanis on Indian soil in the next 24 to 36 hours? There's a reason why, because both parties are now saying, you back off, we'll back off. You escalate, we escalate.
I am recalling what you were reading out of the Pakistan PM statement. It said that we have authorized the armed forces to take whatever, I don't remember the words.
Yeah, corresponding action.
Corresponding action. Now, how do we parse it, and how do we How do we analyze this line? So, and that I think is what, in my view, is that corresponding means that a very similar kind of a thing. But then we don't run terrorist camps, so they can't attack terrorist camps. So they'll have to. So they're talking about civilians. So there may be civilians. But as General said, that the dam on the rivers that we use under the Indus Water Treaty, if that is also a target, then I think their dams will become a target. So it all becomes a very tit-for-tat situation. And then I think the Pakistanis know very well that if they knock out a dam in India, they can be 120% sure to knock out one of their dams. So I don't know whether they will escalate to that extent. But what I feel is that there will be some kind of a strike, I still feel. And will they not do it, or will they just keep quiet for some time and choose their time? That is also a possibility, because like we chose our time and the places and the targets, they will probably also take their time to do so. So I think that is the scenario that sounds most plausible in my view.
Is there a possibility of a non-kinetic but a covert action via proxies? That there what happens is the Tanzeems then try and you deflect it off into the Tanzeems. Say you attack the Marcuses, the Tanzeems have done something, it is not something which is in our control, we are not responsible. And that doesn't need to be done in 24 to 48 hours.
That they can always do. That lever is always there. Pahalgam was exactly that, that they sent in these people to do it. But you see, to reciprocate, they will have to then think that, look, who hit us? It was the Indian military. And hence, it has to be a military response. That is the kind of logic they are likely to follow. And that is why I'm saying that that some kind of a strike seems very likely. Not immediately, not in 48 hours, but they could even do that because they want to say that tit for tat has to be within a certain period of time, and then they will keep quiet. They will watch again what India does, but this will depend very much on what kind of targeting they are planning.
Let's try and look at it from another point of view. What would a nation like China want Pakistan to do, Major General Kocher? It's in China's interest to keep India occupied and hyphenate India back again with Pakistan, to keep it at a escalated conflict that lasts at least a month and a half or 2 months, because it would drain Bharat's resources. It would also perhaps dent our growth story to a certain extent. Although Bharat is prepared, the government believes they have enough and more in the bank and extra, a little more to be able to supplement or augment an extended escalation of this conflict with Pakistan.
Yeah, Anand, I tend to go with your perspective, and I'll tell you why I would like to accept this perspective is China says something and it does something, because what China will speak, China will not be doing it. And China has been preparing Pakistan. You see, it's not now. It's been happening since the last couple of years now. I see there has been a very deep acceleration of improving Pakistan's armed strength, and in all areas where Pakistan has acquired weapons from China. Today, the Pakistan army has got 55% of its equipment from China. And Pakistan army unfortunately has more than 60% vintage equipment. So now Pakistan is phasing out its vintage equipment and bringing in the equipment from China. So we have seen a J-17, 141 it has got from China. So it's a formidable strength which Pakistan is acquiring from China, and China would like India to be engaged all the time, like China engaged India on the line of actual control. You see how much of revenue and money is being spent by the Indian government in maintaining a 75,000 force at an altitude of more than 18,000 feet.
Correct.
So it's not an easy job, and I think it would be in China's interest to keep the line of control active at all times, to keep the Indian army deployed at all times. Pakistan army of course will deploy itself. Pakistan economy will also suffer, but that China is not bothered.
Because the more Pakistan becomes a vassal state, the more China exercises its indirect sovereignty over Pakistani region.
No,
but this is also going to cost the Chinese. They also are not in great shape financially. They have seen a huge degrowth happen. There is also manufacturing push out. The tariff structure and the standoff with the US is hurting them. They've already put in billions, sunk in billions into CPEC and BRI, and doesn't seem to be going anywhere, and there's a certain desperation there. So do the Chinese really want a long-term engagement? Because they will only have to bankroll this. The Pakistanis don't have any money. So Pakistan is going to be parasitical in this nature on the Chinese. Now, how they will leverage that and to what extent, that's another question. We got more news. The France Foreign Minister, Jean-Noël Barrot, has is going to call External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar again. Now, this is the statement given by the French Foreign Minister. We strongly condemn the terrorist attack on the 22nd of April, which left 26 civilians brutally murdered in India. I was even in New York last week to support the adoption of a statement by the United Nations Security Council condemning this terrorist attack. We had hoped that Pakistan would also strongly condemn this attack. We understand India's desire to protect itself against the scourge of terrorism. But we obviously call on both India and Pakistan to exercise restraint in order to avoid escalation and of course to protect civilians. Siddhant, how is the Bharatiya establishment, the foreign ministry, going to read this statement by the French foreign minister?
Well, Anand, this is perhaps a strong statement. There is no doubt about it. And in fact, France has always been strategic partners with India. In fact, France is one country which has always stood with India in the most difficult times, whether it's after the nuclear test in '98 or even after that. In fact, last week only India had signed Rafale deal with France. Now, this statement is coming from the foreign minister of France. In fact, he writes that we had hoped that Pakistan would also strongly condemn this attack. So that is something which France has taken note of, that Pakistan has still not condemned the Pahalgam terror attack. And then we understand India's desire to protect itself against the scourge of terrorism, but we obviously call on both India and Pakistan to exercise restraint. In fact, he also says that he's going to speak to EMS Jaishankar again. In fact, there was a call between the two last week. He will again speak to EMS Jaishankar. He will also speak to his Pakistani counterpart. But at the same time, it is very important to highlight at this point in time that in UNSC, India got the statement which India needed. Perhaps today's strike is in context with the UNSC's statement on 25th April, and countries like France only helped us in getting that statement done, Anand.
Right.
I mean, that is something which nobody will mention, or perhaps France will also not be taking credit for it. But the countries like French, the partners and friends like France only help us when we are not the part of UNSC, especially in this particular tenure. And Pakistan is a part of a UNSC. So the kind of leverage that India is using, putting all its weight perhaps to get such statements in UNSC, is only possible because countries like France back us. Now, countries like UK also back us. United States has also backed us. So, these countries have stood with India in these times, Anand. There is no doubt about it.
Now, with the US, we've just had an economic breakthrough with Trump himself announcing that all tariffs have been waived off by Bharat. This is hours ahead of of Operation Sindoor. Again, hours ahead of Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister confirmed signing of a FTA with the United Kingdom that's been pending for at least 13 years, if not more. It's been a work in process. With the French, 60,000 crore, like you mentioned, of a purchase of additional Rafale, a huge boost to the French economy. That was signed earlier last week. So there are a lot of economic considerations, Major General Kocher, that we've done, General, with these nations who are partnering us. But Pakistan assumes the rotational chair of the UNSC. It is also on the cusp of the $1 billion addition as part of the 7 billion package by the IMF. That's due on the 9th. There in June is the FATF meeting. So how much of it will impact the Pakistanis, and how much of these moves by Bharat is going to help us in this entire statement? Do you believe the statement is worded in favor of us, or is it somewhere neutral? There is something in it for the Pakistanis, something in it for the Indians, and overall saying, oh, let's not fight, we want peace. Is the foreign minister not being open in his support for India or France?
What I've observed is, from both United States and France, actually we may interpret the statements from the United States in a manner that it's trying to support us, but it's only semantics only, because really we are not getting that kind of a support from the US. And France, the statement of its foreign minister, I think he is taking a middle path.
Right.
He is right now not trying to tilt the balance towards India, though our relationship with the France is much more stronger than Pakistan has with France.
Right.
And with the kind of these Rafale deal of 26 Rafale M version aircraft recently announced for 63,000 crores, as a matter of fact only a few days back, it actually cements our relationship with France. So I think right now they are trying to play a policy of wait and watch.
Right.
They are not trying to make statements which will give a message to Pakistan that okay, we are taking sides.
Right.
Because I think it's too early for them to take sides in this conflict.
Right.
When things stabilize, maybe then we can hear better.
We have to see, because we'll have to look at a lot of things holistically. This is a whole of government approach, also Operation Sindoor. Let's go straight across to someone who I have huge admiration for, the former Army Chief General Bikram Singh. Jai Hind, sir. This is Anand here. Thank you for making the time.
Jai Hind. How are you?
I am good, sir. Your thoughts on Operation Sindoor and how Bharat has gone about it?
I think it's been launched in a very calculated manner. And right from the beginning, as the Honorable Prime Minister had announced, we have adopted a whole of government approach. We've dealt with Pakistan at the economic level, diplomatic, political, informational level, and now of course the military went in last night. And I think this operation definitely has assuaged the sufferings, and I would say the emotional trauma that the families were suffering after the Pahalgam incident. As far as the message to the Pakistanis is concerned, I think the message has gone out loud and clear on the political front, on the military front, that of course the first political, that we shall not tolerate any nonsense. There is zero tolerance to terrorism, and that is the message that has gone across. And Honorable Prime Minister's old adage right from the beginning, कि घर में घुस के मारेंगे, he's proven that point. That has been done again by the Indian military. And of course I would like to compliment our intelligence agencies and the military as well. The way they've gone about collecting intelligence, precision, precise intelligence, and the precision weaponry that has been employed by Air Force, by the Army, to neutralize these 9 camps. So the message has gone out clear, and now only thing is that we got to wait and watch and see how Pakistan reacts to this now.
Would like to draw your attention to the PMO statement, the Prime Minister's office in Pakistan, their official statement. It has made a few claims. One, they have not said anything about terror tanzeems or their headquarters. They have blamed Bharat for targeting civilians, including children and women. Then they have said that they have also gunned down 5 of our aircraft. That's their claim, including aircraft and drones or UAVs. The third thing they've said is that the Pakistan government authorizes its military to take corresponding action.
Right,
and they have quoted Article 51 of the UNSC to say right to protect sovereignty and the right to respond at a time and place of their choosing.
Well, Anand, let's be very clear. After we have struck them, they are going to get into this kind of information campaign where they're going to mislead masses, mislead the international community, mislead their own people, and try and create a narrative that they have the moral ascendancy, whereas everyone knows what has happened. And this is expected of them. I mean, let's be very clear, for very long they never accepted that they were actually carrying out, it has been the epicenter of terrorism. They never acknowledged it. But having known that, the world knows about it, and therefore I don't think their claims are going to have any traction. People are not going to follow what they are saying. People know, they can see through. Today, there is a lot of transparency, as far as the media is concerned. People can gauge, people can make out. And we got our intelligence agencies to prove it wrong. So that is there. Otherwise, to be very honest with you, whether they claim under Article 51 or whatever it is, of course, they will try and do something. But to my way of thinking, it may not be a very high, I would say, echelon of empowered kind of a reaction. It is going to be there definitely because, after all, they require a face saver. The Pakistani military requires a face saver. They've got a bloody nose again, especially because of the people whom they have trained and nurtured against India. So, to my way of thinking, they will keep talking like this. They'll get into this kind of rhetoric and this kind of narratives they'll try and start off with. But we got to keep our guard up, to be very honest with you. And I think our actions are being taken at the right at the political level. I heard the discussion before this. The way we are going about, on the economic front, diplomatic front, on the political front, we are engaging with the international community in the regional context, in the international global context. And we are also trying to create a narrative and tell people that what exactly has happened. So from that point of view, I think we should be prepared for the escalation, which will occur, but it will be momentarily. It will be for a few days, maybe a month at best. Because beyond that, Pakistan does not have the war endurance capability. It does not have the war endurance. And therefore, I don't think they will get into it. Though, of course, there are nations like Turkey that have, pledged, support to them. We've got to be cautious of China as well, but I don't think China will come into play. They understand that what Pakistanis have been doing in the past. Americans, I'll be very honest with you. In fact, why Americans? I would say every nation, whether in the regional context, immediate neighborhood, extended neighborhood, international arena, they are going to be governed by their own interests. So whether they get involved or not is going to be entirely contingent on their national interests. And I don't think people on their own is just going to land up in this and start supporting Pakistan. But yes, we have friends who are supporting us because we have suffered over the years.
General Sahab, tactically want to understand, BSF is on high alert, CAPF all chuttis cancelled, border areas, states, their DGPs, their chief secretaries, there is an urgent meeting called by the Home Minister himself, pushing them into a state of preparedness. Instructions have been issued, not just with borders with the states and union territories with borders with Pakistan, but also with Nepal. So somewhere there is a mock drills will happen this evening across 244 districts. There is a certain readiness in the mindset for a retaliation or a reprisal. But will it stop there, or do you believe the mood is that we will hit back harder? And somewhere in the briefing in the morning there has been an indication to that. 21 target hai, abhi 9 ko target kiya hai.
Anand, the ball is in Pakistani court. Let's be very clear. Whether to escalate or not is contingent on their reaction as to what level they react on, number one. Firstly, which you brought out regarding the repression that is ongoing at the moment, right at the level of state governments and where BSF, CRPF, everyone is involved. As I said earlier, it's the whole of government approach where right from a policeman to a soldier on top is going to be committed, is going to be involved. It's a national game plan where we are going to be involved to ensure that we give proper message to Pakistan in the right manner. So from that point of view, every agency is going to be involved. Rightly so, it has got to be done because we have gone in 100 kilometers at Bahawalpur. So if they try and do that, we have large number of our installations and our stations which are there in this range, which need to be guarded against, and we cannot be, lackadaisical in this regard. And I'm certain we are not. We already taken precautions. Our AD system is absolutely active at the moment. I don't think they'll be able to do anything. But nevertheless, while hoping for the best, we got to cater for the worst and be prepared to take on any incursions, any operations at the tactical level by Pakistan.
What does your Shatru Bodh say? What is the Dushman likely to do? Tactically, what are their options if you were to think from General Asim Munir's point of view?
I think he would refrain from getting into the IB sector. Though we have gone into the IB sector at 4 places in the international border, Awalpur, Muridke, and Sialkot, of course. But to my way of thinking, I feel that he will try and restrict it to the area opposite the line of control. I don't think he'll try and get into the IB because the moment he gets into IB, he is going to suffer very badly.
So LOC में and what kind of tactical action is possible we should be gearing up for? How
it's already on. The fire assaults are already on from both sides. We have the small arms, we got the mortars, artillery, missiles being used. It's already going on. And in addition, along with this, perhaps these border action teams, bat actions which they've been doing in the past, they'll try and actually co-opt the regulars along with the terrorists to carry out these on our line of control, our positions. We got to guard against that. And I personally feel that looking beyond the tactical arena, we got to start looking at the sleeper cells wherever they've been, in the immediate neighborhood, like for example, Nepal, Bangladesh, and the adjoining. So northeastern states again have got to be on the guard. We got to be careful. And also in the hinterland, we got to be careful. And I think today, let's be very clear, the entire nation has rallied behind our Honorable Prime Minister. The nation is together, it's united, all parties are united. That's an excellent, I would say, format at the moment in dealing with Pakistan. And it should continue that way. I'm certain that anything that Pakistan tries to do, he will get a bloody nose.
Do you believe Bharat is in a mood to go up the escalation ladder a little bit more? Some acreage will be shaved off the Pakistanis if they respond. Why do you feel कि ये 30 दिन तक खिंचेगा?
Anand, to my way of thinking, I feel it is all going to be now contingent on the reaction from Pakistan.
जी.
We are fully prepared. And the only thing is we'll wait and watch and see how he reacts. In what quantum, in what form he reacts. And thereafter our escalation would be. And should he go into the IB sector, as I said earlier, there'll be hell to pay for him. I can assure you this. Because our Air Force is not going to leave them. Our long-range precision weapon systems are not going to leave them. And let me tell you, the third service has not come into play. I don't think Munir, if he's going to use his brains and, I would say being pragmatic, he would not indulge in anything on the IB. He will resort to the LOC area, but never know the enemy. We got to, as I said earlier, hope for the best, but cater for the worst.
But cater for the worst. My final question, how would you contrast 2019 to 2025? 2019, the Pakistanis came back with Operation Swift Retort post Balakot. And that situation compared to now, how is it different?
You see, it's different in a way that, earlier, let's be very clear, in 2019, when we hit them hard, they were not expecting it. Because till then, we used to only, resort to operations along the line of control using our artillery and all that. At the artillery, some missiles, maybe long-range weapons. But we never went in for this kind of operations, line of control operations. So it was the first time that it happened. But now the depth has increased. Earlier, they were in the tactical range from the line of control. Now we have gone into the operational depth. And mind you, that is not only along the line of control, we've gone into the international border arena. So from that point of view, I think it's a depiction of our political resolve and the might of our military. That look, we have the power, we have the potential to take on the adversary.
Right.
We are not going to tolerate any nonsense hereafter.
Well, General Bikram Singh, thank you so much for your time and thank you for speaking with us. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Look forward to be able to speak with you again very soon, sir. Thank you. Jai Hind. Let's go straight across to Lieutenant General KJ Singh, former Army Commander, also joining us. Jai Hind. Operation Sindoor has taken shape. Our forces have given a fitting response to Pahalgam, April 22nd. You agree with the way we've gone about it and also the choice of the title for the operation as Operation Sindoor?
Anand, absolutely. It's been a very well conducted operation. Actually, even before the run up to the operation, the series of steps that were unleashed or that were put in place were meant to deliver a message to Pakistan that you can't escalate. See, when we decided to take the hydrological leverage, which had not been done ever and which hits Pakistan very hard, now Pakistan has got a big dilemma, whether to escalate or quickly seek a base-saving exit. And we have provided that. Our Foreign Secretary, in a very lucid and very clear manner, has laid it out. The targeting has been very selective. It's non-escalatory, it's non-military, and it is only to hit at the terror hubs. So if that be so, I think Pakistan should not take ownership of these terrorist locations. It should look for a way out. Though by nature it is irrational. That's why we have to be careful. Something they may want to do, something which is more of a symbolic thing, and then they expand it with their narrative, because they have to also cater for their constituency. And you know, a lot of us see Pakistani dramas, so they are good at doing this drama. So they may do something and then they may expand around it. So, but we have to be careful, and I think we are being watchful. And I also salute the way the operation has been branded, the name given, and the media briefing done by 2 women officers and across faiths. So all in all, it's been a very well orchestrated operation, and also dissemination of the information has been very mature, has given full range of evidence, has ruled out possibilities like last time where Pakistan can say that only ecological terrorism has been done. Also, we have provided the rationale that this camp is linked with this attack. And the entire, you know, the thing has been traced back. And Anand, I also want to say that targeting across Pakistan, starting from POJK to South Punjab, you know, and also like also in depth. So there are targets which are close to LOC, Kotli and Bimbar and all, and there are targets which go deep.
We've gone up to 110 kilometers into Punjab itself as far as Bahawalpur is concerned. General Singh, sir, please stay with us. I'm also joined at this point by the former General Officer Commanding in Chief of the Northern Army Command, Lieutenant General D.S. Huda. General Sahab, Jai Hind. Thank you for your time, sir. Good afternoon. Your thoughts on Operation? Your thoughts on Operation Sindoor. This is Anand Narsimhan here, sir. Your thoughts on Operation Sindoor.
So Anand, my thoughts are this is a very powerful message that has gone out to Pakistan. You know that if the limited strikes that we did in 2016 and 2019 are not going to deter you, we are willing to expand the scale and scope of our operations. We are not going to merely now target sort of terrorist camps, etc. But we will hit you in the heart of the terrorist leadership. You know, the strikes on Muridke and Bahawalpur are very, very significant. So this, to me, Anand, this is the absolutely unequivocal message. It's a very powerful message that has been sent out to Pakistan, that we are going to take out your terror infrastructure if you are unable to do it yourselves.
So, because there are some naysayers saying, "Kitne terrorists mare ye to batao? What is the point of going and hitting structures?"
You know, this is absolute nonsense, Anand. Are we interested in, you know, will it satisfy us if instead of 80, 100 terrorists are killed? I think when nations take military actions, those actions are meant to send out messages, communicate our red lines to the adversary. That and this is not merely about killing terrorists. We are also telling them that this use of military force that we have done, the risk of escalation now is squarely on Pakistan Army, and if you want to do that, then we stand ready. I mean, these are the kind of messages and signals that we send out. Really, it doesn't matter on what terrorists are killed and what numbers are killed.
In your sense of Shatru Bodh, what is General Munir likely to do?
So I don't know, Anand, most probably, I think as General KG also said, he will try and attempt some face saving, maybe try and do some limited action. I think they're already trying to say that, you know, we've already acted and reacted properly by downing some Indian aircraft, etc. That's what he's going to do. But his reputation is now completely at stake. I mean, he's come across as a ideologically hard, radical kind of a general, and so my own sense is he will try and do some sort of limited action to say, look, we have responded to India. What costs it carries for Pakistan, Anand, we've already seen. In terms of the immediate economic impact, the Karachi Stock Exchange falling drastically, questions being raised about whether they will get the IMF loan, which is due next month, etc. The whole issue of water and the tragedy that it can cause to their local farmers and the local population. These are I think he will have to, General Munir will have to contend with before he decides as to what reaction should come from Pakistan.
But what should be Bharat's response now? If there is some level of reprisal, even if it is a small event that the Pakistani forces try to give shape to on Bharatiya soil, what should be Bharat's response? Should we go up the escalation ladder? Should we try and pull some acreage, some more?
Look, Anand, what India and what the Foreign Secretary's very mature statement has said is that this strike was non-escalatory. But as military planners have done and would have done already, is that, look, if there is a retaliation from Pakistan, we need to be prepared for it. How will we deal with the escalation? As we go up the escalation ladder, how is it that we can come out victorious at every stage? So I think it wouldn't be, I don't think we should rule out some kind of retaliation. We should not rule out some escalation that happens. But I think the Indian military would be prepared for it, and I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that whatever escalation takes place, the Indian military will not be found wanting in that.
General Saab, do you see this dragging out? Do you see, because in the recent past we have seen conflicts dragging out. Iran, beg your pardon, Israel, Hamas, more than a year and a half, Russia, Ukraine, 3 years. So all conflicts are not shorter. Post Balakot, the trend seems to be the other way around. So do you see this dragging on for 6-8 months on end, or do you believe this is going to be shorter?
Anand, I firmly believe it is going to be shorter. I don't think it's in the interest of both countries, to drag this on. Particularly, I mean, if you look at Pakistan, it's in a political crisis, it's in an economic crisis. The internal security situation is extremely, extremely fragile. So I don't see them having, the capability or the capacity to drag this on in the way sort of Russia, Ukraine has gone. So I think they will, as I said, try and do something demonstrative, declare victory and say, oh look, this is what we have done. But I think ultimately in the long term, and I know this is difficult, the political leadership must step in to take more responsibility. Right now they have given everything to General Munir. I mean, he just seems to be controlling everything. Maybe this time for the political leaders of Pakistan to introspect and say, look, this nature of civil-military relations in Pakistan with the military in charge is actually going to lead us to disaster.
Right. You make a very fair point. Lieutenant General D.S. Huda, always a pleasure speaking with you, sir. Thank you for your time. Jai Hind, sir.
Thanks.
General K.J. Singh is with us, and we also have General Harimohan Iyer with us. So good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for your patience, General Singh and General Iyer. Always a pleasure. Quickly, let's take this conversation, what I was having with Lieutenant General D.S. Huda. General Singh, your thoughts first. Many believe breaking down the terror infrastructure is not enough. The real fountainhead is the military establishment in Pakistan. How does one defang the military of Pakistan so that true power is committed to the people, and that's when things could take a different shape? General Singh, is that possible? Are we looking at that objective now in our current mood as a nation, as a whole of government?
Anand, that is possible, but it's a long-term venture. It can't be done overnight, short-term. But here, when we come to this operation, earlier we used to go for terrorist camps or their transit bases, which were something like shacks or some shanties or some such structures. Here we have gone for their hubs training hubs, their headquarters, and the damage inflicted is such that it's going to send out a message across. You see the effect on the recruitment. How will people come and get recruited to an organization which can't protect itself? And knowing Pakistan, they have this method of reinventing these organizations. So LET is Jamaat. Before that, it had some other Jamaat Dawa. Also, one name it takes. It has also taken a name of TRF on our side. So they will do reconstruction, restoration, renaming, but all that puts them back significantly. The messaging is very clear.
Jay.
And Anand, your point with regard to staying focused on discrediting their army is very correct. Some of it is already happening. Within Pakistan, there is an angst. People are saying, ये जो वर्दी है,
ये जो दहशतगर्दी है इसके पीछे वर्दी है. Now, how does that become a global echo? That's the bigger question. Can we really work towards defanging and also spreading this army so thin that they cannot fight? General Iyer, is that possible?
Anand, I'd like to put three issues before I come to that answer.
Ji.
Firstly, we must understand how we have reacted over the past 10 years. Surgical strike, when you look at it, there were a set of ground action, shallow depth, large number of small raiding parties which went, did a job, came back.
The
depth was 8 to 10 kilometers. People said, oh, that is so nothing great. You went into POK and they're just behind their defenses. So we went to Balakot, which was 80, 100 kilometers deep into his mainland in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Demonstrated that we can get in and get out after carrying out an operation, destroying a very large infrastructure of terrorism in that place. But again, that was a single operation. If I would say surgical strike was grand, I will say the air strike was grander. And if I was to equate the yesterday's event, it is humongous. Why do I say it's humongous? Imagine the kind of frontage we have covered. Right from POK in the north, right down to Bahawalpur in the south. And all of them have been covered in a very timed manner. It was well orchestrated.
In 25 minutes. 25 minutes.
It didn't give them time to even react. When we were looking at Bahawalpur, suddenly, bombs started landing in Muridke and then onto the POK area. So he didn't know which side to look.
Correct.
And we have now demonstrated that not only can we do shallow depth, we have the capability to engage him across the frontage.
And not just the first time, I think across the IB also we've gone, especially if you look at the Pak province of Punjab.
This heartland of Punjab we have been able to target.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to request your patience. We've got a very special guest coming into our studio, but before that, we just want to quickly play out what the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said earlier in the day.
On April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate and responsible.
All right, so there's been an outpouring of support from the international community after Pahalgam, and of course now with the action that India has taken with Operation Sindoor. One country that has been the very first to come out and express solidarity and support with India is Israel. I'm now joined by the Honorable Ambassador of Israel to India, Reuben Azar. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Your first thoughts on a day such as this. You spoke to us when Pahalgam happened in the aftermath of the terrorist attack, and now India today has carried out Operation Sindoor, in a way, avenging what happened in the terror attack.
Well, it's only natural that in the backdrop of this terrible attack, in which people were killed in such an atrocious way, India would exercise its rights for self-defense, and we support Indians' right for self-defense.
Israel found itself in a similar position on the 7th of October 2023. India was one of the first countries to come out in Israel's support unequivocally. Do you see this also, what happened to India, similar to what happened to your country and the response as well?
Zaka, my sense is that as much as India and Israel are rising as economic powers, as regional powers, the terrorist organizations are becoming more desperate, and they are looking for more shocking ways to hit us, to kill civilians, to do things that are unspoken of, to breach any rule in the book, any rule of humanity, any rule that decent nations have crafted in order to maintain decency. They are breaking all of that because they want to bridge the strategic gap that is being created as a result of our success and their failure.
Why do you think then there isn't a consensus understanding in the world that you cannot have terrorists and you cannot have violence against civilians? That's what happened in Israel on 7th of October. That's what happened in Pahalgam on 22nd of April. Why does the world have a different set of rules? I mean, terrorists cannot be attacking non-combatants. It's as simple as that.
Well, you know, on the positive side, you can say that indeed you have been getting a lot of solidarity from countries in the world, and that's what happened also following the 7th of October, when people saw the terrible pictures of terrorists boasting about the killing, about the torture, about the burning, about the decapitation. So the question is what happens after that? Because beyond condemnation, sometimes people tend to do contextualization of the situation, which is has to be completely out of the equation. Terror is terror and has to be condemned, and we have to act in order to eradicate terrorism.
I also want to ask you, now there seems to be a lot of concern about whether there will be an escalation, will there be a full-fledged war between India and Pakistan? Are you worried? Is the government of Israel worried about such a possibility?
Well, we always prefer a situation of peace, and we trust the Indian government that will do the necessary calculations on how to defend itself in the best interest of the Indian people.
But what would your word of, I know diplomats generally do not share words of advice with foreign governments, particularly host countries, but from your experience in dealing with counterterrorism in Israel, what would your advice be on how India should go forth now that this operation has concluded?
Look, there's no doubt that this is a challenging situation. Because on the one hand, you cannot stay put in a situation in which you are attacked in such an atrocious way. On the other hand, of course, democracies always aspire for peace and always aspire for stability. But this cannot be on the account of an increasing threat of terrorism that will wipe out your citizens. So that's why we need to act, and we have to overcome that dilemma. And of course, the ways in which we do that have to meet at the end of the day our interests. And this is the challenge that we are standing in front of.
I know, again, this is a bit of a risque question, but was there any form of intelligence sharing between Israel and India ahead of this operation?
Look, Israel and India are cooperating on a range of issues in a general way. We do not deal with specific situations. Okay. We do not elaborate on them. And Israel is not part of this conflict. This is completely up to the government of India to build up the capabilities, to measure the intelligence, to create the answers that are needed. And we, as a country that knows the pain of being hit by terror time and again, we identify with the feeling, we understand the challenge, we share sympathy, and we wish success to the government of India.
I also want to talk about what's happening in Gaza. I'll just come to that in 1 second. But, something that you said earlier, that with each terrorist attack, it is getting more outrageous. For example, attacking tourists or music festival goers in Israel. Here in Kashmir, they attacked, people segregating them by faith. As the terrorists also do these outrageous things with each attack, the costs for states like Israel, like India, is also going up. India, for the first time now, has carried out multi-location hits, over 9 locations today. This is the first time India has done that across the LOC, across the international border. Do you think this is an unsustainable position? The more grotesque the terror attack is, the more states are forced to raise the cost?
First of all, it's a growing threat, because beyond the degree of atrocities that are being committed, you have a situation here in which terrorist organizations are being equipped with sophisticated weapons, and eventually they create strategic threats. And this is what happened on the 7th of October in Israel. So, as much as we have faced it, there's no doubt that other countries are going to face it. And then the degree of the dilemma increases. When it comes to Gaza, we have made a very clear decision. We are not going to agree for Hamas to stay in power in the Gaza Strip, and we are determined to bring our hostages back. We've been able, through a combination of negotiations and military pressure, to bring back 194 hostages. There are still 59 left in the Gaza Strip. As time continues, time passes, it becomes more difficult for us to extract our hostages from Hamas, and therefore the Israeli cabinet has made a very important decision. We are going to change the way in which this war is going to end. We are now in preparations for a massive operation that is going to include different elements: civilian, military, and foreign policy. On the humanitarian side, we are going to create a special zone in which population is going to be evacuated to, but this time the humanitarian assistance coming from the international community is not going to flow to the hands of Hamas. That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, we are increasingly going to take more chunks of the Gaza Strip until Hamas comes to terms with our conditions, which I mentioned: release of the hostages and giving up their arms. They can do it right now and,
avoid the
operation.
Yeah.
So we are very clear now in the way that we are uttering our intentions, so they can have the chance to avoid more casualties, to bring back normalcy to the population of Gaza and the population of Israel.
But Ambassador, the criticism against that move is Israel's now preparing the ground to go and occupy Gaza, to be there indefinitely, and that means the two-state solution is pretty much dead on arrival. How would you counter, or how do you respond to that criticism?
Well, first of all, Hamas has killed the two-state solution by doing the unthinkable. An unprovoked attack after Israel has withdrawn from the Gaza Strip. Okay? That finished the way that we saw. The second thing is that, Israel doesn't have any intention of permanently staying in the Gaza Strip. We are working with the international community, and after the first phase of preparation and the second phase of action, there will be a third phase of creating an alternative to Hamas in the Gaza Strip. So this alternative cannot be created as long as Hamas is terrorizing the population. We've seen only in the last few days the terrible pictures of Hamas torturing and massacring people just because they wanted some food. Okay, and we know that they're having all the supplies in their places of hide, occulting it from the population, selling it to the population. This cannot continue. So Israel is determined to bring this war to an end, and we are explaining very logically and very openly what we're going to do in the next phase.
Just one final word before we go, and I'll go back to where I started. India has taken a definitive stand, definitive action today with these multi-location strikes. What do you reckon is the way forward in this battle against terrorism? Because just like Israel, India's been fighting this battle of terrorism for the last 30, 40 years. And today is a line in the sand. No one thinks that terrorism is going to end. But then how does one break out of this cycle of terror attack, punitive action, terror attack, and then punitive action again?
Well, Zaka, there is much more than the international community can do in order to tackle terrorism.
Like
not only condemning, but also putting pressure and putting sanctions on those involved in terrorism. We can create networks to exchange information. We can develop tactics to deal with the terrorists. We can invest together in preventing the broadcast of radical content on social media and on electronic media. We can invest in education of the next generation. There are many things that we can do. So condemnation is not enough. And as much as we succeed in the international effort to tackle terrorism, there will be less need for the use of military means.
What about the states who are backing these proxies? Iran certainly is backing the Houthis and Hamas. In India, we genuinely believe that these terror proxies will not survive if the state is not backing them. How come the international community never calls the states out?
Right. So that's a very good point. Those who harbor terrorists have to be exposed and have to be punished.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Ambassador Azhar. I know you have a busy schedule up ahead, but thank you very much indeed for joining us on an important day here in India in the fight against terrorism. We've been fighting this for the last 40 years now, but today a very momentous decision was taken and a momentous operation was undertaken where multiple locations were hit, both across the line of control as well as across the international border. And the group of people for whom this has meant the most are those victims, those wives, those daughters, those sisters who lost the male members of their families. We spoke to a few of them and I want to play out some of those interviews just right now.
बहुत अच्छी बात है कि औरत फीमेल ऑफिसर्स को चांस दिया गया है और फीमेल ऑफिसर्स ने बिकॉज दे कैन रिलेट विद व्हाट वी आर गोइंग थ्रू so it is a very very good initiative and in the future I really hope that there is equality in forces and in every department in India between men and women.
पहलगाम में जो आतंकी हमला हुआ था अब ये कहा जाने लगा है, ये मांग उठने लगी है कि उन तमाम 26 लोगों को जिनकी हत्या की गई थी, निर्दोष लोगों की निहत्थे लोगों की हत्या की गई थी, उन्हें शहीद का दर्जा दिया जाए. आप क्या कुछ समझती हैं इसको लेकर?
Absolutely, मतलब सिर्फ शहीद नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि what my husband has given and what I have given, we have given our life. And if after that, this is the minimum that we deserve. And this is the minimum that my husband deserves. He deserves the highest honor in this country. And I stand by it. He has sacrificed his life to make sure that something like this does not happen in the future. And he was a very, very noble man. So he deserves the highest honor in this country.
Thank you.
All right, we're just getting some breaking news. According to intelligence sources, two dreaded terrorists from the Lashkar-e-Taiba, Abdul Malik and Mudassir, have been killed in this operation in Operation Sindoor. These are two dreaded terrorists, high-value targets as they are called, HVTs, belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba, Abdul Malik and Mudassir, who have both been killed. I'm trying to see and go across to Arunima, our colleague who is tracking the story. Arunima, any information on who these two were, what their claim to fame is, what are the past attacks that they've been involved in?
So these are both designated as high-value Lashkar-e-Taiba. These terrorists are people who are accused of owning the Lashkar-e-Taiba for all big terror attacks in the and Mudassir, he has been on the radar of the security agencies after the Pahalgam attack also. He was in Mauritius, he was in their camp. As for the dossier that he have on him, it is suspected that he will solemnize his and he will reach the camp when the Indian exercise raised in that camp and killed him. The other person has been killed in that also somebody by the agencies for and there were two others in that camp. Totally these four are being labeled as high-value targets by the Indian intelligence.
All right, so we can confirm this for our viewers that two high-value targets, Abdul Malik and one other person, who have been now killed in this Operation Sindoor, which was carried out across multiple locations, 21 different strikes over a 25-minute period from 1:05 a.m. this morning to 1:30 a.m. I also want to go across to Mr. Amit Halevi, who is a Member of Parliament from Israel. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking with us. What is your first reaction, Mr. Halevi, to what you heard today, the special operation that was undertaken by the Indian Armed Forces, the Air Force and the Army, killing these terrorists, attacking these terror launch pads and terror infrastructure, much like Israel did to Hamas after October 7th?
Yes, well, we are in the same war actually. You know that Israel is maybe in the main front, but actually this is the word of the continuing our fight, our war for liberation. Actually, since World War II, I think the same characters of the current enemy had, the Nazi regime enemy, all those radical Muslims all over the world, including Pakistan and India, actually tackled the same enemy that we, as you just said, that we have in Gaza, and not only in Gaza. I mean, the real enemy are not the radical Pakistans or the radical Gaza citizens or Hamas members. The real enemy, is the ideology. And this is the real danger. And all of us, I mean, all the free nations like India and the Western world, and all of us must get this in-depth understanding. We need to fight. We need to wipe out of the map those regimes that have the extreme ideology. I think this is the real target. I mean, not the proxy and the missiles and even not the nuclear weapon. I mean, all of those things are rotten fruits, but the source, the root of all of those tools in emission and everything is the regime that carry this neo-Nazi ideology.
But Mr. Halevi, how would you respond to those who say that, look, this is an asymmetric, imbalanced warfare. The terrorists need to strike just once. They have because of the nature of this conflict, they can impose far greater costs on states like Israel or India, whereas for India or Israel to respond, you are bound by, conventions, bound by multilateral bodies like the UN, etc. That this is an imbalanced fight. The terrorists can come and attack civilians who don't have any guns or weapons to protect them, but when the state responds, it has to be within the framework of established laws and norms.
Well, we indeed need to change our approach, and I think all the international bodies, include the UN and all those, judiciary forums that from time to time claims that Israel is doing wrong things and forbidden things. I think these are nonsense. We need to understand who is the enemy, and at least in the Hamas case, there is not really different between the civic environment and the military environment. In Arabic they said din wa dawla, means the religious and the state are one thing. That's why most of the terrorists are coming from the civic, from the society. This is the education, this is the religious concept, this is the education, this is the social organizations, this is the economy. All those things are part of the genocide machine of the Hamas. That's why there is not really distinction, there's no really different between all those things. And Israel really needed to change the method, and I think all the Western world, we need, in order to stop this war, we need to control Gaza Strip. There is no other way to defeat terror organizations, guerrilla fighters. We need to control Gaza Strip in order not only to demilitarize them, but what we need to do regarding what you have just said is to de-radicalize them. And that's why there is no other option, exactly like the Western world did with Japan and Germany in the last World War.
All right, Mr. Halevi, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Anit Halevi, who is an Israeli member of parliament. Well, I'm getting more breaking news that's coming through. The BCCI is now considering, and it's in touch with the central government about the IPL match that's going to be played tomorrow in Dharamshala. The BCCI wants to be doubly sure about Dharamshala as a venue, as a location. It's barely about 60 kilometers away from the international border with Pakistan. Payal Mehta has more details on this. So the BCCI in touch with the government. The government has said that it is going to be business as usual, but do you reckon that there might be a chance they might shift the venue or postpone this game?
We are still awaiting to see what the BCCI has been told by the government vis-a-vis the match which happens tomorrow, Zaka. That's an important thing to watch out for, because the BCCI is very, very aware of the fact that a lot of people will come up for the match. They have to use floodlights in the evening. Will that empower the enemy nation? At least that is what a BCCI source has been telling me. That is that something which is going to be something that will actually harm India's interest in a way and empower the nation, the enemy nation? That is something which they want to really check. As far as the match which happens in the same venue on the 11th, we are given to understand by BCCI sources, Zaka, that it was a match between Mumbai and Punjab, and of course Punjab was the host, but that match is now being shifted to Mumbai, so the Mumbai Indians team will not need to travel, and the Punjab team will need to travel to Mumbai as well. So that's something which has been there. The BCCI always, although it's an autonomous body, always acts on the advice of the union government, and that's the reason they are still awaiting the final details coming in from the Home Ministry in particular, which is the nodal ministry as far as the safety and security is really concerned. So obviously, but as of now, the BCCI has decided to move the 11th match to Mumbai, is what we are given to understand. They're still waiting to see what the BCCI gets told, from the union government vis-a-vis the match tomorrow.
All right, we'll leave it at that, Payal. Thanks for joining us. So there's one match that is due to be held in Dharamshala in Himachal Pradesh tomorrow, which is of course about 60 kilometers from the border. So there are some concerns around that. Whether or not that match gets shifted or postponed, we'll keep you updated on that. But as we close out this particular hour, I want to bring the focus once again to the near and dear ones, the wives, the sisters, the daughters who lost the male members of their family in Pahalgam, 26 of them who were shot in cold blood. And that's why this was named Operation Sindoor, because in Hindu custom and Hindu tradition, Sindoor is a mark of matrimony on a woman's forehead. And it's that Sindoor which was wiped away with the killings of these husbands and brothers and sons on the 22nd of April. Nothing can bring closure. Those who perished cannot be brought back, but at least a sense of justice has been established today. Listen in to some of these victims and their families.
जब तक आतंकवाद खत्म ना हो, इस तरह की घटनाएं खत्म ना हो, तब तक मात्र मैं नहीं कहूंगा कि भाई भारत सरकार पूरे वर्ल्ड को ही इसके अगेंस्ट खड़ा होकर के और इनको नेस्ता नाबूद कर देना चाहिए.
Definitely a lot of justice is there, because the army people and air force people, they have done a lot of work, and they have attacked the 9 terrorist hideouts and they killed them. That's a good news for all the people of India, because hereafter there may not be any terrorists attacking Indian people.
हमको लगता है कंप्लीट होना चाहिए. बार बार ये टेररिस्ट अटैक आज पहले बार विजिट मतलब जो पीओके में हुआ है, हमेशा ही होते रहता है. ये जंग मतलब ये जो टेररिस्ट लोग को पूरा ख़त्म करना चाहिए. ऐसा मतलब स्ट्राइक तो किया है, मतलब स्ट्राइक जब किया है तो कंप्लीट होना चाहिए.
हमारे मीडिया के सभी भाइयों और दोस्तों, मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों और सारे प्रिंट मीडिया के भी मेरे भाइयों, आज हमने वर्किंग कमेटी मीटिंग बुलाई थी इसीलिए कि ये जो हमारे देश में घटना घटी है और जो सरकार कदम उठा रही है और उसी के साथ हमारे भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों पर भी हम गर्व करते हैं.
सस्ते वाले
He was personally monitoring Operation Sindoor. So PM was monitoring Operation Sindoor, so he was there, aware of what was going on and personally monitoring what was going on. So for some of the jibes that came at where is our Prime Minister and he's Gayab, etc., this is confirmation that he was right in the thick of it. And at the highest level of government, this Operation Sindoor was being monitored, it's been planned and it's also now been implemented. Yes, Group Captain Vinod.
Great point. So let me quickly finish about this loitering munition. Most of the loitering munition today has the capability to go up without any target. And once the target pops up, it keeps loitering, and once the target pops up, it will go and hit the target. Erstwhile loitering munitions were against the radars. Today, loitering munition can be against anything. Point number one. Point number two, and coming back to Anand, your point. When is the last time that we have seen the premier of a country, of our country, Prime Minister of our country in the ops room, monitoring operations like they do in US? I mean, in the US operations, you've seen many times Obama monitoring the operations, or even Junior Bush monitoring operations. Likewise, in India, this is the first time I have seen for the first time that Prime Minister is so much involved in monitoring the operations and also taking call as to what kind of targets to take. Very, very important. Muzaffarabad, I just came to know that the tolls have gone up to 30 to 31 people, which means big names and big people in Muzaffarabad must have gone. Same is in
just give me a moment. I also want to go across to Aman Sharma, our political editor. So Prime Minister Modi monitoring these operations live. Aman, what more details do you have? All right.
This is an important development actually in the larger scheme of things, not just optically, but this does tell you that the Prime Minister is completely involved, and people who have been constantly critical of the Prime Minister perhaps will need to look back. I don't want to make this political at any level, but the fact of the matter is that the Prime Minister guiding this, you saw him on the first day itself. He returned from Saudi Arabia very, very quickly. He was on the first flight he's landing at 7 in the morning, held a meeting at the airport, came to his residence within an hour or two. He was already conferring with the inner core and the inner team, and by the evening he was chairing important meetings with the entire defense establishment.
Aman is also joining us. Aman, what more can you tell us? PM Modi was monitoring this live at 7 LKM.
Yes, Zaka, this we can confirm that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was monitoring Operation Sindoor. He was very much in the thick of the things as the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force have conducted a joint coordinated strike inside 9 sites in Pakistan, especially targeting the terror headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This strike is much, much bigger than Balakot. When one terror camp was targeted, now we have 9 sites, including the terror headquarters of the Jaish and the Lashkar. What we can confirm through top level sources is that the Prime Minister was monitoring this operation. He had a busy day. Yesterday he was also at a media event later in the evening.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you for staying with us here at CNN News 18 as we stay continuously non-stop on Operation Sindoor. Less than a fortnight after the brutal terror attack in Pahalgam that claimed 26 innocent civilian lives, Bharat has avenged the loss. Bharat conducted Operation Sindoor, striking 9 terror sites, 21 locations in 25 minutes in the wee hours of the 7th of May, killing 17 terrorists. Jaish and Lashkar terror hotbeds have been absolutely decimated. Hizbul Mujahideen's core structure headquarters also targeted. The strikes have rattled Pakistan. In a climb down, Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has even said that if Bharat retreats, Pakistan military will show restraint. Top intel sources have told CNN News 18 2 dreaded terrorists from the Lashkar, Abdul Malik and Mudassir, have been killed in Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a cabinet meeting after the strikes where he hailed the Indian Armed Forces with valor and also met President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan and briefed her about the operation. Home Minister Amit Shah has held a meeting with Chief Ministers, Chief Secretaries and DGPs of key states with their borders with Pakistan and Nepal. An all-party meet is also scheduled to be held sometime during the day on Thursday. Pakistani media reports suggest that Pakistan for now has authorized its armed forces to undertake corresponding action. So will there be a retaliation? Should Bharat brace itself for a reprisal attempt by the Pakistani military? We have to wait over the next 24 to 36 hours. Even as this evening, 244 districts are getting set for the mock drills. Meanwhile, there is also the engagement with the international community, debriefing them and showing them proof of our action, where we have restrained ourselves away from military and civilian establishments and targeted only terror camps and terror headquarters. Russia, Greece, China, Mauritius, the ambassadors, envoys of these nations are currently at South Block. They're being briefed by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, who was there along with the two women officers of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force in the debrief earlier in the day. Siddhant now joining us with more details. Yes, Siddhant.
Well, that's right, Anand. In fact, just a short while back, the envoys of UNSC member countries have been called in here at South Block office of Ministry of External Affairs. In fact, we have seen envoys from Russia, China, France, United Kingdom, Greece, Mauritius, perhaps all these countries have been called to be briefed by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. Perhaps, Anand, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has a very, very significant role to play as far as the series of developments are concerned. In fact, we have also been told that he was very much inside the Situation Room yesterday at the time of Operation Sindoor, and perhaps if you remember, he is somebody who first briefed Prime Minister Modi when Prime Minister Modi returned from Jeddah right at the airport. And in fact, today also this morning we saw that he was the one who opened the press briefing of the Indian side. And in fact, he is somebody who can give global context to perhaps what's happening. He is somebody who today exposed TRF, and he in fact made it very clear. In fact, he reiterated that India did provide evidence to the UNSC committee twice about TRF and its involvement with Pak-based terror groups. And in fact, so he knows things in and out. Perhaps this is the reason that these envoys have been called today to the South Block office of Ministry of External Affairs. And in fact, we have been told that the briefing has already started. In fact, we could expect some more envoys to arrive in some time from now. This is the second time, Anand, that Ministry of External Affairs is briefing envoys. In fact, for the first time, they were briefed when terror attack happened. They were briefed at that point in time also about Pakistan's involvement, how Pakistan executed this attack, Pakistan-backed terror groups executed this attack, and perhaps that really helped India to build a global consensus, Anand. And in fact, because of such briefings and also the friends and partners like France and other countries, India could get the UNSC statement which India got on 25th of April. Perhaps that statement is the context for conducting strikes in POJK and POK today. So such briefings are very important, significant, and in fact all these countries their envoys have come to the South Block office, and we can confirm this for our viewers that briefing has commenced.
Thank you for your inputs, Siddhant. We'll keep close tabs and we'll keep bringing our viewers all the updates around Operation Sindoor. We're also building up to the mock drills and also a possible reprisal or attempt at retribution, a face-saving exercise, as many are calling, by the Pakistani military. We have to wait and watch. The next 24 to 36 hours are critical, crucial for all of us as Bharatiya, because we also have to manage the international narrative. The whole of government approach has to follow through. And even as our forces are on alert, our domestic security personnel are also on alert. So there is an internal security grid, there is an attempt to be built. And I think all of us as civilians, as people of this country, have to cooperate, collaborate and do the needful to ensure that we all remain safe. And there is any attempt at retribution by the Pakistan military at all levels is denied and also defeated. Ambassador Kawal Sibal, former Foreign Secretary, with us. Michael Rubin, Senior Fellow, AEI, is with us. Major General Ian Cardozo, is also with us. He's a war veteran, celebrated, and he's fought 3 wars, and an amazing person. I have great admiration for him. And Professor Brahma Chalani is also with us. My namaste and Jai Hind to everybody. Thank you very much for your time. The first question is, Kanwal Sibal-ji, the role of a foreign secretary is very critical in situations and times like this. But I would also request you to dwell on the title for this operation, Operation Sindoor, and the collective messaging even at the briefing, where there is a Kashmiri Pandit, 2 decorated women officers cross-religion who are making the briefing to the world about Operation Sindoor.
I think it has been very well done. I listened to the entire briefing by the Foreign Secretary. The fact that the Foreign Secretary is personally briefing the media is because the issues are very, very serious, and the briefing has to be done extremely knowledgeably and professionally by a competent person at the highest level in the Indian Foreign Office. It just can't be left to the spokesman. The fact that these 2 women officers have been detailed for giving the briefing from the Army side and the Air Force side is very astute in terms of public relations. First of all, the fact that our women are now active in our armed forces. They have a voice. We have confidence in them, and they can brief the media on an event which is extremely serious in terms of its repercussions, both bilaterally and regionally and internationally. So it gives a certain image of our armed forces, inclusiveness and this and that, especially that there is a lady, the Muslim lady who's doing this. Is a very, very good message to send, to show that the effort of the terrorists to foment internal communal divisions in India is not working. That our armed forces especially are all together and the public is all together. And this is a good message to send. Now, in terms of managing the international community and international opinion, I am currently sitting in London and I just watched what the BBC is saying. It is very slanted in Pakistan's favor. A lot of what Pakistan says is just taken at its face value and conveyed. And there's no reference to terrorism. The word terrorism they don't want to use. And there is no, the usual thing that where is the evidence and stuff like that. Pakistan is asking for evidence as if Pakistan has never engaged in terrorism before all its life. And it's the first time that they're being accused of terrorism, and India has to provide proof. And this will be true of most Western media, I can tell you. Because, and then of course this whole business about, they begin by saying 2 nuclear armed neighbors and stuff like that. Again, playing into Pakistani hands, that the restraint has to be more on the Indian side, bigger power, more responsible power, and Pakistan is an irresponsible power and can use nuclear weapons and can threaten to use. In fact, they're saying that both countries are threatening to use nuclear weapons, which is absolutely wrong. India has not threatened to use nuclear weapons. Only the Pakistani side has. So the media management globally will be difficult. Countries will ask for restraint and de-escalation. A lot will now depend on what Pakistan does. To my mind, Pakistan has to react. It is a question of amour propre. It's a question of the idea of Pakistan. It's a question of the Pakistan military being the ultimate guarantor of the existence of Pakistan and the idea of Pakistan. So they are bound to react. Now, we have very carefully chosen terrorist training camps and terrorism-related targets. And those places and modules which were involved in terrorism on our side in the past, as we have explained in a press briefing. Now, there are no terrorist camps or terrorist modules or anything else on our side which Pakistan can attack. So they have to attack military targets. And that would be escalation. If they do that, then of course we will have to attack their military targets, which we have specifically said that we not done. We don't intend to do, unless, of course, we are provoked.
Right. They have to do something which they can claim as non-escalatory, but there are no terror camps on Indian soil. Michael Rubin, how do you see this playing out? Thank you for your time. Many nations have voiced support. Many nations have voiced concern. But the wordings or the way Turkey and China have worded their statements gives us an impression that they are leaning towards the Pakistanis in this matter. How would you read the situation?
Well, look, there's no secret that Turkey and China are going to be leaning towards the Pakistanis. The United States will ultimately lean towards India, but Indian diplomats need to crush the moral equivalence we heard uttered by Donald Trump almost immediately. But moving forward, I actually have two worries, and it's not simply Pakistan's inevitable retaliation to India's Operation Sindoor. What I worry about is, number one, that the United States is going to prioritize quiet over the defeat of terrorism. And then we get into a cycle like what we saw in Israel, where Hamas will attack, and then suddenly diplomats get all weak-kneed and just try to get quiet, even though they're allowing the terrorists to live another day, and that just makes the inevitability of more terrorism. In fact, it rewards terrorism. The other thing I worry about, despite the apparent success of Operation Sindoor, is because there was nearly a fortnight for the Pakistanis to prepare for this inevitable response on the part of India. I'm worried that even though the physical destruction of much of the terror training camps occurred, that many of the minds behind that terror were able to escape. That's also a pattern we've seen elsewhere. So ultimately, I see this as just the beginning. But what I will use as a barometer isn't simply the BBC. The BBC is a lost cause anyway. What I want to see is Pakistan lose their $1 billion at the International Monetary Fund meeting on May 9th. And I'd like to see other sanctions applied to Pakistan. No more moral equivalency, please.
So FATF listing or the FATF review comes up in June. The IMF bailout package and the meeting to consider that $1 billion bailout are part of the $7 billion deal IMF package is on the 9th. How do you think Bharat should calibrate its response? What should we as a nation, if I may ask as an Indian citizen or as a journalist, what should India do, Michael Rubin?
Look, India's got to stand firm. There's no moral equivalence here. India was the victim of terrorism, period. And that message, never assume that message is getting through. That message needs to be repeated again and again and again, because in Europe, in the United States, we are so insulated from the threat of terrorism coming across a border like the Pakistan line of control that we simply don't understand it. When it comes to the United States, and even to some extent Western Europe, history now occurs in 4-year tranches. It's not decades long. We don't understand the background, yet arrogantly we are going to lecture to you. So India's got to show that it is prepared for any retaliation. Behind the scenes, this is where diplomacy comes into play. When Secretary of State and Acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio is calling India's National Security Advisor, is calling Pakistan's Acting National Security Advisor, that's going to be the channel for de-escalation. That's going to be the channel to convey the message to Pakistan, we're willing to go all the way, and you need to step down. You need to back off. That's where we need to be right now. The other concern I have is if we self-deter, if we're so afraid of where a conflict might end up, that we end up not engaging in that conflict in response to terrorism, that actually provides a green light to further terror. India can't be afraid to use its arms in order to defend its citizens. That is the job of any democracy, and if I may, Prime Minister Modi is doing a good job at avenging the deaths of those who died at Pahalgam.
But should this stop with Operation Sindoor? Should Bharat stop with Operation Sindoor, or should there be a follow-through? And that is that's broken into 3 phases: the short term or the near term, the mid term, and the long term.
First of all, It's Pakistan's decision whether this ends with Operation Sindoor. The fact of the matter is, Pakistan is in the wrong, and if Pakistan chooses to continue this just means that the pain on Pakistan needs to become much greater until Pakistanis make the right decision. Now, once you have a deconfliction of active military conflict, that doesn't mean that the terror infrastructure should get a full pass. If, again, we look at the history of Israel, after, for example, the 1972 Munich Olympics attacks, what Israel did was hunt down every single person that was responsible for those attacks. And that's going to be, in the medium term, something which India is going to need to start to do. If you order a terrorist attack on Indian citizens, you should not ever sleep well, nor should anyone ever get into a car with you, because that car ride could be your last.
Well, that's a very, very strong pattern of messaging, and that blueprint needs to be followed. Michael Rubin, please stay on. I'm just going to bring in our other guests, Major General Ian Cardozo and Professor Brahma Chelani. Thank you for your patience. Major General Ian Cardozo, you've fought multiple wars against the same dushman, this enemy, and they say this is their fitrat. Ye maar kha ke bhi ek baar wapas aate hain. They come back. No matter how much time they take, they come back. So how should be the messaging from Bharat this time that they don't dare to do that again?
See, as far as our message is concerned, I think Pakistan has accepted Operation Sindoor as putting them in their place. The message is, what Pakistan starts, India will finish. That is the message which should go to Pakistan each and every time. Number two, Pakistan appears to be in the mood to step back. No one wants a war, least of all India, and no one wants the war to continue. However, we need to understand that Pakistan terrorism will never end. All the terrorists have not been killed by Operation Sindoor, and terrorism is an idea. Therefore, that idea will continue in a place like Pakistan and the minds of such people. What we need to do also is that if we need to consider Pakistan's offer to step back and decide what we need to do to make sure this doesn't happen again. In addition, we need to ensure that Brahma Chelani is on board. I have great respect for his stance on the IWT. We need to ensure that we walk out of the IWT. Can we walk out of the IWT? There are other concerns which are also to be considered. However, we need to change the contents of the IWT to our own advantage. We need to also understand that we are on our own. As the previous speaker has said, the West is looking at Pakistan and India in the same framework. That's not true. We are the victim, and they are the people who are striking. They cannot consider us on the same level, but they are doing so, and they will always do so. So therefore, we are on our own. We should always be ready for the future. Today, my काम वाली बाई said, "साहब, आज हॉर्न बजेगा." तो ऐसे हॉर्न बजेगा किस लिए? पाकिस्तान और इंडिया हमारा देश लड़ाई करेगा, तो ऐसे तरीका क्या होगा? मालूम नहीं साहब. So the question is, are the people of India today prepared for an all-out war if and ever it takes place? We need to ensure that every citizen of India understands that they are equally responsible for India's security, and they need to be.
That's a collective sense of nationhood and responsibility towards the nation that we as citizens need to have, and we need to be aware of. This is the first time since 1971 that the sirens will go off even in a mock drill. The former Air Chief is with us, R.K. Bhaduria ji. Thank you for your time again. Jai Hind. What happens next? Many are saying, and I'm speaking to experts, they are saying Bharat must follow through. Even if there is a pause in kinetic action, we should not stop on the offensive. We should not get our foot off the pedal. But how do you anticipate this playing out? Because now the ball is in Pakistan's court.
Yes, the ball is in Pakistan court. I think
the targets that were chosen have all been hit. They've been successfully damaged. The desired level of battle damage assessment would have got done. So the ball is in Pakistan court. They'll be observed very closely. I think. The defense forces, all three, would have gone to a higher operational level of readiness to face whatever next step that gets taken. And look at the way escalation is going to happen. It would depend on what Pakistan does now, and it is my feel that Pakistan would respond for their own domestic reasons and for their own optics. And when that happens, depending upon the nature of that attack and the kind of targets that they choose to hit and the kind of damage that they target, our focus should be to minimize that, to defend effectively any such act on part of Pakistan, and thereafter take our own action. So there would be some action from their side, and we would need to really decide what next step we want to do, depending upon what happens next.
The Pak PMO has, in its statement, has claimed that they have downed 5 of our aircraft, including UAVs and aircraft. That's what their claim is. They claim civilians have been targeted by our armed forces. And the last one is they have authorized their military to take corresponding action. How do you interpret this?
Yeah, so their claims, I don't know till we get our own information. They always start claiming, and this claim about civilians being attacked, etc., and telling their army to take action. Very clearly, we have seen the videos that have come out. We have seen the target information, and some of the information that was shared in the morning brief is very clear that those targets that were shown, they have been hit very precisely. Even the photographs and videos coming out of Pakistan have indicated that those buildings have been hit. So there is no question of some civilian buildings getting hit around it, and some civilians, so to say, from that perspective, being casualties. That could be. I think the world would stop listening to their narrative. The world leaders need to ask them what this extensive infrastructure where terrorists were basing their training and their indoctrination, etc., was doing under their nose, and why was it not being tackled? So I don't think their narrative will sell this narrative that they are not behind Pahalgam and they are not giving support to terrorism will fly anymore. Let us see what happens. They can give a free hand to their army. That is,
Chief, as per your Shatru Bodh, your understanding of the enemy's mindset, what could be the possible targets? Where could they want to scope out a face saver?
See, we had a clear strategy that we would strike only terrorist targets, and we had terrorist targets which were identified and we stuck. They don't have any such targets on our side, so they would respond to striking, I feel, some military targets. And if they think rationally, I think they would figure in or feature in some level of de-escalation in this process. But that's expecting too much. I have a feeling the initial response may not be that rational. They would behave irrationally and will attempt to make some reasonable damage to some of the military targets. So we would need to really take action very strongly to any such attempts from Pakistani side. We need to be prepared. And depending upon what really pans out in terms of what targets get hit and what kind of damage, that will dictate our action. So for one, we need to be fully operationalized, deployed, which I'm sure has happened, and need to, take action on whatever action that Pakistan takes, and thereafter again decide in a very strong and robust manner what further course of action is required. There would be, from our side, I'm sure, a very rational thought on how we want to de-escalate the situation. Till that starts happening on the other side, the de-escalation would not materialize in total. So let us see how it comes out.
Do you believe the Bharat establishment, the government, and also the people have a stomach for this to play out or draw for a longer duration? How long do you see this current face-off with Pakistan going on?
See, the core question is Pahalgam acceptable? I think across the board in the nation, in one voice, everybody has said it is unacceptable. So there is no question of once you take such robust action for terrorist targets like this and at this magnitude and scale, there's no question of not having stomach to face the escalation or going the full way if required. So the defense forces would be ready, and I don't have any element of doubt as to the extent to which they will go in case Pakistan wants to escalate it further. There would be no problem or no hesitation from our side. It would be largely in Pakistan's interest to de-escalate this more than our interest. Once we take this action, we are ready for whatever happens.
Right.
But Pahalgam is unacceptable. It will have to stop. This cannot go on.
So the message is writ large there that Pahalgam is unacceptable and this will have to stop. Air Chief Arkesh Baruria, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quickly getting a reaction from Major General Ian Cardozo before I bring in Brahma Chalani and also the Kawal Sibalji. Major General Ian Cardozo, identified, track, punish was the promise. Identified, tracked, punished. But Pahalgam is unacceptable. That's what the Air Chief says. You agree with that sentiment? What do we as a nation need to do?
I agree with whatever has been said.
General Saab, I'm going to request you to please pause. We got fresh visuals coming from South Block. The ambassadors, after their briefing with the Foreign Secretary, are leaving. Nations, including Russia, Mauritius, and some of the other countries have come there for a briefing. Siddhant is joining us live. Yes, Siddhant.
Well, that's right, Anand. In fact, we don't have an official word, but yes, we can say, perhaps we can confirm for our viewers that the briefing of Foreign Secretary has just got concluded. And in fact, right in my frame, you can see Russian Ambassador Denis Alipov, and standing right next to him is Chinese Ambassador. I don't know whether video journalist Raveen Kumar is able
we have
to
the visuals.
Give shots of these two envoys. Yes, Anand. So, these two envoys have just walked out of the South Block. Perhaps they were the first ones to get inside. And in fact, the other senior officials from Ministry of External Affairs could also be seen in the backdrop. This is the second time, Anand, Foreign Secretary, has briefed foreign envoys. In fact, right after the Pahalgam terror attack, he briefed, and that perhaps helped India to get global support. And same exercise has again been put in place by the Indian side. In fact, the UNSC member countries, both permanent and non-permanent members, have been called in to South Block for the briefing by the Foreign Secretary. And remember, Anand, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri perhaps is a person who plays a very significant role as far as developments in last 2 weeks are concerned. In fact, he was the first one to brief Prime Minister Modi when he returned from Jeddah. Then he was also very much in the Situation Room yesterday when Operation Sindoor was going on. And in fact, now he has called all these envoys here in the national capital at South Block headquarters of Ministry of External Affairs for the briefing. And in fact, I could see some other envoys also walking out. In fact, Russian envoy Denis Alipov and Chinese envoy, they both are waiting for their car. In fact, the Chinese envoy's car has just arrived, and the other envoys are also there. They are also coming out of the South Block office of Ministry of External Affairs. So very, very significant briefing,
Right.
perhaps being done by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, who plays a very, very important role in the developments that took place in last 2 weeks.
What these ambassadors,
In fact, he was
what
in
these
the
envoys
Situation
go
Room
back
also.
and report, and what are the calibrated positions some of these nations take, and is there a shift or variance in any of the positions of any of these nations in the days to come? We'll keep close eye on that. But in the meantime, the Global Times has been now schooled by the Indian Embassy in China. The Indian Embassy has replied to Global Times saying that China must recommend verifying facts and cross-examination of sources before pushing out this kind of disinformation. That's what the Global Times has been schooled by the Indian embassy there. This is with respect to claims being put out by the Global Times that the Pakistan military has downed 2 of our aircraft, and the images that were put out or shared have now been called out. The fact-checking happening, saying that as per as Operation Sindoor and claiming that aircrafts have been downed, this is just an attempt, brazen attempt to mislead the public. The fact-check has brought out that, and it's quoting the PIB fact-check that says that one aircraft is actually a MiG-29 that crashed earlier in, and the other one is a MiG-21. Both of them are were not in employ or in service or pressed into service for Operation Sindoor at all. This is a MiG-29 fighter jet that crashed in Rajasthan in September 2024, and the other one is from Punjab 2021, a MiG-21 Indian Air Force fighter jet. So clearly, Siddhant, and then a whole list of what the actual facts are and what has been put out in the actual official briefing by the government, that's been shared by the Indian embassy.
Well, that's right, Anand, and it's very rare that when Indian embassy does fact check of Global Times. Perhaps we have reported multiple times that how Global Times to Pakistani narrative, perhaps they believe more in Pakistani narrative. And this time around again, there was this story which they published about, this is a fake news, in fact, by putting out the old images showing crashed aircraft being recirculated. This is being recirculated in various forms in the current context of Operation Sindoor. In fact, many Pakistani handles have been doing it since last so many hours. And in fact, now Global Times have curated this story on the basis of the Twitter handles of some of the Pakistani Twitter handles. So it was important for the Indian side to fact check them. And perhaps a few hours back, PIB had also come up with a fact check of the same story which was going on everywhere on the social media platforms. So now India in Beijing, perhaps the Indian mission's Twitter handle has fact checked Global Times.
Well, let's hope that India in London or India in the United Kingdom also fact check some of the media, British media, as Kanwal Sibbalji was just making a point there. Kanwal Sibbalji, your thoughts on this briefing of the nations? Will there be a shift in position? What does the diplomatic challenge now over the next 24, 48 hours or the coming week?
A few points. One is that you had asked me about the significance of vermilion. I don't have to tell Sindoor, I don't have to tell your readers that this is a symbol of victory. When in traditional times, when our warriors went out, the vermilion was put on their forehead by their wife or mothers or sisters. So I think it is very aptly chosen as a symbol of victory. Number two, the BBC this morning led with this information that Pakistan claims it has shot down 4 fighters. No effort to check the veracity of this, but create a narrative. Number 3, with regard to your specific question. Yes, we are doing our briefing this side, but let's not forget the Pakistani Foreign Office is also briefing the local ambassadors. So reports will go from ambassadors in New Delhi to their headquarters, and reports will go from Pakistan by foreign ambassadors to their headquarters, and then it's for the headquarters, the foreign office of the country is concerned, to actually see what reports are coming in, and then it will depend on how much value they attach to relations with India and with Pakistan to determine their line as to what they should say publicly. So therefore, the fact that we have briefed them could be very persuasive, no doubt, but the government's concern may not want actually to publicly support the Indian line, because it's a question of diplomacy and geopolitics and the interwoven relations that these countries have with various countries and regional blocs and everything else. Therefore, we should not actually believe that our story is going to determine the narrative. There will always be a call for restraint, of lowering tensions, of de-escalation, and even our friends would say that, because they also don't know in what direction this would go. Even J.D. Vance sort of said that, suggesting that you can take some action, but it should not lead to a regional conflict. What does that mean? that China should not get involved in this. So they will try and do that, even if privately they sympathize with us and support our position. At the end of the day, we have to be confident that we have a case. We have been victims of terrorism for years.
Right.
And the fact is that whatever we've done in the past, whatever limited action we have taken, whatever support we've got from the international community has not deterred Pakistan for pursuing terrorism as a matter of their national policies towards India.
They blame the West. They blame the West and the war in Afghanistan for a lot of it, and Pakistan being the home raid or the ground.
And the last point is that Pakistan military will face immense pressures domestically. It will be tremendous loss of face if the Pakistan military does not react, and it has to react in a manner in which they can show that they have caused damage. And it can only be, as I said earlier, and the former air chief has said, it has to be military targets. And therefore, onus will be on us, depending on what they do, how much damage they cause, because we have air defense systems, as to how we should react. We will have to react. Finally, and the last point which needs to be mentioned is that the Pakistani themselves are propagating how much damage has been done by our missile system, which is very different from what they said when we had earlier operations, where they mocked us. The reason they're doing it is they're giving it a religious twist. If you see what their spokesmen are saying, that masjids has been attacked, and they're showing the masjids being targeted and damaged. So they actually want to win domestic sympathy from Islamist groups that India is targeting masjid, religious structures. So this is a very devious kind of propaganda that Pakistan.
Well, this is this is from the Hamas playbook, that you have a civilian, a very benign front, but at the back of it, or at the real face is far more devious and dangerous. So they've used hospitals and health centers as training camps. They've used markaz or as centers of religious learning to become terror training camps. They've used schools for terror training. So a lot of this is copying the Hamas template all across these terror camps from Muzaffarabad right down to Bahawalpur. We'll try and see if we got Brahmachalani ji with us. We've not been able to go across to him. Lots of the flow of news. Brahmachalani ji will be joining us just around the time we get more breaking news coming through. Bharat is also closely monitoring the flow of water through the IWT as part of the gates that we had shut, and how much water we can retain and how much we need to allow. Government sources indicate that 28,000 cubic of water has been released recently by Bharat, leading to a flood-like situation in the lower areas of Pakistan. So this tap off, tap on, this is the kind of strategy that we are employing. Payal Mehta joining us with more. Yes, Payal.
You know, even after the strikes that we've really conducted, if anybody thinks that India is done with it and India will go back to becoming the good cop to Pakistan, that is not going to be the case. That's going to be a long battle for Pakistan to win our love and win our support back, Anand. That's the message that the Indian government is sending. In fact, just about yesterday, we're given to understand 20,000 cubics water was released into Pakistan, and has actually forced Pakistan to issue a flood alert. And before that, there was also a complaint saying that the taps were running dry as far as Pakistan is concerned. There has been a consolidated effort that the Indian government is trying to put. They're going to be monitoring the situation every now and then. It's going to be a calibrated effort, because India will now decide when they want to release water for Pakistan and when they don't want to release water for Pakistan. They will not come under any pressure. We've already been reporting that multiple meetings have taken place. Right. Multiple meetings are expected to take place in the next couple of days also, with the power minister, with the Jal Shakti minister, and of course the home minister. And of course officers are keeping a tap on it 24/7. And India will not let anything come easy Pakistan's way. No matter what Pakistan does, no matter how much it cries foul, India is willing to take the battlefront on Pakistan at every front. Terror being the only point that actually separates the two nations, and will continue to separate till they don't behave themselves.
Strong messaging there, Major General Ian Cardozo. So even if the kinetic option, there is a little bit of a pause, the non-kinetic options we'll continue to use to our advantage till the time Pakistan becomes a terror-free nation, or stops fomenting terror on our soil. Fair call. And we should. Do you also feel some of these things should have been employed as a strategy long back?
I agree, absolutely. This should have been. We don't have a strategy. We only react to situations. We need to have a vision of where India should stand 10 years down the line, politically, economically, militarily, technologically, socially, and make our vision accordingly. The question that you asked has not been answered. Does the Indian citizen have the stomach to accept the fallout of war? I think we need to think about this very seriously.
What is going to make us believe that we need to do this? What needs to be done? The Israelis are very clear. They perhaps October 7 was the tipping point for the Israelis to say it's now or never. We got to finish this terror hydra that is the Hamas, and we need to rid Gaza of this ilk and this lot. Has Pahalgam triggered that within the Bharatiya senses?
I think it has. But what we need to also understand is that in a war situation, India will be alone. We've got Pakistan, we've got China, and now we also have Bangladesh. They're going to cooperate. The question is, will anybody stand by us? No one will stand by us. The only country which will stand by us was Russia, and they are now pushed into China's arms by America. Perhaps Israel is the only country which might support us. I don't know how far. But we need to understand that we need to prepare for the future war in every possible aspect. We have to prepare, otherwise we are going to be in trouble. We need to understand that this is a very serious situation. It may not happen today, it may not happen tomorrow, it may not happen next year, but it will happen at some time. We need to be prepared for that day.
Right. Now, we've got more news coming through responding to Bharat's airstrikes. Turkey has condemned the action, saying that it would raise the risk of an all-out war. Turkey further called upon parties to exercise common sense and refrain from unilateral actions and measures to reduce tensions in the area. Siddhant is with us. Siddhant, so Turkey continues to use a tone which is very clearly supporting Pakistan.
Yes, that's right, Anand, but there is nothing surprising in that. In fact, we all are aware of Turkey's position and in fact its inclination towards Pakistan. Perhaps Turkey has always chosen sides. And in fact, it was Turkey's president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who perhaps for the first time announced that Turkey supports public of Pakistan. Perhaps I very clearly remember those were his words. And in fact, after that, there was a naval ship which also arrived in Pakistan from Turkey. In fact, they have a very deep defense cooperation. And as I said, there is nothing surprising in that. And in fact, we were expecting this kind of statement coming from Turkey. It has been a traditional position of Turkey from a very, very long time. And in fact, Anand, I could also predict names of two other countries. One is Azerbaijan and other is Malaysia. Perhaps they will also come up with the similar statements condemning, Operation Sindoor.
Kamal Sibal, your thoughts? Is this something that is fait accompli? We'll have to accept this. We don't have Kamal Sibal. What we will try and do is quickly play out the entire briefing this morning. Vikram Misri, a Kashmiri Pandit, Foreign Secretary of Bharat, leading that briefing, and then we had Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh leading the military operation briefing, how the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army, the armed forces, coordinated 21 drops across 9 targets over a period of just 25 minutes. That's how fast and swift and precise the execution was. Listen in.
On April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible.
यहाँ 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. Well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
जब तक आतंकवाद खत्म ना हो, इस तरह की घटनाएं खत्म ना हो, तब तक मात्र मैं नहीं कहूंगा कि भाई भारत सरकार पूरे वर्ल्ड को ही इसके अगेंस्ट खड़ा होकर के और इनको नेस्ता नाबूद कर देना चाहिए।
Definitely a lot of justice is there because the army people and air force people, they have done a lot of work and they have attacked the 9 terrorist hideouts and they killed
हिमाचल प्रदेश हिमांशु प्रताप जी शुक्ला, गवर्नर अरुणाचल प्रदेश लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल कैवल्य पटनायक, गवर्नर राजस्थान श्री हरिभाऊ किशन राव बागड़े, चीफ मिनिस्टर अरुणाचल प्रदेश श्री पेमा खांडू, चीफ मिनिस्टर मिजोरम श्री लाल धोमा, लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर जम्मू एंड कश्मीर श्री मनोज सिन्हा जी, लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर लद्दाख ब्रिगेडियर डॉक्टर बीडी मिश्रा, विभिन्न राज्यों और यूटी से जुड़े सम्मानित जनप्रतिनिधिगण एवं अधिकारीगण, जनरल उपेंद्र द्विवेदी, चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ श्री राजेश सिंह जी, डिफेंस सेक्रेटरी लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल रघु श्रीनिवासन, डीजी बॉर्डर और बीआरओ के सभी कर्मयोगी एवं देवियों व सज्जनों, आप सभी जानते हैं कि आज हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में हमारे भारत की सेना ने हम सभी भारतवासियों का मस्तक ऊंचा किया है। इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि एक बार अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं और मैं नारे लगाऊंगा। हमारे देश के सेना के जवानों के सम्मान में हम सभी बोलेंगे, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। साथियों, जैसी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारत की सेना ने सटीकता, सतर्कता और संवेदनशीलता के साथ कार्रवाई की है। हमने जो लक्ष्य तय किए थे उन्हें ठीक समय तय योजना के अनुसार सटीकता से उन्होंने ध्वस्त किया है और किसी भी नागरिक ठिकाने, सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को जरा भी प्रभावित न होने देने की संवेदनशीलता भी हमारी सेना ने दिखाई है। यानी एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और सेना को संपूर्ण संबल प्रदान करने के लिए अपने प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। मित्रों, हमने हनुमान जी के उस आदर्श का पालन किया है जो उन्होंने अशोक वाटिका उजाड़ते समय किया था। जिन मोहि मारा तिन मोहि मारे। हमने केवल उन्हीं को मारा जिन्होंने हमारे मासूमों को मारा। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है। भारत ने अपनी सरजमी पर हुए हमले का जवाब देने के लिए अपने राइट टू रेस्पॉन्ड का इस्तेमाल किया है और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है। आतंकियों के हौसले पस्त करने के उद्देश्य से यह कार्रवाई महज उनके कैंप्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक ही सीमित रखी गई है। मैं पुनः हमारे आर्म फोर्सेस के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं। साथियों, आज बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के 66वें फाउंडेशन डे पर आपके बीच उपस्थित होना मेरे लिए गौरव का विषय है और यह खुशी की बात है कि आज इस इंपॉर्टेंट डे पर बीआरओ द्वारा निर्मित 50 इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स का उद्घाटन करने का अवसर भी हमें प्राप्त हो रहा है। मैं आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने मुझे यहां आमंत्रित किया है। साथियों, किसी भी संस्थान के लिए उसका फाउंडेशन डे यह बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण हुआ करता है। वैसे भी 65 वर्षों की आपकी जो यात्रा रही है वो बेहद गौरवशाली रही है। इसलिए आज का दिन उस गौरवमयी यात्रा को याद करने का दिन है। इसके साथ साथ यह दिन ठहर कर सोचने का भी दिन होता है कि अपनी अब तक की यात्रा में हमने क्या क्या हासिल किया है और यह हमारी अब तक की कार्य प्रणाली का विश्लेषण करने का भी यह दिन है। साथ ही यह एनालिसिस करने का भी दिन है कि भविष्य में हमारी राह क्या होनी चाहिए। साथियों, मैं देख पा रहा हूं कि वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से देश के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से हमारे कई साथी जुड़े हुए हैं। अक्सर हम उद्घाटन के अवसर पर बड़ी बड़ी संस्थाओं का और बड़ी बड़ी एजेंसीज का नाम तो लेते हैं, परंतु ऐसे कई कर्मयोगी हैं जो पर्दे के पीछे रहकर काम करते हैं। किसी प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा करने में उनका योगदान भी बेहद महत्वपूर्ण होता है। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि आज का दिन उनके योगदान को एक्नॉलेज करने और एप्रिशिएट करने का भी दिन है। साथियों, आज जम्मू कश्मीर, लद्दाख, सिक्किम, मिजोरम, अरुणाचल प्रदेश, पश्चिम बंगाल और राजस्थान में कई प्रोजेक्ट्स का उद्घाटन हुआ है। कहने को तो यह सारे फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हैं, लेकिन मैं इन्हें सिर्फ फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ही नहीं समझता। हमें जो सड़कें दिखती हैं, जो पुल दिखते हैं, वह सिर्फ दो स्थानों को जोड़ने वाले नहीं होते हैं, बल्कि वह लोगों के दिलों को जोड़ने वाले होते हैं। इन प्रोजेक्ट से राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को तो मजबूती मिलती ही है, साथ ही साथ यह प्रोजेक्ट इन सभी रीजन्स को इकोनॉमिक प्रॉस्पेरिटी को भी बढ़ावा देते हैं। ये तमाम प्रोजेक्ट इन क्षेत्रों में ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, टूरिज्म और इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी को बढ़ावा देंगे, जिससे निश्चित रूप से यहां के निवासियों की आय में वृद्धि होगी, उनकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ में भी इंप्रूवमेंट होगा और इन क्षेत्रों में समृद्धि आएगी, यानी प्रॉस्पेरिटी आएगी। साथियों, मुझे बताया गया कि आज जिन इंफ्रा प्रोजेक्ट्स की शुरुआत की गई है, इनकी टोटल कॉस्ट लगभग 1900 करोड़ रुपए के आसपास की है। मुझे लगता है कि यह केवल उनकी नॉमिनल वैल्यू पर है। इसकी असली वैल्यू है वह तो हम आंक भी नहीं सकते। इन सड़कों के माध्यम से जब कोई बच्ची स्कूल जाएगी और अपना भविष्य बनाएगी, तो उसके इंपैक्ट का आकलन भी हम नहीं कर सकते। इन ब्रिजेस के माध्यम से जब यहां एम्बुलेंसेज दौड़ेंगी और समय पर लोगों को इलाज होगा, उसकी वैल्यू को भी नहीं आंका जा सकता है। जब इन सड़कों के माध्यम से विभिन्न संस्कृति के लोग आपस में जुड़ेंगे या फिर एक दूसरे से जो कुछ सीखेंगे, उसकी वैल्यू कोई भी आंक नहीं सकता है। जब इन टनल्स के माध्यम से यहां के किसानों द्वारा उगाए गए फूल, फल, सब्जियां इत्यादि दूसरे क्षेत्रों में आसानी से पहुंचेंगे, उसका जो आर्थिक और सामाजिक प्रभाव यहां के किसानों पर पड़ेगा, उसकी वैल्यू, उसकी कीमत कोई भी नहीं आंक सकता है। साथियों, मैं इन प्रोजेक्ट्स की डिटेल देख रहा था। मैंने देखा कि इनमें छोटे से लेकर बड़े रोड्स, टनल्स और ब्रिजेज हैं। कुछ मीटर से लेकर सैकड़ों किलोमीटर तक इनकी लंबाई है। हालांकि उनकी लंबाई से कोई खास फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। कोई पुल अगर छोटा है, कोई सड़क यदि छोटी है, तो इससे कोई खास फर्क नहीं पड़ता, क्योंकि दुनिया की लंबी से लंबी जो यात्राएं होती हैं वह सिर्फ एक छोटे से रास्ते से ही शुरू होती हैं। इसलिए इन प्रोजेक्ट्स की कीमत, इनकी वैल्यू सिर्फ इस बात से नहीं आंकी जा सकती क्या फाइनेंशियली या फिजिकली कितना बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है और यह कितना छोटा प्रोजेक्ट है। असल में इनकी असली कीमत इस बात से है कि यह कितने परिवारों को जोड़ रही हैं, कितने लोगों की संस्कृति को, उनके रहन सहन को आपस में करीब ला रही हैं, कितने लोगों की आर्थिक और सामाजिक समृद्धि, इकोनॉमिक और सोशल प्रॉस्पेरिटी में ये योगदान दे रही हैं। यह प्रोजेक्ट्स लोहे, कंक्रीट या कोलतार से बनी हुई एक संरचना भर नहीं है, बल्कि यह एक कमिटमेंट है, यह एक प्रतिबद्धता है सीमावर्ती क्षेत्र के विकास का। यह एक रिजॉल्व है, यह एक संकल्प है बॉर्डर एरियाज में क्वालिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड करने का। यह एक दृढ़ निश्चयता का डिटर्मिनेशन है लोगों के दिलों को जोड़ने का। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि ये प्रोजेक्ट्स इनवैल्यूएबल हैं, इनकी कीमत का आकलन नहीं किया जा सकता। साथियों, प्राचीन काल से ही मार्ग मानव सभ्यता के विकास में बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते आए हैं। मार्गों की महत्ता हमारे इतिहास में हमेशा से रही है। जब आप मानवता का इतिहास पलट कर देखेंगे तो आप ये पाएंगे कि ट्रांसपोर्टेशन रूट्स ने कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया है। इतिहास बताते हैं कि सिविलाइजेशन थ्राइव हुई तो उसके पीछे रूट्स और राजमार्गों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। कला, साहित्य, संस्कृति और विज्ञान का प्रचार प्रसार एक क्षेत्र से दूसरे क्षेत्र तक इन्हीं के माध्यम से फैलता है। यदि मैं भारत के संदर्भ में बात करूं तो मुझे यहां के दो इंपॉर्टेंट रूट्स के नाम स्वाभाविक रूप से याद आ रहे हैं। आप शायद उत्तरापथ और दक्षिणापथ के बारे में जानते होंगे या सुना होगा। उत्तरापथ और दक्षिणापथ हमारे इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट के डिफरेंट रीजन्स को एक दूसरे से जोड़ने वाले धागे की तरह है। आप सोचिए, हजारों साल पहले जब संचार के इतने तेज साधन नहीं थे, तब आइडियाज और कल्चर, विचार और संस्कृति एक जगह से दूसरी जगह कैसे पहुंचते थे। पांड्य साम्राज्य का मोती और मदुरई का कपास आखिर मगध के पाटलिपुत्र में कैसे बहुत प्रसिद्ध हो गया। राजकुमार सिद्धार्थ से भगवान बने महात्मा बुद्ध की शिक्षाएं कावेरी पट्टनम तक कैसे पहुंच गईं। संगम युग की मणिमैखली की चर्चा कश्मीर तक कैसे फैल गई। जब भारत में मॉडर्न पॉलिटिकल यूनिटी का कंसेप्ट भी नहीं आया था, तब से इन रूट्स ने सभ्यता और संस्कृति के विकास और आदान प्रदान में बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। यदि हम महात्मा बुद्ध के बाद के इतिहास पर भी नजर डालें, तब भी हमें यह देखने को मिलता है कैसे दूसरे क्षेत्रों से आकर लोगों ने भारत की संस्कृति को समृद्ध किया और भारत की संस्कृति से भी उन्होंने बहुत कुछ सीखा भी है। इन मार्गों का महत्व तब भी इतना ज्यादा था कि व्यापार के लिए समर्पित सड़कें बनाई जाती थी। आप जब सिल्क रूट के बारे में जानते हैं, आप सभी को मालूम है सिल्क रूट के बारे में, जिसने एक तरह से पूरे एशिया और मध्य यूरोप तक को कवर कर लिया था। भारत से भी उस सिल्क रूट का एक बड़ा हिस्सा होकर गुजरता था, जिससे न सिर्फ सामान बल्कि संस्कृति और विचार का भी एक्सचेंज, आदान प्रदान यह होता था। एशिया और यूरोप के बीच कल्चरल एक्सचेंज, सांस्कृतिक आदान प्रदान में भी सिल्क रूट का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। साथियों, सिर्फ स्थलीय मार्ग का ही नहीं बल्कि जलीय मार्ग का भी ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन, मानव सभ्यता में एक बहुत बड़ा महत्व रहा है। मेसोपोटामिया की सभ्यता के साथ हमारा व्यापार जलीय मार्ग से ही होता था। अरब के जो व्यापारी आते थे वह भारत में जलीय मार्ग से ही आते थे। इन रूट्स का असर हमारे संस्कृति पर, हमारे परंपराओं पर और हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था पर तो पड़ा ही साथ इन रूट्स ने दुनिया को कई सारी नई चीजें भी सीखने को दी हैं। आप में से बहुत से लोग इस बात को जानते भी होंगे कि मानसून की हवाओं का जो कंसेप्ट है और उसको सबसे पहले अरब के यात्रियों ने खोजा था और वह कंसेप्ट तब खोजा गया था जब वह जलीय मार्ग से भारत में आते और जाते थे। इसी प्रकार भारत में हुई न्यूमेरिक्स नंबर जो होते हैं कि खोज ने भी पहले अरब और बाद में यूरोप तक का रास्ता तय किया था। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जब से हमारी सरकार आई है तब से हमारे प्रधानमंत्री का इस बात पर विशेष ध्यान रहता है कि सीमावर्ती इलाकों का कैसे अधिकतम विकास किया जाए। यह बताने की जरूरत नहीं है कि कैसे सीमावर्ती इलाकों को लंबे समय तक उसको उपेक्षित किया गया, कैसे एक लंबे समय तक वहां पर अच्छी क्वालिटी के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को छोड़िए एक बेसिक क्वालिटी के भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी नहीं पहुंचाया गया। परंतु आज स्थितियां बदली हैं। आज सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों में सेफ, सिक्योर्ड एंड वाइब्रेंट लैंड बॉर्डर्स को इंश्योर करने के लिए हमने वाइब्रेंट विलेज इनिशिएटिव भी प्रारंभ किया हुआ है। देश भर में सड़कों के निर्माण की यदि मैं बात करूं तो आज हम प्रतिदिन लगभग 35 किलोमीटर सड़कें बना रहे हैं, प्रतिदिन 35 किलोमीटर सड़कें बना रहे हैं। इसके अलावा भी हम बड़े स्तर पर कनेक्टिविटी को बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। स्थितियां पहले की तुलना में कुछ इस प्रकार बदली हैं कि मुझे आए दिन बीआरओ के किसी न किसी कार्यक्रम में आकर सड़कों का, ब्रिजेस का, टनल्स का और ऐसे सैकड़ों प्रोजेक्ट का उद्घाटन करने का अवसर मिलता रहता है। साथियों, रक्षा मंत्री के रूप में मुझे बीआरओ द्वारा किए गए कामों को नजदीक से कई बार देखने का अवसर भी मिला है। पिछले कुछ वर्ष
Mahi sir, how
He was personally monitoring Operation Sindoor. So PM was monitoring Operation Sindoor, so he was there, aware of what was going on and personally monitoring what was going on. So for some of the jibes that came at where is our Prime Minister and he's gayab, etc., this is confirmation that he was right in the thick of it. And at the highest level of government, this Operation Sindoor was being monitored, it's been planned and it's also now been implemented. Yes, Group Captain Vinod.
Great point. So let me quickly finish about this loitering munition. Most of the loitering munition today has the capability to go up without any target. And once the target pops up, it keeps loitering. And once the target pops up, it will go and hit the target. Erstwhile loitering munitions were against the radars. Today, loitering munition can be against anything. Point number one. Point number two, and coming back to Anand, your point.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and it's time for a very, very special edition of Take 3. This time, Rahul Shivshankar, Zaka Jacob with us, and the only subject matter that we're going to speak about is that within a fortnight of Pahalgam, 22nd of April, there's been a strong retribution via Operation Sindoor. 21 drops across 9 locations in 25 minutes between 1 and 1:30 a.m. in the wee hours of the 7th of May. This will be a red letter day because Bharat has told the world that no more Pahalgam. It will not be tolerated. Any act of terror on Bharatiya soil, there will be a huge punishment and a huge amount to pay. And the target has been the terror infrastructure. For decades, people have been asking, how is it that these jihadi tanzeems are proliferating in places like Muridke and Bahawalpur, and it's an open secret to everybody, and why nothing's been done about it? It's been done now. The infrastructure has been struck, and that perhaps, and in a precision manner, to do that at a length and breadth from POK to southern Pak province of Punjab, southern Punjab in Pakistan, is something which is unprecedented, never thought about. Zaka Jacob, Rahul Shivshankar, your first thoughts on what's happened, and then let's take the developments and what happens next. So let's try and talk about it.
Okay,
Yes, Rahul.
so look, you made a very interesting observation. You said, why wasn't it done before? I'll tell you why, because we were caught in a Cold War trap where we thought that fundamentally, if Pakistan has nukes, it has immunity. That many people, many regimes that came and went, turned the other cheek because they thought, well, this would lead to huge escalation, punishing escalation. Modi tested that doctrine for the first time in 2016 with the post-Uri surgical strikes. And from surgical strikes to Operation Sindoor, he has called Pakistan's bluff. And at every stage, Balakot intervening, he has gone one up on the escalation ladder, so much so that he has scripted, in my words, the doctrine of fear and has rewritten the rules on retaliation in a nuclearized environment. I think that is fundamentally what has happened. And I think this is a textbook watershed moment for a large number of military strategists to actually study. Now, I'm not getting ahead of myself because the Pakistanis can respond.
Yeah.
And that will open up more space under the nuclear threshold. And then, once again, the ball will be in our court. Where can we go from here? I don't even want to think about it, because thinking about escalation between two nuclear powers in a nuclear dyad is not something that pleases anybody.
But nuclear...
It pushes you to the edge of Armageddon, closer, and of course it only takes one silly mistake to inflict such a blow on humanity. But the point is, what we've done here is to tell Pakistan and all those generals who have been living in their patrician bungalows in Lahore, guys, you're going to have a sleepless night. You thought that you were insulated because you had these tin pot toys. Well, think about it twice. If we can strike 30 kilometers from your palatial bungalows, we can take out your biggest non-state actor. We can take out your biggest weapon, which is non-conventional, unconventional, which is the Lashkar-e-Toiba's headquarters. We can also hit you. So think twice.
Well, nuclear threat or the threat of this nuclear button cannot become a reason why we should suffer bleeding via 1,000 cuts. And I think that message has come across very, very clearly that we'll go up the escalation ladder. Now it's up to you what you're going to do.
But we did after the UPA.
Yeah.
You see, we did in 2611. Unfortunately, we were so stilled by this threat.
I think
this
Bharat
blackmail.
was very different, not just as a political leadership, but where we were financially, where we were economically, where we were geopolitically. It was a different situation. Last decade and a half, there's been a shift, there's a change. We have far more depth in terms of our reserves, far more depth in terms of our arsenal, far more depth or perhaps far more range or width in terms of our geopolitical reach out and also our global status and our positioning. So there are a lot of things, and we've also learnt lessons, Zaka. We've all of us have seen Balakot 2019 and how Bharat's response was then and how the swift retort happened, and Bharat was somewhere caught unawares even though we defended ourselves well. But this time, and there was this whole thing about where is the message, where is the messaging, where is the information. A lot of things have been corrected this time around. Your thoughts first up on Operation Sindoor, because you are one of the first responders here at CNN News 18. So he's been doing, we're up at least 15 hours, we're not complaining about it, but he was one of the first to get into the studio. So let me ask you.
What did you get in exactly?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
2 a.m. So 2 a.m. I was in at 3. But go ahead.
I think just to take off from what Rahul was saying, what Modi has done, and Ambassador Kajju, when I was speaking to him in the afternoon, he came up with this theory. He said, this is the Modi doctrine. Now, what is the Modi doctrine? That if you hit innocent civilians, if there are terror attacks, and if you think you can get away with it, there is a cost to pay. So first with Uri, which of course was a hit on the brigade headquarters, then there was Pulwama, which was a hit on the CRPF Jawans, and now you had Pahalgam, in response to which you've had Operation Sindoor. With each of these, he has not just climbed the escalation ladder, but he's also hit further deeper inside Pakistan. So Uri, the response to Uri was surgical strikes across the LOC in Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir. With Balakot, the strike was inside Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. It was deep inside Pakistan. And today, what the defense establishment has shown, what the armed forces have shown, is that we can hit Pakistan not just inside POK, but deep inside Punjab. Hitting Pakistan inside Punjab, you know, I know this might sound like a bit of an exaggeration. It's a bit like hitting New York City. I mean, Punjab is to Pakistan what New York City is to the United States. I mean, but also the fact that no one ever expected that there would be a terror attack in New York City. And that is the mindset or the mentality of the Pakistani generals, that yeah, we can have some skirmishes in Kashmir, they can hit Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, there'll be skirmishes across the Durand line, you know, in the tribal areas and so on and so forth. Baluchistan will face unrest. But Punjab is the heart, and they will do anything and everything to protect Punjab. So today, I think, look, there is the threat of escalation, there is the threat of retaliation. We have to be realistic about it. India has shown its offensive power, and I think it's commendable. Balakot was one strike, one time. Today, Operation Sindoor is 9 locations, 21 strikes, all simultaneous, and all without crossing the line of control. I think that is a significant step up in terms of India's military prowess. And none of these strikes were detected by the air defense systems or by counter strikes from there. All of these strikes were successful. Now comes the hard part, which I think we all need to brace ourselves for, which we at least we need to be aware of it, and we need to be certainly prepared for it. Not just at the level of the armed forces, we need to be prepared for it at the level of civil society. We were talking about these mock drills that are happening right now across the country in these 240 odd districts. But look, from the Pakistan military's point of view, the objective is, this is like you've gone in there and you've cut off the nose of General Munir. If somebody has his nose cut, then he's spited. He's not necessarily thinking in a rational way.
Right.
And the Pakistan army is not exactly known for rationality. So the spectre or the prospect or the threat of an irrational response is very much real. Yes, again, the Pakistanis will also go back to the drawing board, and what is their objective? For India, the objective was to show that if you hit civilians and if you segregate people by religion, kill them indiscriminately, there is a cost to pay.
Yeah.
We will hit you at all your terror launch pads, terror infrastructure, terror headquarters, and we will do it with a degree of, for want of a better phrase, impunity. Now, what is the objective for Pakistan? And specifically, I keep saying this again and again, I said this in the morning as well, it will boil down to General Asim Munir. For him, this is like his nose has been cut off.
Yeah.
He has to demonstrate visibly that his army is not hollowed out. His army is not a Khokla army, as they say. So to that extent, what will he do, and are we prepared to defend against that?
Well, for Asim Munir and the Pakistani rhetoric, very clearly they are trying to make it about religion. They are trying to say that mosques have been touched and trying to bring in the angle of civilians. But what the big play is that it's linked to mosque, linked to Islam. That's what it is. For Bharat, it is linked to terror infrastructure and attacking the terror infrastructure. So that's the variance in the narrative spinning around Shankar. And Asim Munir, if he is able to fuel this entire religion vitriol within Pakistan, is someone may just give him a carte blanche to do something foolhardy. But frankly and practically, if you were to say, do you think the Pak army chief is caught in a bind? Damned if he does and damned if he doesn't.
Yes, I think
after what's happened, after Operation Sindoor.
I think fundamentally there is a problem, and therefore the Pakistani state is trying to suggest that this was an attack on the Qaum. Nothing succeeds in Pakistan than Qaumi Ekta, as they say, bringing everybody together. Right now, Pakistan is splintered as a society. Yes, the overriding religion is Islam, but whether we like it or not, tribal loyalties and of course various sectarian loyalties are holding sway. So you have the Pashtuns, you have the Baloch, you have the Sindhis, you have the Punjabis, you then have the people in Kashmir, Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir, all of them at variance. So he is trying to spin this narrative, and he did that even before, if you remember, positioning Pakistan as this culturally different beast, the original Muslim homeland in South Asia, in the hope that all these variegated, disparate parts were to come together. Now, after he's been hit, and after he's realized that perhaps his own credibility is at stake, The state is playing this card. Look, they've hit our mosques, they've hit our mosques, they've hit the faithful, they've hit ordinary Muslims who are going about their lives, and we have to, as a society, now hit back at Hindu India. So he's trying, therefore, to win legitimacy. Look, a dictator is not there because either he has got there on merit or he has got there on support. He's got there through machinations. He's not supported by the people of Pakistan. Now he's creating a sort of narrative where the people of Pakistan organically swear their loyalty to him. And that's not going to happen easily. But having said that, as Zaka also says, the man has lost face. And the whole the shtick of the Pakistani army is that we are your defenders. If the Pakistani army becomes as effete as the political class, the people are going to say you're as bad.
Yeah, but somewhere, but somewhere in the larger strategic interest for Bharat and for this region, the Pakistani army needs to be defanged. This is perhaps the right time for the Pakistan civilian group, the people to turn up and say enough of this army, because across the board the narrative is ye jo dehshatgardi hai iske piche vardi hai. So is it possible that someone like an Asim Munir gets ousted? Is it possible that there is an overturn and a churning that happens?
You know, I've seen Pakistani political history certainly since the late 80s. Every time there was a popular politician, remember Benazir Bhutto when she got elected first in the late 80s, was an extremely popular politician. Nawaz Sharif, when the coup happened against him in 1999, very, very popular. So the point is, you know, when it has come as a clash between the political class and the army, it's always the army that has won, including the most recent example, Imran Khan. Again, his popularity was sky high. He had named and shamed Asim Munir. You know, even the others, even when Nawaz Sharif was at loggerheads with General Musharraf, there was no naming and shaming. But Imran Khan named Asim Munir and said, this is the man who's responsible for all of these cases against me. Of course, he's now spending multi-year term in jail. So whenever it's been a clash between the political class and the army in Pakistan, it is always the army that has won. I just want to extend, you know, one point that Rahul made. See, coming into Pahalgam, coming into the speech that General Munir made to the Pakistan overseas citizens, you know, there was a lot of pressure under him, on him and also on his institution. They were really under the pump after the Jafar Express blast that happened, in which, you know, army personnel was singled out and killed. You know, just like in Pahalgam, Hindus were singled out and killed. In the Jafar Express killings, it was army personnel, uniformed personnel who were singled out and killed. That is a direct challenge to the authority of the army. Then you had this massive problem of over 1 million refugees, you know, back and forth between the Afghan side and the Pakistan side. Again, seen as a complete breakdown.
And just before that, Zach, there was that whole PTI protest.
Exactly.
Where people entered, I mean, the holy of holies. Can you believe it? They entered the homes and the compounds
of brigadiers, of corps commanders. I mean, you've never seen something like that. And that's because, you know, fact of the matter is that Imran Khan was and continues to be, even today, I think, the most popular politician in Pakistan. And, you know, his popularity versus Asim Munir, it was a no contest. So what does Munir do? This is the most favorite calling card of the Pakistan army. Every time, for General Musharraf, from Zia, you know, for all of these generals, you try to rally around the flag, right? And in this case, as General Munir himself said, the Pakistani flag is not just a geographical entity, it's a religious entity, right? He, according to him, the words that he used, after Riyasat-e-Madina,
it's the land of the
it's the pure. The land of the pure. The only country that's been established for Muslims, according to him, was Pakistan. So this is an attempt for him to rally people around the flag. Forget about the fault lines of Balochistan and Sindh and what's happening in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Everybody becomes Muslim, everybody becomes Pakistani. This Operation Sindoor is a massive dent to that. Is a massive dent to the person who's sitting at the top of the pyramid as he's trying to rally all of these troops, as he's trying to rally these 240 million people around the flag. This is a direct sort of shot at the head and said that, look, the guy sitting at the top is not able to.
Frankly, the Pakistani government, the Pakistani establishment, and they should turn around and look at what's happened in just 25 minutes. In just 25 minutes, the amount of terror infrastructure that's been demolished and that's been destroyed across the length and breadth of Pak-occupied territory and Pak sovereign territory is such an embarrassment that Asim Munir should be booted out. So all his braggadocio, all his bluster, all of it comes a cropper. Look at this. This is something which would get the sitting army chief the boot. And this is a nation that's been in readiness for 13 days.
You know, it's
a nation that's been red alert for 13 days.
The only way a sitting army chief gets the boot in Pakistan's history is if there's a coup from within the establishment.
And they get.
It's never a politician sort of taking over the.
But there is one point I want to make, Anand,
in this case, look at the clerics.
The
clerics, you heard the soundbite from the clerics and what was coming in from the masjids inside Pakistan. The clerics are not happy with the Wardi.
So let me throw a question back at you guys. Let me throw a question back at you guys. What was India's aim here? Let's go back a few steps. Right? Prime Minister Modi made it clear that we want to deter those that export terror, the foot soldiers and their handlers. Now, I used a term that Modi has rewritten the rules of retaliation. I don't believe as of now that this particular action has rewritten the rules of deterrence, of enforcing deterrence. Why? Because we ourselves have said we made a distinction between the people who nurture this terror ecosystem and the terrorists. We have made it very clear. And therefore I believe that the Pakistani army still thinks that it still has that aura of invincibility intact, immunity, call it what you want to, impunity, and it can still hit back. Had we also taken out a couple of military establishments or the deep state establishments, the ISI headquarters, I don't know, some brigade command headquarters like they struck in Uri, etc., maybe they would have suddenly woken up and said, oh, okay, this will have costs and it will be borne by us. Forget about the people, these expendables that we nurture in us. I don't know, what is your view?
No, see, I'm just going by what's happened quickly, just bring this into conversation. There's been a National Assembly session in Pakistan. Speaker Sardar I.S. Sadiq. Now, this is what Shehbaz Sharif has actually said. He said a strong response has been given by the Pakistanis to Bharat. He's then said that the enemy tried to attack Pakistan under the cover of the night, but Pakistan army has responded to Bharat's wild attack and turned it into a Chandrat. So he's turning this entire embarrassment and this entire,
so is he referring to the cross LOC ceasefire violation?
No, he's trying to say all is well. He's trying to say Pakistan has done a fair job of defending itself. That's what he's telling the National Assembly.
I think also if you go back to the meeting that happened, the National Security Committee, which is the highest security decision-making body in Pakistan, I think that statement basically said that the army has been given a free hand to respond.
Authorized free hand. See, there are three narratives there they pulled. One, they said that they've downed 5 of our aircraft, including UAVs. Second, they said it is civilians, including women and children, who've been killed. So that was the civilian aspect. The terrorists and terror centers suddenly became civilian establishment. And third is the fact that they said that the army has been authorized for a corresponding reaction or corresponding action to be taken. But from there, that was issued by the PMO. But from there, Shehbaz Sharif in the National General Assembly is saying women, children have been targeted, but we have given them a befitting response. Now, how do you read this? Well, is it a smokescreen where Pakistan political establishment is seen like playing it down, trying to de-escalate, saying "Humma kar liya, whatever we have done is our face saver"?
Deal with this whole thing, right? I mean, this whole thing about what was the difference in 2019 and what is the difference now? The off-ramp that people keep talking about. In 2019, because of the circumstances and the eventual sort of, the falling down of Abhinandan Vartaman, wing commander.
He fell into their lap. Literally.
And then, then the whole narrative had changed. So that became an off-ramp for both parties, and India did not want to escalate. The Pakistanis said that, look, we have one of your guys, and the priority was to try and get him back. So that became a sort of face saver, an honorable exit for both sides. Right now, let's say, hypothetically speaking, if the Pakistanis wanted to have an off-ramp and if they thought, the off-ramp is the way to go, they would have concocted some story and done a press conference and shown this kind of evidence that, look, these are the wreckaged mangles of the aircraft that we brought down. These are the Indian fighter jets. We've responded and we've retaliated in a satisfactory fashion, and they would have taken that off-ramp. The fact that they've not done that, DG ISPR press conference do not have any reference
because both
to
sides have confirmed, Zaka, that the international border was not breached.
So
both sides have said
that if the mangles are there, then they can still make a show around it. At least if the intention was to use that as an off-ramp. The fact that they've not done that suggests to me that the people that we should be paying far more attention to are the guys in Rawalpindi, not so much the ones in Parliament, in the National Assembly in Islamabad. And Rawalpindi, so far, from whatever I saw of the DG ISPR's press conference, has also repeated that phrase which I quoted from the NSE readout, which is that the army has been given the right to respond at a time and place of its choosing. Now, the point is this, that if you're Asim Munir and you're thinking, okay, here's a guy, here's your sworn enemy, here's the people, the very people you were referring to as fundamentally different from us just 2-3 weeks ago, coming and hitting you in your backyard, you have only two options. Either you take the off-ramp, create a bahana, create a drama, take that off-ramp if you don't want to escalate, or you have to escalate. I mean, that's just the only two options we have on the table.
And if we look at on our side, what's happening, the BSF is on red alert. CAPF, all leaves have been cancelled. The Home Minister calls an urgent meeting of all the Chief Ministers, Chief Secretary, DGPs of states,
all the border states.
With border states with Pakistan and also
Even
Nepal. Also Nepal. So that meeting happens very clearly. The mock drills are on. There is a heightened level of preparedness in the border regions, especially they've been asked to evacuate civilians. Unfortunately, we've already lost 15 civilians as confirmed by the army. So that's a tough loss and that will hurt. So clearly there is going to be some reprisal, either tonight, tomorrow morning or tomorrow night. In the next 24 to 36 hours, something's got to give. Now, what is that going to be? And based on that, is there going to be an immediate acceleration or perhaps upping the ante by Bharat, where we will be quick on the counter and perhaps take the escalation ladder, go up the escalation ladder a little more, push Pakistan into an intense engagement, because that's going to really drain them out?
You see, Anand, you're right. But there is one problem that Pakistan finds itself in. There can't be a like for like, because there are no terror camps on this side of the border. So, and this is where the problem, the dilemma for India comes in. That if we are attacked, then either it will be state targets, which could be infrastructure, maybe dams, I don't know.
But dam is an open act of war. Dams is an open act of war.
Brigade headquarters, some military targets, or it could be civilians. And if it's civilians, then of course it's a complete escalation, even on the moral ladder. And
even
that becomes
the legal ladder. I mean,
legal, of course. I mean, that goes without saying. But even on the moral ladder, it becomes an untenable escalation, and India will have to then think of retaliating in the same mode. So Pakistan will probably factor that in. I think, if anything, and look, it's never good to second guess because we don't want to spread panic, etc. But it was interesting that the Home Minister called the Chief Minister of the state that also sort of borders Nepal. Is Pakistan considering using some of its own resources that might be sleeper cells, etc., in our country? I don't know. Well, there could be a possibility. It's not a country that plays fair. It's a dirty country that hits below the belt.
Yeah,
you can't access Nepal unless you go through China.
So that's right. So
that is occupied territory. The other thing is that the Pakistanis have shifted some of their fleet, that is their squadrons, to Skardu. So the Skardu airbase is jointly monitored between them and the Chinese. So if there is a leeway there that is given to them, is there a possibility from the other side something happens? We've got to be clear about all these possibilities. Why? They draw, what are the parallels that they're drawing in their statements? They are saying mosque, mosque, mosque. So the parallel to that if mosques have been brought down, that means will they target a particular or possible mandir? They've said schools or madrasas. So the other part is, will it be a school? The third most important part is, for the first time, they have been struck deep in Punjab across the IB. So Bahawalpur and Muridke. So will Asim Munir want to forget everything else, want to strike at something which is across the IB, not just the LOC, and is something which has got to be a religious symbol, which is a counter to the culture as he has juxtaposed it and he said it. What does that imply? then does Bharat then hang back and say, all right, tumne kar diya, ho gaya, or we've quelled that opportunity?
Rahul
I'm
said,
just reading the statement.
let's not second guess what the Pakistanis will do or what target they will have. My fear is that the response from the Pakistani side will be driven more by irrationality. And I think that is a difficult thing to control, because how do you then get someone to see reason? If you look at the Indian Army statement, I was very, very impressed. The first statement that the ADG-PR put out, the three sentences that stood out for me were, number one, this is non-escalatory. Number two, no military targets are being hit. And number three, all of this was from this side of the LOC.
And no civilians.
Yeah, and no civilians targeted. Now, my point is, there was no need for the army to put those statements there. The signaling was clear from the Indian Army side that, look, if you choose not to retaliate, then we can finish this matter here. India has no interest in escalating this.
Again, I'm drawing your attention to Flight Radar 24.
You should be the brand ambassador for this.
Brand ambassador for this. Probably done a great turn to these people. But look at this corridor on the Indian side.
It's empty.
It's empty. So all these border states are empty, but Pakistan has a few civilian flights now.
Those border states are also empty because all those airports are shut. From Srinagar to Jammu to Chandigarh, down up to Jodhpur,
there were two airports that were shut in Pakistan also this morning.
I don't know. And Lahore.
Yes, so I don't know. I can see some action here in Lahore. I don't know if it's been opened. I'll have to dive a little deeper. But clearly, India is taking precautions.
Huge amount of precaution that's being taken. Now, let me add one more. Now, here is Ishaq Dar's media talk at the Parliament House after the National General Assembly. Shailendra Wangu is saying, and during that short brief, he's tried to recall the Jafar Express hijacking and highlighted that. You just spoke about it. And he has said that attack had links with Bharat. So they are trying to draw a parallel to say that whatever the Baloch are doing is at the insistence or way that Bharat is behind it. As far as their claim, they have not said one iota of equivalence. False equivalence and not one iota of proof. But they are claiming that we have irrefutable evidence regarding it. That's what Shehbaz Sharif is also trying to say. So they are trying to link what happened with Jafar Express to try and justify what happened in Pahalgam, to say India was behind this and we have got. So this is again this entire thing that Bharat is fomenting terror on Pakistani soil and they have a camp. Now what camp do they have here to say that this is where something is happening or we are training Afghans or the Baloch? There is nothing like that. So this bluster is also happening. So somewhere one wonders what they're going to do.
He's saying that because tonight the Iranian foreign minister is going to be here in Delhi and he's coming from Islamabad. And they share a border, Iran and Pakistan, and the Baloch problem. There are Iranian Balochis, there are Pakistani Balochis, and there's a problem between the two of them as well. So this greater Balochistan that they want encompasses some parts of Iran as well. So this has been a big fault line between Iran and Pakistan, specifically on the Baloch question. But look, like I said a moment ago, that Jafar Express killings were a real sort of stab in the heart of the Pakistan army, because just like in Pahalgam, Hindus were segregated and killed for being Hindu. Army personnel was segregated and killed in a moving train for being uniformed personnel. I mean, if the army can't protect its own, then how can they protect a civilian population? It was a direct question mark on the abilities of the Pakistan army and the person who was at the helm of it.
So then we can trace back and say Pulwama, in Pulwama it was CRPF or it was security forces who have always been targeted by Pakistani proxies. So, and if they believe that army personnel were targeted directly, indirectly and somewhere, whatever their convoluted claims, how does that justify targeting civilians and singling out Hindus and saying that no, because you're Hindu, I'm going to shoot you down?
And the other particular problem that the Pakistanis have because of what happened in 1971, because this idea of two nation got completely dismembered with West Pakistan and East Pakistan completely going their two separate ways. This idea of this greater Muslim brethren completely got appended with the 1971 war. The other nightmare scenario for the Pakistanis is the Balochis separating away and forming their own country, because if that happens, again it's a further blow to the idea of the two nation. And more importantly, Balochistan is where the Chinese have invested $60 billion through CPEC. All of that goes out the window. I mean, if Balochistan technically, let's say hypothetically, in 10 years time secedes from Pakistan and becomes like Afghanistan, an independent republic, then the Chinese don't need Pakistan. They don't need Pakistan for Gwadar. They don't need Pakistan for all of these pipelines and the CPEC. So this is the second big nightmare
If the
scenario
Baloch unite, decide to
for-
strike
yeah.
a deal with the Chinese and also with the Americans, then Pakistan is left redundant. The other thing is 42% of today's Pakistan is all Balochistan.
Yes.
So that's a huge number, 42 or 48% actually, that's the number. So it's quite a huge one.
And you know, the one thing that I just want to draw your attention to, Anand, is that the Pakistan finance minister has convened an emergency meeting to review market resilience, national financial situation. So in the short term, see, even if they are planning to retaliate, they don't want to get involved in anything that's long drawn. Right now, we've had 2 conflicts and they have dragged on.
Right.
Much beyond their sell-by date, they have become almost, people have become almost inured to their positions. They have become quicksand. And the least that Pakistan can expect right now is to perhaps terminate this, maybe leave it for another day.
Yeah.
But if they get into something in haste and they make a mistake,
right,
they'll get sucked in, and they're already bleeding. The Karachi Stock Exchange collapsed.
Yeah, we got more news coming through. Just quickly, former Prime Minister of Britain, Rishi Sunak, has also tweeted saying no nation should have to accept terrorist attacks being launched against it from land controlled by another country. India is justified in striking terrorist infrastructure. There can be no impunity for terrorists. I hope he meant immunity for terrorists, but that's what he said. But we got more news coming through. A mega exclusive. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details. Pak Army has shown its loyalty to Lashkar and Jaish. Top government sources say Pak Prime Minister's statement and directions to the army itself is clear indication that they are the biggest supporters of these jihadi groups. Large number of police and army personnel attended the funerals and namaz-e-janaza of the killed jihadis.
Can we blow up that picture? The visual that's there. Some people are saying the guy who's leading the prayer is Hafizide. I'm not sure. I can't verify.
He's not.
But look at the number of army uniformed personnel who are there at the funeral of these slain terrorists.
Yeah.
And then they say, the state has nothing to do with these non-state
I think there is a minister, there is a politician also standing there. The local minister is there. Some believe the guy in the cap there at the last looks like this one, Salahuddin, Syed Salahuddin, but that's not true. They all look similar.
This is an official...
It's like a state funeral.
Yeah, it looks almost like a state funeral. Why?
I mean, the flag of Pakistan
for a bunch of... I mean, unless this person was an ex-army officer or was a Fauji who got killed, but I don't think... No,
ex-Fauji turned jihadi. That's a possibility. That's a big possibility. And this is army. There is also police which is there. Some of the rangers were available. Different uniforms which can be seen. And how is it? Akash is with us. Akash, so government sources very clearly showing the number of people who have turned up for this. They are wearing their uniform and coming. So these terror tanzeems having open state backing, what bigger proof than this?
Right, and these pictures are somewhere showing, a deep, systematic and, old connection, in fact, between the government and the Pakistani army and these groups. Remember, Pakistan has always said that, they have nothing to do with the terrorism, and in fact, they are the victim of terrorism. But these pictures are somewhere showcasing that how, in fact, their army personnel, in fact, the officers, senior officers, Anand, there you have star officers, in fact. These star officers are taking part in this funeral. In fact, at a time when India has given evidences that how we have destroyed, these camps where these terrorists were getting training, they were recruiting, youth to, work against India. At such a time, these pictures are actually showing the sort of connection that, in fact, the international community, should look at.
Right.
This is something that India has highlighted always, and this information is basically by our investigation editor Manoj Gupta, who is in fact, who has in fact got us these photos and videos where these army officials from Pakistan are very much taking part in this funeral.
Right. Now, Bharat has said we dropped 21 packages across 9 targets, across 9 locations out of, so that's what we are given to understand. The Pakistanis are claiming that there were 80 Bharatiya jets and they have downed 5 jets that include 3 Rafales. So these are the claims that the Pakistanis are making. They can make their claims. We'll go by what the government has said. So far, they've said there has been no loss and everything has gone according to plan. That's the word that's come in officially. We'll wait for anything to the counter. But Zaka, diplomatically, there is an overdrive. The External Affairs Minister has not been seen, but him and his team seem to be working working the phones behind the scene. See, Takeshi Iwaya of Japan, the foreign minister, has been spoken with. Spain's been spoken with. Multiple conversations.
Germany and France
Germany and France have also been spoken with. Your thoughts on this?
Look, I think one huge challenge for India would be to manage the diplomatic fallout. You heard the comments from Donald Trump yesterday. I wish we can play that soundbite again. He took a very, almost wishy-washy position. It's the problem that's been going on for over 1,000 years. I trust them to sort it out, so on and so forth. Secretary Rubio spoke to both National Security Advisor Doval as well as to the National Security Advisor Asim Malik of Pakistan. He's also asking for, calmer sort of tempers, as it were, and to try and move towards a quick, peaceful resolution. So the Americans are saying that, look, we have no interest in escalating the situation. Same's the case with the Europeans. I think the important conversations also that the External Affairs Ministry officials as well as NSA office officials have had are also with the Saudis and with the Emiratis and also the Qataris. I think
Chinese.
Yeah, and with the Chinese as well, with Wang Yi. So, ensuring that all the sort of blocks are spoken to and they need to understand why India has taken this decision, why India has taken this coercive action, and to be able to sort of convince them that, look, we have no interest in escalating. We have done what we needed to do. This is in retaliation to killing of our civilians. And from the statement of the Indian Army, the very first statement of the Indian Army, it's very clear that India does not want to, and India is not interested in climbing the escalation ladder. But if the other party chooses to, then we'll have no option but to follow
But
suit.
I think fundamentally,
just on this part, just note this to the viewers and to you. The NSC statement talked about corresponding action.
Yes.
But Shehbaz Sharif has not spoken about corresponding action. He's not talked about retaliation when he spoke in the assembly. In the NSC, they did talk about corresponding action, but in those 2 hours that the NSC statement came, and has something changed? That's the question.
The key, I think, to what Pakistan does next, and there have been today again conversations between the Chinese ambassador and the leadership, I think are in Beijing really. I think Beijing will dictate the agenda. Beijing is reveling in this. Let me be honest, we've been hyphenated once again with Pakistan, something that we were shunning. We had emerged much beyond. Pakistan has been now able to internationalize this entire issue. It is, Zach, you were telling me, most international outfits are focused on this story, news outlets, etc. So this is something that we don't want. And if you remember, the Prime Minister, when he spoke, he didn't even refer to this whole thing. His public speech today was about Viksit Bharat, where India is going to be the fulcrum for India. He has charted, it's spinning on a development Viksit Bharat fulcrum. We have already exited the orbit that Pakistan resides in. We see ourselves as a power that furthering the cause of humanity. He's talking about space exploration, pushing the frontiers of discovery and innovation further. He's not even referring to this. So clearly he's very keen that we've done what we had to do. We've given a very rational explanation. We've taken the trouble of presenting evidence and of course proof that we've only struck terror targets that Pakistan should not be crying about, because they themselves said these were uncontrolled non-state actors and we are victims of terror. So here we have done some of their dirty work for them. We've helped them out here. So please let bygones be bygones. Let's move on. We've got a lot of other work to do.
See, another point is it being highlighted that we have, and I think multiple leaders, Rajnath Singh also said, we stuck at the terror infrastructure. So this infrastructure aspect, rather than having a high body count and focusing on the infrastructure, that we are demolishing the infrastructure that breeds these people, that focus, will that somehow also be pushed very strongly, saying that we didn't go there to kill human lives or take human lives, but we went there to demolish infrastructure that is radicalizing human beings, and that narrative, and that we have been the victim of this. So this victim card, are we playing it well? The Pakistanis played very well. Are we playing that well?
The two big ones that were hit were Murid K and Bahawalpur, right? Murid K for the Lashkar-e-Taiba and Bahawalpur for the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Now, the people who matter in these two terror organizations were already probably, hushed out, probably, days before this Operation Sindoor unfolded. But the problem that happened is, because particularly in the case of Bahawalpur and even in the case of Murid K actually, It is bang in the middle of a mass infestation of people. So if we're going to hit that compound, and as you've been saying, it's an 18, 20 acre compound, you're going to have some collateral damage.
Correct.
And that collateral damage was visible. I mean, what are these funerals for? I mean, it is for dead people at the end of the day. So the point is, India now needs to manage the fallout of this, both international perception, which is hugely important, and also manage whatever potential military backlash or fallout there could be, or retaliation there could be from the Pakistani side.
In fact, the counter pounding and shelling by the Pakistanis, the body count at our end, unfortunately, is higher than what the official numbers claimed by the Pakistanis based on the strikes are by the armed forces, the Indian armed forces.
See, but that's
43 people injured, 15 people killed.
But that
I
is a
think
cost.
there is a further retribution that is demanded now.
That is a cost that I think they factored in. I think the ceasefire violation deaths that have happened, unfortunately, and very, very unfortunately, but I think in the escalation ladder, that is a cost that they have factored in. What would prompt
India's point of view?
From India's point of view, what would force India's hand to climb back up on the escalation ladder is if they start scrambling jets, and if newer targets are hit, that would change India's calculus.
It's not okay for Pakistanis to kill civilians. If they have a problem claiming that terrorists are civilians, then civilians are civilians, and they have got nothing to do, right?
Innocent,
so,
and
they
that's
are
what
innocent,
the statement
and
is
you
saying.
killed 26 there in Pahalgam, and now another 15 have been killed. How can Bharat climb down the escalation ladder when Pakistan continues to push the buttons? This cannot be kosher. There is a story that, India can take to the world and say, listen, they've killed another 15 of our civilians, what do I do? They've hurt another 43. They are children and women here. So aren't they women and children? Don't they deserve to live? Aren't they people who have died? Aren't they civilians? And what is Pakistani army covering itself in glory for? We are the victims here. Again, after Pahalgam, again victims along the LOC. We didn't start the firing, you did. These are things that we can go out and
but India has found
say
itself
very
lacking,
aggressively.
I have to say, in competing with Pakistan's ability to project themselves as a victim. This has happened time after time. Pakistan sells this story successfully. I don't know why and how it manages to, that it is a victim. That India is this bigger power that is straining at the leash. It takes exception to stuff that the Pakistani state doesn't even know that it has done, supposedly. There's never ever any proof, and we take the flak for it. So I think this is where we are somehow messing up. And there was a commentator in the morning, I think it was Sushant Sareen, if I'm not mistaken, and he made a good point actually. He said that India needs to, like Israel did, they had to manage perception. The Hamas was wrapping up dead bodies and saying that kids have been killed, schools have been attacked. They were playing pretty much the Pakistan game. Some of it was obviously true. A lot of it turned out to be fake news. But that sort of overwhelmed the news cycle. The sight of civilian deaths. When is the sight of our civilian deaths overwhelming any news cycle? Anywhere in the world? Why isn't our government going out and saying that our innocents have been killed once again? Defending whom?
No, but again, Rahul, I come back to the point. I think that is a factor that's been calculated in the Indian calculation as far as whether to escalate or not. That's been factored in. And secondly, I'm coming back to, look, there is a calculus, right? There is a war gaming that's been done.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you don't make a
but
out of the victims.
No, I think it's
you
also,
need to go out there. Yes, it's factored in.
Yeah,
but it's not a proportionate.
That's not for the world to know. That's not for the enemy to know. The enemy has to see. The world has to see only broken limbs, hurt people, and this is what the Pakistanis are doing to our civilians.
I think it is part of your strategic response calculus. So my point is, what will change that? What will force India to go from saying this morning, as they did, we've taken a non-escalatory step, from going from there to going back to on the escalation ladder? I think that will have to be then precipitative action that the Pakistani military takes, which would affect possibly, outside of Kashmir.
Are we reading this wrong? I want to ask you, Zach, are we reading this wrong? Was this the only strike that India is thinking of conducting? Could there be more?
Well, if the Pakistanis don't react, then I think India
is this the unbearable punishment? I'm now holding up the Prime Minister's words, for scrutiny. He promised unbearable punishment. Rajnath Singh said that, look, it will be along the lines that the public wants. And to some extent, Amit Shah.
That can't be a military response.
Yeah, I understand that.
It's not
Freedom
always
was given.
necessarily be kinetic.
It may not be.
The IWT,
Yes.
the IWT abeyance remains. So this is the limited kinetic action that was required. There is a terror infrastructure. We've done it. We're coming back off the kinetic ladder, but that doesn't mean that the offensive against a terror state has stopped. 28,000 cusecs of water has been released. So tap on, tap off continues, and that's going to torment that nation. And they are currently stretched. That nation is in disarray. There will be more internal strife, and we don't know. Diplomatically, somewhere we may go back and start highlighting the kind of atrocities the Pak army is convert. This whole narrative of ye jo dehshatgardi hai, iske piche Paki vardi hai, that part can be highlighted. So that's all on the offensive. Trying to isolate Pakistan diplomatically, block the IMF billion aid, get it back on the FATF grey list. These are all offensive moves which Bharat need not deter from or take a leg back from.
I wish it would be more public. I'm sure, and we've been seeing a flotilla of diplomats being summoned to South Block, and I'm sure the EAM is meeting them and giving them
the permanent members have been.
That's the news that 13 UNSC members have been briefed by the Foreign Secretary. 22nd April attack was escalation for us. TRF was underlined how Pakistan brought out TRF's name. That shows some nefarious motive of Pakistan. Pak realized after 2 days that they have to shield TRF, and TRF then denied the involvement. So they have outlined that entire sequence. Our response measured and non-escalatory. We targeted only terrorist infrastructure. See, again, very clearly, we are not even saying we targeted terrorists. We are saying we targeted the infrastructure. In Poonch, Pak, firing is on. Civilian infrastructure was also mentioned. Foreign secretaries also said we have responded to a terror attack and we have targeted terrorist infra, but if possible, response. Then there is response on there. We'll have to respond equally. A lot of casualty on the Indian side of the LOC. A lot of firing has happened, and this has been highlighted. 15 civilians dead in the last 8-9 hours.
So I guess it's happening in private. They're not putting it out publicly, but certainly it's happening.
We should make a more public demonstration of it so that the international press can also be sort of brought into the loop.
Well, Siddhant is live with us on this. Yes, Siddhant. So multiple briefings, strong briefings, phone calls are also happening, and the UNSC nations have been spoken with.
Well, yes, that's right, Anand. In fact, after speaking to multiple sources, we have been told that Foreign Secretary has made India's position very, very clear. In fact, he said that what happened on 22nd April was escalation for India. In fact, he also went on to expose Pakistan's nefarious designs, that how Pakistan protected TRF as far as 25th April UNSC statement is concerned. And in fact, he did also touch upon that how initially TRF claimed the terror attack, and perhaps after 2 days they denied that they don't have any role to play. Once again, Vikram Misri, reiterated India's position that India has only hit terror sites. Perhaps no military installations or civilian installations were touched. In fact, some of the envoys did ask about this to the Foreign Secretary, that what is India's assessment as far as Pakistan's response is concerned. To which again Foreign Secretary reiterated that India's position is very clear, that India has hit the terror camps, not the civilian areas or not the military areas. So if in case tomorrow Pakistan retaliates or perhaps hits back, then that would be civilian areas in India, because India doesn't have terror camps. Also, we have been told that UK High Commissioner raised this issue, that whether India only targeted mosques, to which Foreign Secretary said that we targeted markers. Now, markers is a complex. Now, complex has playing area, worship area and other areas. So maybe taking a hit, mosque could also have got damaged, but particularly mosque or any religious sites were not targeted by the Indian forces.
Why isn't the UK asking the Pakistanis that were you running terror camps and terror bases and having swimming pools and tennis courts behind the mosque? So how is that okay, and what is the logic behind that? So there is a difference between a markaz and a mosque. A mosque can be part of a markaz, but a markaz is not necessarily a mosque. Thank you for that, Siddhant. Gents, thank you very, very much. The coverage continues. Zaka is there on with a special broadcast as we continue with our coverage on Operation Sindoor. Stay with us.
exactly 2 weeks after what happened in Pahalgam, the Indian Army, through Operation Sindoor, has hit 9 targets.
The US NSA briefed Secretary of State Marco Rubio, briefed Zaka. So all these people being briefed in advance saying this is what we are doing.
Will these restore deterrence in Pakistan's mind? These strikes are significant, Anand. They are in proper Pakistan.
What is the thinking right now in GHQ in Rawalpindi? What is the thinking of Asim Munir? This is a direct hit at his authority, the authority of the Pakistan Army.
They are saying that India attacked us, remaining within their boundaries. So they have confirmed that, no jets who are there in the Pakistani airspace.
He was personally monitoring Operation Sindoor. So PM was monitoring Operation Sindoor, so he was there, aware of what was going on and personally monitoring what was going on. So for some of the jibes that came at where is our Prime Minister and he's Gayab, etc., this is confirmation that he was right in the thick of it. And at the highest level of government, this Operation Sindoor was being monitored, it's been planned and it's also now been implemented. Yes, Group Captain Vinod.
Great point. So let me quickly finish about this loitering munition. Most of the loitering munition today has the capability to go up without any target. And once the target pops up, it keeps loitering. And once the target pops up, it will go and hit the target. Erstwhile loitering munitions were against the radars. Today, loitering munition can be against anything. Point number one. Point number two, and coming back to Anand, your point. When is the last time when we have seen the premier of a country, of our country, Prime Minister of our country in the ops room, monitoring operations like they do in US? I mean, the US operations you've seen many times, Obama monitoring the operations, or even Junior Bush monitoring operations. Likewise, in India, this is the first time I have seen for the first time that Prime Minister is so much involved in monitoring the operations and also taking call as to what kind of targets to take. Very, very important. Muzaffarabad, I just came to know that the tolls have gone up to 30 to 31 people, which means big names and big people in Muzaffarabad must have gone. Same is in
Just give me a moment. I also want to go across to Aman Sharma, our political editor. So Prime Minister Modi monitoring these operations live. Aman, what more details do you have? All right.
This is an important development actually in the larger scheme of things, not just optically, but this does tell you that the Prime Minister is completely involved, and people who have been constantly critical of the Prime Minister perhaps will need to look back. I don't want to make this political at any level, but the fact of the matter is that the Prime Minister guiding this, you saw him on the first day itself. He returned from Saudi Arabia very, very quickly. He was on the first flight he's landing at 7 in the morning, held a meeting at the airport, came to his residence. Viewers, welcome to CNN News 18's rolling coverage of the biggest news story of the year, quite easily. India avenges Pahalgam. 9 targets eviscerated in Pakistan. All of them, of course, are terror targets, i.e. the factories that produce the terrorists that bleed India through 1,000 cuts. India has been very, very clear from very much the first blow, which was struck between 1 and 1:30 in the morning. Viewers, most of us were woken up from our sleep to be confronted by these scenes of 9 strikes, several munitions, hovering munitions that homed in on their targets and created the devastation that you're seeing on your screens. These targets were not just restricted, viewers, to POK, but this time deep into Pakistan, 30 kilometers from Lahore, and of course taking out 2 of the biggest, most visible terror cradles in Pakistan. One nestled in Bahawalkot, the other one Mudrike. Mudrike is literally a suburb of Lahore. the seat really of Pakistan's elite, the place where not only General Munir, but most of the Pakistan's elite hail from. This is the province of Punjab. Lahore is the iconic city. Just about 30 kilometers out of it, look at the scenes of devastation. All these other pictures are also in from Bahawalpur, viewers, where some high value targets were eliminated, including 10 members of Masood Azhar's family. Masood Azhar, of course, is the leader of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. All of this means, viewers, that India has been able to exact, if not a degree of justice, but at least a great deal of vindication for the terrible carnage that was wrought upon innocents in Pahalgam. Now, viewers, is this only the end of the beginning, so to speak? Let's get that question in with General VP Malik, former Chief of Army Staff. Thank you, sir, so much for joining us. You were, of course, at the helm of affairs when India drove the intruders out of Kargil, but this is very, very different. The context is also very different. How would you evaluate, first of all, India's strike, this panoply of strikes, the packages that were used, and most importantly, do you believe that this is literally the end of the beginning, or is it not?
Good evening, Rahul. It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, sir.
This strike, there has been a paradigm shift from our earlier proactive actions that we took. The first proactive action, politically sanctioned, was when we carried out surgical strikes after the Uri attack by the terrorists. That was the first time that politically we were given the mandate to go ahead and strike their camps not very far away from the line of control. The second one was even slightly higher after Pulwama's incident that took place. And this time the Air Force went and struck the Balakot camp, which is not just in POK but in Punjab. And it hit the Jaish camp there. So this time, when we thought that Pakistani terrorists and their sponsors had crossed the red line, it had to be a much harsher response. And that is what happened this time. We started off with whole of the nation approach, in which we started off with diplomatic and economic activities. We stopped their water, and we told them that we are now suspending the Indus Water Treaty, which is a very major step that is being taken. It has been considered so many times earlier, but this step was never taken earlier. And this time, we had the courage to take that step. And of course, here I mean political courage that we had. The other thing, as far as the strike is concerned, now this time we have taken on all the camps of both Jaish as well as Lashkar, not only in POK but also in Punjab. As you know, we have struck Bahawalpur, we have struck Muridke, which is close to Lahore, and we have also struck another camp in Sialkot. And we have used the newer weapons that are available with us, the technology that is available with the services. We have made full use of that. So there has been a paradigm shift in our handling this particular activity this time, or carrying out this retaliatory action as compared to the earlier ones. And this whole of the nation approach is still ongoing, let me say that. The Indus Water River has, we have already suspended it, and we can continue to block or let the water flow whenever we want. And also we can make full use of the river water that we had in mind. You know, there are so many hydropower projects that we have in mind to be able to make use of these river flows, particularly in J&K, I would say. So this time has been a paradigm shift. But the other part of your question, is it the beginning of the end? I'm not too sure. My own view is that although we have been able to hit the people and their camps of terrorists who are functioning under the armed forces, Pakistani army in particular, we have not hit the people who are giving them orders, the people who are sponsoring them. And these terrorists who have come on our side or who are camping that side, they are dispensable people, dispensable commodity as far as the Pakistan Army is concerned. The other thing is that this time Pakistan Army has been hit, at least their intentions. People are now crying in Pakistan and asking what is the Pakistan Army doing. So its image has been hit. And that probably was also one of our intention to do that. So with that image, with its image having been hit, I have a feeling that there will be a certain retaliatory action from their side. And we have to be prepared for that. And a good thing is that we are a much stronger power today, and we can dominate the escalation, and we can stop it or wherever we want to, that escalatory action activities.
So General Saab, are you saying that, okay, how would you assess the options that we considered this time and their deterrent capacity? Has it served as a deterrent, this option that we have considered?
Hopefully so. And, but I would not be very certain about it, frankly. I'm saying because after all, these people, the Jaish and the Lashkar and all, they are dispensable commodity as far as Pakistan Army is concerned. If we had hit Pakistan Army establishment and done something which lowers the image of the Pakistan Army in Pakistan, then, you could have looked at it slightly differently. But the manner in which Pakistan Army looks at these dispensable commodity under their control, I'm not too sure whether this is the last time that we will face the terrorist action from the other side.
Do you believe, General, that we should have actually also hit a range of military or deep state targets if we really wanted to enforce deterrence on Pakistan? If we wanted to enforce, we should have broadened the scope?
Personally, I feel that we should have. It has not hit the Pakistani military directly. And unless, it hits Pakistan military and their leadership directly, they will probably wait for another opportunity to carry out this very cheap strike capability which is available with them.
So, General Manik, what really was the objective then behind this package of munitions and, of course, the wherewithal that they relied upon and the strategy that has been adopted? What do you think went through the military commanders' minds when they decided to adopt these options rather than a more broader option?
Look, I think, this should not be looked at only militarily. This is a really political activity, political aim, objective, which is what makes the army and armed forces follow a certain strategy and select the targets. Now, I think we want to bring down the image of Pakistan and isolate Pakistan, particularly its terrorist activities. It is, everybody knows that it is the hub of the terrorism in this part of the world, both internationally as well as in domestically also in Pakistan. The fact is that Pakistan today is suffering. It has been suffering politically, financially, we all understand that, and socially also. Punjabi Muslims are getting isolated within their own country. And Pakistan Army also doesn't have the same kind of image that it had some years ago. So I think we were trying to lower the image, isolate Pakistan, both internationally. So probably that was what was in our mind. And that is why the diplomatic activity has been quite strong to isolate Pakistan.
Well, obviously a response from Pakistan will also depend on what they make of this particular action that India has taken. So if they assess it to be one that is anti-Islam, because they have said already in their statements, and it's not me, but this is what they have said in their statements, that mosques were destroyed and that we targeted their place of worship. Then they went on to say innocents were killed. So Muslims were targeted, innocent Muslims were targeted. Then they went on to say that these strikes were unprovoked, that India is playing aggressor. If one were to incorporate these assessments that Pakistan has made, then on the basis of that, how do you see them responding? Is it going to be like for like? Are they going to go after, for example, religious sites in India? Are they going to target civilians? What do you think?
I think for that, you have to understand the mindset of the Pakistani military leadership today. And we all understand, we all know that after the kind of speeches that Asim Munir has made recently, what kind of a mindset he has. He is a madrasa educated person who believes in two-nation theory. The rest of Pakistan or rest of the world may not believe in it, but he does that. And he is also a radicalized Islamist. There is absolutely no doubt about it, the kind of speeches that he has been making lately. So when you look at that, I won't be surprised that they make another effort in this direction. And they may again target somewhere and try and divide Hindus, Muslims, as they have done in Pahalgam and elsewhere also. So this kind of terrorist strike, I won't rule it out. I'm not saying that it may happen tomorrow or day after tomorrow. I think for some time that deterrent will work. But then